Frustrating. Why is it working now? Well, it is. And so I don't even know if anyone's going to join because no one gives a fuck. Because some stupid asshole can't get his fucking stream working right. Whatever. It's fine. I do these streams for myself as much as anyone else. What a fucking nightmare. What a nightmare. And now it's working and I've got 0 drop frames by turning up the bitrate. I think. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what's happening anymore. It doesn't really matter. It is what it is, as I like to say. Audio's fucked. Good. Audio. This is now just a testing stream at this point. I have no idea what's wrong. So we are just going to dive into the text, and I'm just going to deal with the fact that my entire last rant is now lost to everything. I have no idea, Wig. Like, I honestly... one of the great challenges we have is that the vast majority of these projects now, like OBS, streaming, are disparate, weird technologies that the best parts of them are basically held behind closed doors. YouTube has an internal video uploading algorithm and setup. They have their own codecs. They have their own stream software that they use for professional events, and they give no access to that. They don't use OBS for YouTube Music Live. Like, it's very frustrating that all these tools are basically held tightly to the chest, so that way companies can eke out minor amounts of profit. And I just sit here like, I'm not a Luddite. I know computer shit. I'm able to fuck with it enough, but the complexity of everything at this point is just so fucking next level. And everyone is happy to give me all the advices of everything, which is my least favorite part of it. Every time I have audio issues, hey Brooks, check this. I've checked everything. There's very weird, odd memory timing issues that my computer has due to processor and hardware. And you're free to give me money to replace those things. And it's just the curse of, it's not really a curse. It just sucks for streaming. It's just a pain in the ass. That's what it is. A fucking pain in my ass. The first positive task. Goddamn. Why does anyone watch you, Brooks? I don't fucking know everyone, but it seems that people do on occasion watch me. No clue why. All right, let's go to see if anyone's actually talking to me. I have 14 viewers who are dealing with this nightmare. Fun. I apologize to all of you and I love you all. When you are working with someone or you're dealing with things yourself, instead of going the psychoanalytic route or the Lacanian route of trying to figure out how symbolically things are connected, which is not really interesting and also does the opposite of the work that D&G see as understanding desire and freeing it, the intention, the need, the push should be towards, well, we do the destructive task of clearly demonstrating and showing as we chase things down to their absurdity, breaking them, counteractualizing symbolic stories and narratives. The Machinic indices is necessary. The first positive task consists of discovering in a subject nature, formation, or functioning of his desiring machines, independent of any interpretations. And they're very particular here. A lot of people make the comment at some point or another that D&G don't believe in the subject, or that saying having a person go to an analytic session is anathema to the work of these guys. I don't see that in any of their work, let alone quite literally saying the opposite here. But when you have an analysand, a patient, someone that you're going to be, or yourself or someone you're doing this with, doing schizoanalysis with, or a group or anything, that it's about not necessarily bringing your interpretations to the party. You want to look at the functioning of their desiring machines, independent of those. What are your desiring machines? What do you put into these machines? What's the output? How does it work? What are your non-human sexes? The non-human sexes, the non-global attractions, the things that are fucking that are not human. It's not the man and woman within you is fucking, or the mom and dad, or man and man. No. Fuck human sex. What are the things and the thrusts and the drives that are about attractants within these things? The mechanic of the schizoanalyst is about finding where the functional bits are, the issues and the thrusts and the drives of them. The way that they phrase it, it can't remain at the level of still interpretive examination. It's not about that. Interpretive from the point of view of the unconscious, of social machines in which the subject is caught as a cog or a user. That's not really what this is about. It's not about, oh, I'm stuck at work. Oh, you are a cog in a machine of social machines. It's because of that. Here are the symbolic ways that you're connected. This is not the point. It's not that. It's also not the technical machines that are their prized possession, or that they perfect or produce through handiwork, the stories and machines of sort of their own creation that allow these things to continue to work. It's also not the subject's use of his machines in dreams and fantasies. These are still too representative. They represent units too large, even perverted machines of the sadist or masochist, even influencing machines of the paranoiac. These surface level things, they're just too representative still. They're still at that level. It's not about those machines. It's not about the social machines. It's not about, again, the ideology, or you could say the ideological machines, or the machinery of what we would call ideology. It's not about those things. It never has been for them. It's about the desiring machines. It's about understanding the thrusts and drives underneath all these elements that are pulsing within, and the directions they're pulsing. What are they attracted to? What are they pushing towards? This is the big push. The consideration of these machines, whether real, symbolic, or imaginary, must indeed intervene in a specific way, but as functional indices to point us in the direction of the desiring machines, to which these indices are more or less close and affinal. The desiring machines are only reached starting from a certain threshold of dispersion that no longer permits either their imaginary identity or their structural unity to subsist, going beyond what you might call the symbolic or imaginary, going beyond the way that things tend to connect. Oh, this feeling. You love the Powerade colored hair? There we go. It was a happy accident. If you haven't watched In the Fold, I have a really funky filter that actually can't parse the pink and the blue together. And so it makes it like green and rainbowy and all fucked up. It's pretty great. I'm a fan. My daughter and my son really like the pink. I'm a big fan of the mix. I think it turned out pretty good. It's not bad for a solo job. I did it myself, so there you go. Someday I'll have money again to go have someone else do it, maybe. When we are talking about the machinic indices they're looking for, it's about getting not at the partial objects. You're not going to be able to identify partial objects. That's not. If you're still seeing that, if you're still able to say, "Oh, that partial object," you're fucked up. You're missing the point. That it's just beyond those things. These are not things you're going to be able to go, "Oh, that one." No, it's about seeing within the stories, the machinic indices, the connective tissues, the evental ways that a person is crafting the machines of their psyche, that the psyche is being crafted as they're working, that their unconscious is forming as they move forward, as they interact, as they exist in time with stories, movies, walking around, out on a stroll. What are the things they're connecting with? Not one at a time. This is not the schizophrenic on a walk who looks at a leaf, looks at that. He looked at this. No. It's seeing as he's moving, as he's going about it in time. What are the thrusts of the desiring machines underneath it that are driving at larger scale meaning? What are the things that are pushing these elements? That's the big deal. And so they want us to make sure that as we're doing this, it's considering part from one machine to another. The way that red clover and bumblebee might be connected. These are two different machines. I can see how they're connected, right? Can you see how they're connected? One does stuff with the other. The wasp and the orchid, one does stuff to the other. These are separate machines that have parts in each other. This is the thing they want us to be driving towards. It's not from the position of, we're finding the whole and working our way back. Or that from this, we're going to divine a whole. That would be, again, going back to the same problem. This is the machinic energy of the libido. Neither horn nor bumblebee have the privilege of the phallus, as they say. The phallus intervenes only in structural organization and personal relations deriving from it, where everyone, like a worker called to war, abandons machines, sets to fighting a war for a trophy that is nothing but a great absence. The desiring machines for this phallic, symbolic, imaginary thing, once you're doing that, once you're having conversations in that space and you haven't, this is why they have the destructive task. If you're in there, you're not talking about the productive ongoing movement. You're talking with them in an ideality that's being formed. You need to be destroying that, at the same time seeing the attractive elements within it and the machinic indices and how they're pointing towards things, or what they're pointing at, or how they're sort of forming together to point. This pushes things in an entirely different direction. The line that they have, the deal with turning this into this is about the human at the center of it. So let's talk about the human thing. When a person is saying they're connecting with this, it's they're connecting with that. This is the human sex. This is what Lawrence is talking about. This is what they're referring to by trying to talk about the non-human sex. Anytime you turn something into a global object, anytime you are saying, this is what people do with that, this is how you connect with, this is the human sex, the human unification, the identifications within molar constellations. But this isn't where desiring production sits. Desiring machines don't live there at all. Those are determinate conditions under which desiring machines live, but that's not desiring machines nor indices. That's not how it works. Lawrence is horrified by this concept, and this is why they keep talking about human and non-human sex, because it is only a conception. Human sex is only that. It is only a conception. It's an idea reason imposes on the unconscious and introduces into the passional sphere. It's not a formation of the sphere. It is something created abstractly that falls back into, and here desire finds itself trapped, limited to seeing things and connecting to things as human sex, as unified, identified things within molar constellations. They live underneath this order, underneath it, in a dispersion of molecular elements. And one fails to understand the nature and function of partial objects if one does not see therein such elements rather than parts of even a fragmented whole. It's very easy to be talking about everything as whole objects. It's always very easy to be doing that. As you dive into the unconscious, as you try to make sense of things, it's very easy to see things as whole objects. But you can also take them in as parts of themselves, as parts themselves, as the function themselves, as the molecular elements themselves, rather than parts of a fragmented whole. I bring up Proust here, but I think there's a lot of stuff you can do to have this conversation. I'm going to bring it to Marvel movies because I think a really broad way to describe this is the most interesting for me, because I think it speaks to where modern entertainment exists. the unified whole of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is like nothing actually that's ever existed. Overseen by two people who are able to literally enforce everything comes together in a single moment. It's very easy to look at the last Avengers films or all of it as ultimately pushing towards a singular whole. It is this singular story pushing towards this moment. Entertainment's kind of built like this very often. And we're trained like this via the Oedipal method, by family, by symbolic, imaginary, metaphorical, allegorical situations where we spend our time thinking of things that are like other things or around other things or similar to other things that we can sort of swap their positions, because really it's the position, not the thing, that matters. That thing that we're doing when we're not considering that the whole is a part alongside the parts, that you don't see the parts as sort of themselves partial, but instead parts of a whole. This challenge puts you in a position where you only see things in terms of their human relations, their human sexuality. And this eschews the entirety of underneath all of it. It eschews all of it. Absolutely. Is my audio working, by the way? I'm hoping it's working. Walter Kovacs, welcome. Until I've read Deleuze's On Nietzsche, I thought I understood philosophy and wanted to do nothing else except philosophy, but after that I understood I don't know shit about it. Well, actually, that may be the exact same book that completely fucked me up. And that's after I read or thought I understood a lot of other Deleuze. Our first reading in the QC of Anti-Oedipus, if you go back, you can find the recordings. They're on our Spotify, they're on our YouTube, everything. You'll notice I don't have confidence, but I have some belief, I have understanding of the book. The way Deleuze sees things and the way he puts things and the concepts he's putting forward, which, as I come to learn, is actually a long line of thinkers and philosophers. It wasn't Deleuze that did this. It's not, again, the thing. There's a genealogy behind it, but it is such a 90-degree turn from everything I viewed the world as or saw the world as or read the world as. It completely fucked with me. That F is on your end. I'm watching it live. I've got it full screen over here. That F is on your end. So I'm watching my shit. I got this. I'm watching my shit here. I've got it live. I'm listening to it. I'm turning it on just on occasion. I'm making sure I'm not a complete fuck up this time. Hopefully. But the entire setup kind of pushes us in a very particular direction. And it's when you view things from being whole objects, when you consider them starting from there, when you view things and are trained into things as seeing things as symbolic and symbolic connections and relationships as symbolic with empty positions that are filled, which is how I think everyone's raised these days. It puts you in a spot of having to do a great deal of work to undermine that. And Nietzsche's book that Deleuze wrote, Deleuze's book on Nietzsche that Deleuze wrote, absolutely fucked my head up in terms of my understanding of Nietzsche, and completely revamped it in a way that I can't mentally go back. It's wild. Low in Pantaloons. Anyone know why the DGQC Spotify ends in 23? I know why. It's because I stopped uploading. We finished the reading, the last AO reading, not this one. It's the last one. We ended, and at that point, I was very happy. That was our second reading through. I'm happy with it. And starting again, I wanted to kind of take a break. This reading is much more of a more or less self-indulgent deep dive for me. As much as it is me explaining it every week and us talking through it, it's a bit self-indulgent because my goal is next, and alongside this, I've been retranslating and writing an annotated Anti-Oedipus so that I can actually do a proper read through an annotated Spotify recording. So that's the reason why. It's wild. And yeah, Kovacs, it's certainly not just you. I felt like I had failed to ever read Nietzsche prior to that. Like I thought I understood Nietzsche, and then I realized I didn't. And then I'm fortunate, and you should join the DGQC. One of those guys who I'm about to call an asshole, and I mean it in the best kind of way. Some asshole corrected me about some DNR difference and repetition stuff. It's wild to me. Like, completely broke my understanding of that. And then as that happened, and as I was able to actually dedicate a huge amount of my time to Deleuze and reading and the books, it actually started to come full circle. Once you're able to make the move into seeing things as Deleuze's ontology does, from a position of difference rather than identity, that difference is that sense of identity and where it comes from, it really completely changes how you view a huge number of things. Now, there's parts of your brain, there's habitual parts that I think are for me at least, more difficult to get rid of, and it's still taking time, but it was an amazing shift for me. Wonderful shift, but an amazing shift. I don't know why Spotify bloops whenever YouTube has a video up. That's why the fuck. This is the other thing. I need to just do my podcast and just like have that be a thing and just record lightly and just get that done and probably just do it alone and just have that recorded. I've also had requests for, people want like a full reading of Anti-Oedipus. Apparently there is an audiobook somewhere and everyone fucking hates it. Apparently I have lovely dulcet tones. I have a very, very lovely dulcet reading voice. I've been asked, can you do that? Because I can't stand listening to the other, apparently. So yeah, there's more coming. It's just a matter of finding time in life and the enabled ability to do all those things. But as I was saying, the whole point is that you're not dealing with the symbolic. You're not dealing with the human relations. What is the relationship you have with your dad? That's not the point. When someone talks about their relationship with their dad, don't listen to the dad or the relationship or me or how they place themselves or the human sex that is happening there, the human relations that are happening there. Instead, work with them to destroy the attachment to those relations, but also keep an eye out. And it's easy to get a sense of what the thrusts are underneath it. Be watching for that stuff underneath. Because when you start playing with and understanding desiring production, and you're dealing with sort of the parts as parts and allowing them parts and not assigning them to any totality, and sort of seeing the direction that all of the little tiny metal fibers point in the magnetic sort of fuzzy thing that is the unconscious, it's gonna be indices, and it's gonna be pushing you. So Serge Leclerc, for example, has the rule that, as he puts it, the elements or parts of desiring machines are recognized by their mutual independence, such that nothing in one should depend on something in another. There is no this is because of this. No, if you're doing that, you're still in the symbolic relationships, the human relationships. Partial objects don't have dependencies. What is a mother? Well, a mother necessitates having a child. That is the symbolic position of that. You're not dealing with desiring machines because they are mutually independent. They do not have a dependency in their relationship or the definition in other things. This means, by the way, that words in general are not going to do this. They're underneath them are indices, but they are symbolic because they're infinitely signifying in retrogression forever. Like, that's just how that works. So you have to be considerate of this. They must not be opposed determinations of the same entity, nor the differentiations of a single being, such as the masculine and the feminine in the human sex. It's not that. It's not what we're playing with, but a different, truly distinct things, distinct beings as found in the dispersion of non-human sex, clover and bee, for example. These are not things that are necessarily mutually dependent. We can see how they go together. That's not the same thing. That clover exists, the bee exists. These are a little bit different. Non-human sex plays here. As long as schizoanalysis has not arrived as these disparate elements, it is not yet discovered the partial objects as the ultimate elements of the unconscious. Then they go through a little bit more with Klein and all of that, which is a whole fucking thing. But here's where I think this finally kicks this fucking chapter off. It's true that one might instead wonder how these conditions of dispersion, of real distinction, and of the absence of a link permit any machinic regime to exist, how partial objects thus defined are able to form machines and arrangements of machines. The answer lies in the passive nature of the syntheses, or, in what amounts to the same thing, in the indirect nature of the interactions under consideration. If it is true that every partial object emits a... One sec, I just have to... 99... I don't know if any of you want my ramble right now. What can I say? What can I say? Because we're going to go straight to... Let's see, we've got... Let's see, we go in... Boop, 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 boop. One sec, move on to the French. It takes a second. Should be, that's the line there. Oh, come on, where are you at? The translation of this is problematic in a handful of ways. I believe this is where... I mean, I don't even... What? Partial objects. Two seconds, sorry everyone. It's just, some of this translation is just very frustrating to me because they make some pretty big leaps. Like in the previous paragraph, I tend to, it's easier for me to search because I don't know exactly what's translated, but very often the names are there. So like the previous paragraph, we got Melanie Klein, we got Serge Leclerc. It's easier for me to search for that. But in the translation here, they kind of shift a little bit of the meaning of these things. So it's kind of makes it really hard to even know if I'm in the right sentence. It's frustrating. So I'm slowly making my way to finding the right exact paragraph, which I've got, and now I have to read it. Give me a second. Fucking, this is another one of those paragraphs where they divide it up into 3 parts, but it's actually one fucking gigantic paragraph. All right. All right. It's true that we would rather ask. Just to go with the French, because fuck it. We would rather ask how conditions of dispersion, real distinction, and absence of connection allow for any kind of machinic regime. How partial objects thus defined can form machines and assemblages, arrangements of machines. See, that again, arrangement is not, agissement is not quite right as a translation. Because it's, yeah, I know everyone translates agissement as assemblages, but so let's talk about agissement, agencement. It's a tough word to translate. It's usually translated as assemblage. I have seen it also translated as arrangement. a lot of people say that it's more complicated than necessarily arrangement, but also if we say assemblage, assemblage implies a totality, whereas arrangement actually implies a non-totality. It implies that the totality is not presumed, but exists as an implication. So if I have an arrangement of pegs on a board, where's the focus? Where's the onus of that sentence? It's not on the pegs. It's also not on the shape that they happen to be in, right? It's the arrangement of them, and the arrangement of them itself has a property, if that makes sense. If we say an assemblage, well, one, assemblage of pegs on a board, that immediately makes it a singular totality to me. And then again, I am primarily an English speaker. This is one of the reasons that I have a lot of issues with how this gets translated into English. Agencement doesn't have the implication of the larger totality, but instead it's about the process of diverse elements that are together considered a functional whole, but not actually just a functional whole. There is a preservation in the heterogeneous. In Deleuze's other work, the preservation of the heterogeneity of things is incredibly important. The big deal for him in Logic of Sense, for example, is that you have a homogeneous series of elements, but you have heterogeneity between that set and another set that then generates meaning between them. And the heterogeneity is how we find these things. Necessarily bringing heterogeneity into this is part of this. Arrangement as a thing presumes heterogeneity, but assemblage is a totalization. If that makes sense. And it's one of the really, really tough sort of parts of these things. Yeah, 1 second. Thank you, Heather. My lovely wife. So this is one of those things I have a huge fucking problem with. Because again, if you're going to be talking about, here I have books behind me. I don't know if you can see them. Here, let me shift to the whatever OBS is doing. Oh, I have figures here. See these guys? Now, the assemblage, this as assemblage, when I say assemblage, presumes that they are a thing. That either through intention or perception, they are a thing. If I say instead that the arrangement of these items, like, it doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't do the same thing. It's not communicating the same sense. And we are making sense of this intentionally. So when we talk about the dispersion, the partial objects, and how they can form machines and arrangements of things versus assemblages of things. Arrangements is actually what's they're translating at, which is nice. But again, assemblage is what people run with, and they use assemblage elsewhere. Again, the translation itself is problematic. So that's just the one. If we go a little further, of course, we get to like my really, really frustrating thing that happens here. 1 second. I'm gonna. So we get a little further. The answer lies in the. 1 sec. The answer lies in the passive nature of the syntheses, or amounts to the same thing in the indirect blah blah. If it's true that every partial object emits a flow, okay? If it's true that every partial object emits a flow, what's a flow? If I sliced open my wrist, there'd be a spurt of blood. It would spurt. Or if there was a flow of blood, what does that mean? What does that mean different in time? Time is incredibly important to Deleuze and Guattari, especially in Anti-Oedipus, especially when we're talking about the syntheses, which are a sort of immanent 3-part process that are consistently happening, and partial objects emitting a flow? Or is it a flux? A flux, an afflux, flux being the word for the bursting. It's similar to flow, because it means liquid, but a burst of a flux, an afflux, a fluxion. It's a rapid change in consistency and power. It's an explosion. It's jouissance. It's an orgasm. It's cum. It's whatever. This is flux. Partial objects emit a flux. And in the original French, the way that they say it, if it is true that every partial object emits a flux, it is also the case that this flux is associated with another partial object and defines the other's potential field of presence. They don't use couler, which is flow. Problematic for me to just say it lightly, because the big deal here is that it is a burst, explicitly a burst, a change. Emitting a flow, this is, it's nonsensical almost. It's nonsensical almost. So in the original French, when we go through this and we start talking, if it's true every partial object emits a flux, this flux is also associated with another partial object, for whence it defines a potentially multiple field of presence, and in the parenthetical, a multiplicity of anuses for the flux of excrement. And in this one, they say multiplicity of anuses for the flows of shit. Say, it's not the same fucking thing. It's not. If those two sentences can be both taken from the original, which they could, you can translate these things both ways. If I were to put it into Google, it would probably give me flows, perfectly fine. But if they mean different things in English, which they do, you can't just consider it to be who gives a shit, because in French, it kind of doesn't matter. That's not true either. So the fluxion, the many anuses, a multiplicity of them for the flux of excrement, the connective syntheses of partial objects is indirect, because one, sorry, I'm not super good at reading French. Since one of, give me 2 seconds. Let me just see if I can read ahead slightly. Indirect, since one at each point of its presence in the field always cuts the flux that the other emits or produces relatively. See, it's so different. I'm trying to find. It's just very different in French. The connective syntheses of partial objects is indirect, since one partial object, the connective process, one desiring machine, at each point in presence of the field always cuts the flux that the other emits or produces relatively, while emitting a flux that the others cut. The desiring machines burst forth with libido, consistently doing this. Burst, 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 burst. Hey, Dexy. It's always bursting forth, and it bursts, and then it's bursting, but the burst from another is causing the burst. It's pop, 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 pop all the way around, or cutting off, or breaking. It's not really about breaking. It's a couper, which can be cut or break. I tend to do cut, but that's fine. It's a more sudden. Again, it's not about a shattering. It's about cutting, breaking, ending. These are the fluxes that are as if two-headed, through which every productive connection operates, as we've tried to account for with notion of flux schiz or cut flux. Can you tell why I have fun with this? Is it flying that his hair is pure pink flamingos? I'm just going to pin that comment because I think I like it. So you can see why I'm frustrated. When we talk about the indices, and that's what they're driving at in this section of the book, they're driving at indices. We're not talking about whole bodies. We're not talking about symbols. We're not talking about relationships of symbols. We're talking about noticing all of the little explosions of burst, 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 break, 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 cut, cut, cut. So that the true activities of the unconscious, making flow and cutting, that's actually flow, causing flow to breaking and breaking flows. That's not what the wording is. Consistent passive syntheses itself insofar as it ensures the coexistence and relative displacement of two different functions. This is why this section is just going to make me insane. So here's why I care, though. This is why I go on about fluxes. We're about to move into mathematics, and there is a difference between a flux and a flow in math. Significantly, they're actually very, very important, and one word captures what the other one does not. One word captures the nature of the point or the line or the burst forth. Wonderful piece written on this by Terence Blake, who goes at length into sort of how this matters. But let's talk through it, and I'm going to kind of leave the original translation. We're going to go with the English here, and I'll go ahead and pop that up so we can actually read along. So frustrating. We'll start here. It's just a lot. Now let us assume that the respective flux associated with two partial objects at least partially overlap. Their production remains distinct in relation to objects X and Y that emit them, but not the fields of presence in relation to the objects A and B that inhabit and interrupt them, such that the partial A and partial B become, in this regard, indiscernible. The mouth, the anus of the anorexic. We'll pause there, because it's a lot. I'm not stupid. I'm very aware that there's so much happening here. The example they give of the anorexic who is probably bulimic would probably be the better word for this one. I wonder if is it anorexic? Yeah, it's going to be anorexic in the original, I think, as well. But again, words have changed meaning significantly over time, so let's not get too married to the word particularly. Where the fuck is my PDF reader? Jesus. It's anorexic in the original. Sorry, people writing. But the anorexic, they would say, is confusing mouth and anus. It's not that they're confusing mouth and anus. This is actually what a psychoanalyst would say. But instead, what they've kind of done is they've combined machines. They've combined machinery. Excrement and expulsion from the mouth. It's a combination of these. These machines are overlapping. The way that they're phrasing it, though, think of it in terms of that, because I'll replace these things. We'll go back through. The production remains distinct in relations to the mouth and the anus that emit these things. It's fine. But not the fields of presence in relation to the objects A and B that inhabit and interrupt them, such as partial A and partial B that become in this regard indiscernible. The mouth and this is what they're talking about, is the way that these sort of things play into each other, that they fuck with each other a little bit more. The two-headed flux that they were talking about that like connects partial objects, one emitting, one cutting, or one sort of overlapping. This is the flux schiz. This is the break flux, the cut flux. I prefer cut flux because it's, I think, a little bit more. But anyway, because again, it's the dual nature of flux. It's always, flux is happening, but then interrupted. And interrupted is only kind of part of it. Flux happens and then other shit takes its place. It's interrupted in the sense of there being other things taking that spot, taking that energy, distracting it, other items. You don't become fixated eternally. You're not eternally shitting forever. You're not eternally, pouring blood out. Other things interrupt. In time, these other things happen. The flux necessarily is interrupted or is sort of combined with another. And so when you start talking about sort of how these things work, you have these really odd elements because, again, passive syntheses, as this works. These processes that allow for the flux and cutting to exist simultaneously. This isn't causative. It's one of the reasons I prefer cut. It's not causative. These are the things happening at these base levels, and they kind of change in relationship with each other. The flux from two different, again, the partial objects that are happening with the mouth and the anus, the flux from these elements are overlapping. The indices certainly are. The sources of production themselves, objects X and Y in this example, they remain distinct. Your butthole and your mouth are not actually confused. I've seen AI and really, really weird internet drawings that may be the opposite of this, but generally speaking, we don't actually confuse the two parts. But the spaces where these elements operate, expulsion versus intake, for example, taking things in, expelling waste or getting rid of it, there's blending on the edges that happen. The things become more indistinguishable despite the objects themselves being clearly distinguishable, right? So when these things overlap, the partial objects that exist that cut the flux A and B, they become indistinguishable. They give sort of life to things like the anorexic, for example, generally distinct organs that functionally are starting to blend together. It's a mouth that both expels and takes in, right? But it's not, and the next line, it's not only indiscernible in the mixed region, since one can always suppose having exchanged their function in this region, they can no longer be distinguished by exclusion, where the two fluxes no longer overlap. But it's a lot. But you have to sort of think about it as like when a partial object, when partial objects have exchanged function in this way, in this overlapping sense, they have this overlapping element, right? It's changing how we understand them in the regions also where the flux doesn't overlap. Okay? Yeah, I know. It's a lot of language. It's not only that they're indiscernible where they overlap, because again, partial objects, these are not totalities. Do not think of them as a mouth and an anus. Think of the partial objects. They don't have a totality necessarily, but we're no longer able to discern them in this space, despite being able to discern them here. But it's actually not just where the literal crossover is happening. That's not it. That's not the thing. They can no longer be distinguished by exclusion where they no longer overlap either. It's not you don't have the exclusive disjunction taking place anymore here. Through the syntheses, go back and read the beginning of the book, because this is the point. We don't have the ability to say this is not that, because the functions are kind of interchangeable because of the way that their sort of spaces overlap, not the particularities, and it's not analogous. This isn't that. It's that the partial objects have overlapping functionality, indices and items. And because of that, the rest seems to sort of come together. They're explaining how symbolism has worked for identification of these things and how it operates at a level of the three syntheses. It's actually a really important paragraph. We're going to be going over it again on Tuesday. Don't worry. If you got issues, be ready for it. We're going to be going through it again on Tuesday, but it's a lot. Do not get me wrong. It is a fucking lot. One then finds oneself facing, because we're kind of a little bit down here now. One then finds oneself facing a new passive synthesis where A and B are in a paradoxical relationship of included disjunction. We no longer have the inclusive disjunction as they described. You don't have the exclusive anymore, sort of by nature of this. When the fluxes overlap, partial objects that cut off the flux, A and B, become indistinguishable. And this works on the other side, the mouth and anus again, as a setup. And so this final bit that you're talking about here is like the last thing that's happening. This is the inclusive disjunction. This is this weird relationship the paradoxical one. It's basically, they're introducing a critique of Aristotelian identity logic as a thing. They're saying this is how actually we have, it's not imaginary that the mouth and anus, it's not a symbolic connection. It's actually that the indices of these elements, the partial objects and the flux of them, are overlapping. And in that overlap, we're not only losing the ability to identify them exclusively because of that, but also the rest of it. It completely fucks up a exclusive disjunction, necessitates an inclusive. It puts the mouth and anus in the same place. It's a mouth anus. This is a completely different shift of how, basically how they're taking on logic in general, honestly. But this is the production of that process. And yes, it is a lot to fucking take in. It is a huge amount. So I'm not going to be, there's a lot. What's up, Vi? She was bringing me a flower and then ran away when I looked at her. So it's, kids are fun. Kids are fun. Jimbo, they are both sphincters. No. We can find relationships. You can reduce them to symbolic connections. A sphincter is just a category and name for things. They're both sphincters in the way that the muscle sort of semi-works, but then again, that's also only a category we've ever put in one particular place, in one particular way. That these are relationships that are symbolic. Their argument is no. The necessity of these things is that their emergent connections and the way that they come together and the way that they behave is through these processes. And that's kind of what they get to at this last bit. Finally, there remains the possibility not of an overlapping of the flux, but of a permutation of the objects that emit them. The third type of thing that's happening in the syntheses. This is the last bit. It's not really about where fluxes overlap anymore, which was the previous. This is about changing almost of partial objects, a permutation of the objects that emit them. It's not overlapping, it's now swapping out all my fingers, which I can't do on my hands. So this has been a very poor choice of me to use to explain this. So the phrasing, one discovers fringes of interference on the edge of each field of presence, fringes that testify to the remainder of a flux in the other and form residual conjunctive syntheses guiding the passage or the heartfelt becoming from one to the other. Where partial objects meet at those boundaries, it isn't a perfectly clean edge. It's not really how it works. There are fringes. There are connections happening with those things. There's, they call it interference fringes because, again, we're talking about flux. So consider it as like radio waves almost. So we have these remnants of these things that are about transforming the becoming. This is wasp and orchid territory. From one partial object to the other. This is wasp and orchid territory. A permutation involving 2, 3, or infinite tons of organs, deformable abstract polygons that make game of the figurative Oedipal triangle and never cease to undo it. This is saying, again, we aren't looking for one partial object. Please don't do that. We aren't looking for 2 partial objects. We're not looking for 3. This stuff can kind of come about with a huge number of them. There's no limit to that. It's any number of partial objects or organs, actually. Which is again the pulsating part of these things. This is this deformable abstract polygon that they're talking about is kind of like a non-fixed arrangement. Again, arrangement being the word I like, that ultimately are always mocking this Oedipal triangle, always mocking the totality that is presumed over them. This is always happening through binarity, overlapping, or permutation. All these indirect passive syntheses are one and the same engineering of desire, but who will be able to describe the desiring machines of each subject? What analysis will be exacting for this? Mozart's desiring machine. If you didn't know, Mozart's a fecal-philiac. This is a quote from Mozart. Raise your ass to your mouth. My ass burns like fire. What can be the meaning of that? Perhaps a turd wants to come out. Yes, yes, turd. I know you. I see you. I feel you. What is this? Is such a thing possible? He really, really, really dug poop. Which, to be fair, poop's fun. Poop's funny. Yeah, it is. You try having, I've got kids. Mr. Sherman and Peabody. My kid's watching the new one. Fucking yesterday we're watching it. It was Mozart was the episode. And it was like all about farts and poop. I couldn't believe that. Like, it was so confusing to me watching this. It was fucking amazing. He made music with farts. A kids show. What are you going to do? But that all of this, the way that desire functions, the way that these things are engineered in the unconscious, the indices that make them up, the way they're playing with it, and then they end with this sort of rhetorical question, and it's a particular suggestion that every single person's particular arrangement of desiring machines is uniquely complex and challenging to analyze or map out. That there is not a, oh, it's mommy, daddy, me. That's not it. That's not the setup. That's not the setup. And their comment here is pretty simple. Like, here's Mozart. And are you going to explain this? Because Mozart's is very unique. A brilliant composer, absolutely. Very complex person, and he liked poop. And that's kind of their joke. It's a deeply provocative sort of extreme version of this. And you could go and use others. I kind of like that they do this, but they're like you can't just go, oh, Mozart, yeah, he had issues with his dad. That's why he fucked with poop. It's like, what? No, you've got to deal with the desiring machines of every subject, every single person, and everything that's in it. That's the point of the text at large, is that there isn't a transcendental element here that is sort of driving us forward. That's not the deal. That's not the setup. That's not what we're going for. We're going for something much, much more. We're driving towards actually an understanding that every person has their own. Every person is their own unique constellation, you might even say. And that constellation is also ever changing. And it's complex and difficult to map out every single one of these. Don't presume that you can just from what we've sort of got or what we may understand from any single person. That is not what they're driving at. That is not what they're goddamn driving at. And yes, I'm responding to particular people, but that's okay. Yeah. Random three. God damn it. I just go with the Always Sunny in Philadelphia line. Poop's funny. If you haven't seen it, it's one of the better episodes. I enjoy the shit out of it. I love that show. So that's kind of, I think we ended there this last week, and we're going to be going back again through this as we sort of are trying our best to continue to make our way through schizoanalysis, to talk through how it functions and what it functions as, and all of that. I was hoping to have this stream be a little longer, but it turns out there was a lot of weird shit with my computer, and I still haven't fixed it. But I wanted to do a little bit. If I open it, what questions, what thoughts, where are we at? What would you like me to dive into? I'm here for a little bit. That's the whole point of office hours here at the QC. If you appreciate what I do, please do donate. Donations are always welcome and lovely. Patreon's the best, patreon.com/DGQC, super chat, memberships, all that fun shit. And of course, if you like this, please do join us at the Quarantine Collective, discord.gg/DGQC. We have, I think at this point, we're at 13 readings a week. It's a wild thing. But yeah, it's a lot. Jimbo, so are they trying to avoid Aristotelian categorization, but to what end? They're explaining how it becomes emergent through this process and how it exists to the end of showing that it is actually itself an abstraction that is sort of second or third layer on top and not determinate of the categories of people. And that's, again, D&G have no desire to get rid of representation. I'm not even sure they really ever get into how we would ever fully do away with representation as a thing. They have critiques of it, and the critiques amount throughout the works, and they say this fairly explicitly. And I like Eugene Holland's take on it, who I think puts it very well, that it's about sort of looking at it the same way that we look at management in production today. You need managers sort of overseeing large-scale production, unless you want to go back to like a primitivist 12 people, salt of the land nightmare existence of sort of, all of that. Or we want to sort of have, diabetes medication and heated homes and power and computers and stuff. You want to have these large-scale things. You necessarily need people managing. But is it that the managers are in charge of those things? Are they the ones who make it happen? Or are the managers there just to sort of oversee and efficientize production? And this is kind of where capitalism is backwards, is the workers are the ones, not only the ones making things, but their purchases are also the very same thing that make demand. So everything revolves around the worker. Yet we've kind of got this weird position where the managers, who are at best abstractions of labor and its organization, they're the ones actually in charge. And we're in service of that class, the capitalist class. Desire is not drastically different. Thank you, Kitty Whiskers. You're very kind. Desire, representation is like kind of a pretty cool thing. It's our ability to communicate with each other. If you think about it, it's kind of magical. It's a type of telepathy that I can make noises with my mouth, and there you are. And I can make noises with my mouth that are this complicated, and we're able to kind of get it across to each other. That's kind of a magic. But, is it that my desire is creating those words and that those words are in service of desire? Or is it that desire is subordinated to those words, to representation, and representation and symbolic relationships are actually determinate now and controlling and ultimately battering desire until it creates the neurotic, psychotic, sociopathic, pervert, neurotic, whatever, the mental conditions that people have today. Is it that? And that's their critique, is they're not going to say, we don't want to talk about the category of, oh, it's a dog. Oh, you're talking about dogs? Dogs is a category. It's like, no, it's the difference of saying that's a dog. It's the difference in what is a woman. Despite everyone who's ever asked that question intentionally as a conservative, what they've shown is that they actually don't have a definition. There's no such thing as a woman. They've never been able to create a definition of it. You can't. That's not how words work. But despite that, their desire is trapped within the representation as such. They're not using representation in order to communicate and to have things happen socially, but instead having desire in service of it. So if we can reverse that, that's kind of their big push. That's the big thing they're driving towards. It's the thing that attracts me to them as well. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of what can I say? Noise One asks, what about shit? I don't know. What about shit? Whatever reasons. Traditionally in psychoanalytic thought, shit is always associated with money. Now, it sounds weird because it is, because we start from the human position. When a child's growing up, and I've got a 3-year-old I'm going through this with right now. She's lovely, but she is getting potty trained. Potty training is about learning control. It's the nature of it. This is why Freud focused on it. It's why Lacan focused on it. Potty training is like the center and onus of how we grow up as people to him. And it's because it's about learning to control ourselves. When I just walk around and I shit wherever I walk, which is most 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, and some 3-year-olds, and some kids older, sadly, that's not controlling it. The ability for you to control your excrement, to have control over your body, is considered like a major milestone for kids, because otherwise they'll just drop shit wherever. But it's also seen as, well, look, they'll just do whatever. They don't care about socially. They don't care about this or that. And so you get really odd behaviors that come from this, because as we start saying, oh, this is about control, it's about learning self-control, out the other side become parents who are terrified that their kids aren't properly potty trained, or that they can't just shit anywhere they want. And they become, well, there's a million things that happen. Some kids become ashamed of their poops and they go hide and they won't tell anyone about it. There's other parents who don't care and they're like, oh, get it whenever. We tend to fall somewhere in the middle, like a lot of people. But how do you teach a child? Because I don't want people walking around shitting wherever. I get that. But is it that we don't want them shitting wherever because they want to, or have positive desire pathways towards shitting in certain places? Or do we do it out of shame? It's the old Family Guy joke. We're looking for the book for potty training for Stewie, and the librarian goes, oh, well, we have Everybody Poops. It's everyone's favorite. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry, we're Catholic. And he said, oh, here you go. And he hands him, it's a book that's titled Nobody Poops Except You, and that is pure unadulterated evil coming out of your butt, or something like that. Which is kind of, this is one of those things when you start talking about, well, what happens to us in life? How does this affect us? I don't think Freud was wrong in the sense that these are formative things, that these teach us things, but I don't think he means it in the right way. They want us, D&G want us to take a look at this, not in the human sense of, oh, well, they're learning to shit properly and you need to do it like a human. And here's the human relationship to shit you need to have. But instead, look at and talk to and have them experience, because it's not hard to do, what poop is like. It is not good. Kids don't even like poop. Poop is funny, but they don't actually like shit itself. So help them understand that they can go in these other places. Help them understand that there's these rooms that we go into, which is perfectly fine. It's a whole thing. And it's actually really, really interesting when you drive into it. Kids are fun. So it's the relationship with shit is itself a great example of this, because shit is a thing. We have particular views of it. We have particularly emotional that are socially sort of set up. Mozart was into Scheiße films, or would have been. What can I say? Germans. I know he wasn't. That whole thing, there's a lot of stuff, but all of it's human. And if we just stay at the human, we're missing a lot of the parts underneath, how things are connecting, where attraction happens, and how attraction grows, and how these things put together. That is the fascinating part, to me at least. That's the fascinating part. So that's how I'm looking at it. That's how I see that. There you go. Wait, Mozart was German? I thought it was Austrian. Fuck, am I dumb? Let me look it up. Mozart's birthplace in German, well, that's not a good start to an article for me to prove myself right, is the birthplace of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart at number 9 Geiterstrasse in, it's Salzburg. Well, I guess now we're going to have an angry fight about what does Austrian mean, I guess, would be the next step, wouldn't it, Wig? Austrians are German. There should be no German state. I love you. Oh, my God. I would say Germans are Austrian, I think would be the other way to put that. I was just talking about this phase of developmental psych. Oh, interesting. It is fascinating. And again, a lot of people, when they read AO, they come away going, well, we just don't, none of this matters. Like, don't look at it that way. You're big. And it's like, no, dude, you live in a position, and the experiences in life you've had and how you've been raised and how you've had the world explained to you and how you've had it repeatedly beaten into your head that you have symbolic connections with everything. Just the fact of saying mom, dad, mommy, daddy, your whole life is putting you in that position, because who's mom? Nobody. That's a word that is a symbolic position that is empty. It is only filled when I'm specifically talking about the person. It requires the manifestation, the signifier, the denotation, all the things in order for that word to have any fucking meaning. Mom doesn't mean shit on its own. Only works in context. And as such, it also comes with all of its own context that you've been taught. This is the representational space. This is the thing that this book is about breaking down completely. Is he pure blood Volk? I don't know, but he's pure poop. He's a poop man. Poop, 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 poop. And I think Wig is right. I did make a promise that we would go over President Sunday's recommendations for Anti-Oedipus, and we would talk through it. So that's actually not a terrible way for us to semi-close out the story here. I think, yeah, that kind of works for me. Is this, what the fuck? I need to just redo all of this shit. I just need to redo, this is all from like older stuff at this point. I just need to redo most of this garbage. It's really frustrating. How frustrating. All right. There's Sunday stuff. OBS gets me every time. What can I say? Terrible. This is Sunday's reading guide for Anti-Oedipus, which I'm going to start with, and I say this with all love, I really do, little presumptuous to do a reading guide when I haven't even had a chance to sort of have a conversation with you about whether you understand the book. It's a little presumptuous. It's a little presumptuous.
Hello, everyone. A lot of people want to read
I assume you're ready to kill him. No, I'm not ready to kill him.
Deleuze, in particular Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus and 1,000 Plateaus. But upon opening the text, you'll either find him impenetrable or even completely nonsensical. And this is very normal, not because Deleuze is writing nonsense, he very much is not, but because Deleuze is working within a line of critical philosophy that has turned so much that is intuitive to human beings living under capitalism on its head, ethically, metaphysically, and even mechanically. Your very capacity for correctly perceiving things in the world with your own two eyes, the screen in front of you, the people you talk to, your own body, all of these things are going to be directly challenged in some pretty radical ways. To put it bluntly, Deleuze is way in the deep end of the pool, and if you just jump in without any swimming lessons or a lifeguard, you're going to feel like you're drowning.
It's very fair.
And
I tend to tell people, like, be ready to not understand things and accept that you don't understand things. It's okay to not understand things. It's an important thing in philosophy. If you're doing proper readings of proper philosophy, it's incredibly important for you to realize that it's okay to be kind of stupid. And I don't mean that in like you're a dummy for not understanding it. Like, you're going to feel dumb. And that's great. That's great. There are multiple Twilight Zone episodes and Outer Limits and you name it. Black Mirror even, about the nightmare that is knowing everything. Because omnipotence is not all that it's cracked up to be. That's not the reality. It's very difficult. Anti-Oedipus is, I would say, on the far end of it. There are other books in that grouping that I think are equally, certainly equally complex. They do a very unique thing because they are creating so many concepts and playing with so many things and overlapping so many fields of interest, because the book is a combination of mathematics, linguistics, fucking history, psychoanalysis, philosophy, you name it, there's stuff in there from these things. And so they use a lot of really particular language. And that's tough. I'm just changing the title of the stream. So it's tough. It's tough. And be ready for that. That's the best part. I mean that.
I can say this because that's exactly what happened to me. With that in mind, as someone whose education was in political philosophy and who had a hell of a time getting to a point where I could make head or tail of what Deleuze is talking about.
There are places you can come from that make Deleuze harder. Political philosophy would be up there. If you were into, like, if you had a doctorate in economics, might be tougher. It's that line from Star Wars. Yoda says, you must unlearn what you have learned. Like, philosophy in general does this, but there's an extraordinary amount of different places to come from that will make it more difficult, and some that make it easier, to be very frank. So it's very true. And also, I have watched this, so a little spoiler. His background, Sunday's particular background, and his list go hand in hand. Like, there's a reason that he picked the books he did there, what helped him. And it's important to also remember that this is where he came from. And so that's what he needed.
I've put together a reading list of philosophy to help you get ready to be able to read and understand somewhat Anti-Oedipus after just 1 year, significantly faster than it took me. If you follow this list, you're going to be going through a lot of philosophy. So before I begin, a caveat. Take your time. Let yourself be slow. Let it take 2 years if necessary. Hell, let it take 3.
Let it take 5.
It's okay. You will find things that you are interested in as you go that you hadn't even imagined possible from when you started. Things you will be very glad that you didn't miss by rushing. It's not about the destination. Deleuze is not the end of philosophy. It really is about the journey. And if you take your time to read carefully and to actually try to understand, dwell on, and engage with the philosophers mentioned in this list, you'll be able to read Deleuze better, yes, but you'll also be able to access so much more than that. Worlds will open up. So don't rush. Don't push yourself, don't exhaust yourself. Go at your own pace. With that said, the following...
We have a saying where I come from. I'm not really a doctor.
We'll assume a reading pace of roughly 20 pages per day, give or take based on the density of the material. Don't be dogmatic about that. That's just what I aim for when I give general rough estimates of how long it'll take you to complete some section or other. So, without further ado, let's begin the quest to sorta kinda understand Anti-Oedipus.
It is a fair title.
By Deleuze and Guattari. First, you're going to start by reading some Immanuel Kant, in particular, his Critique of Pure Reason. What you're going to read specifically is the two prefaces. They're combined in most editions.
Starting with Kant is, leave it to someone who has read a lot of Schmidt and political science to go, here, you should start with Critique of Pure Reason. I'm not going to say there's at no point I'm going to say that any of the books he's got in here are the wrong books. That ain't what is going to be happening here. My question is going to be continually, you need to be aware that this is for someone who has a background in reading these things. Critique of Pure Reason and Critique of Pure Judgment are absolutely necessary to understanding Deleuze. But not because Deleuze agrees with it. It's about what Deleuze does with it. But in order to have that understanding, you kind of have to understand other shit. I would not have started with Kant. Kant is a ballsy fucking place to start with. Kant is a ballsy place to tell people to start. Because it is, I think, Eldoran today, Eldoran's doing our Spinoza reading for the ethics. And the ethics, if you haven't read it, is organized, it's geometrically designed. And that doesn't mean that it's a tetrahedron, although that would be kind of cool. But it's that it's written in a way that you would read like a treatise on mathematics or geometry. The idea being that you kind of start with propositions and then you have analysis and then you build off those propositions. It's very particular. It is a stunningly beautiful book. Not at first, because it's a nightmare to read. It's not meant to be read as a group unless you know what you're doing. Luckily, Eldoran generally does. It's not meant to be read as a group. It's not really meant to be read alone as like a speed reading. You cannot speed read the ethics. Now imagine that. And as Eldoran said today, it's like, another book that's written like this. It's like, I had other answers because it didn't even occur to me that he would be thinking of Kant, but he's 100% right. Critique of Pure Reason is written almost exactly in the same exact way. And it is a lot. It's a lot. Kant is not easy. And so if you're even going to read the first bits as he's recommending here, which again, you're going to need at some point, enjoy that journey.
Don't worry. And the chapter on the transcendental aesthetic. What you're going to pay special attention to is the way Kant frames human thought and experience as necessarily conditioned by the practical needs of an animal life form, like humanity is. This is going to be the running theme between all of the books on this list. Human thought and perception are conditioned by our environment, and that includes our biological history as embodied creatures living in the world with bodily needs.
So this is going to be tough. Something's not wrong here. Not really. The language is tougher. We just finished reading about how we should have no human whole objects or the human sex involved, that it's not about the human. Because it's not. And that's, again, when we talk about how Deleuze uses Kant or how Deleuze runs with Kant, he wrote an entire treatise on Kant. He wrote a monograph on Kant that is 100% not Kant. Like, to be clear, it's Deleuze always sort of inverts philosophers. Sometimes he does it in a way where, like Nietzsche, for example, as someone else was talking about, if you read Deleuze's Nietzsche, to me, and I think others have had the same experience, it kind of rewrites Nietzsche for you because things click differently. You're able to see it through Deleuze's mind. Kant he didn't do this with Kant. Kant, he almost specifically didn't do this with. it's almost an overbearing critique. He doesn't really do the same thing. At least to me, I didn't come away going, oh my God, I get to read Kant in a whole new way. It's, oh, this is the direction we should have taken ideas. This is his critique of Kant. It's a different beast. So when we talk about, or when Kant talks about the human animal or things like that, we're still dealing with whole bodies. We're still dealing with stuff. Again, he's not wrong. These are important parts because this is the syntheses. This is the nature of the unconscious and how it comes about. And Kant isn't alone in this. This is Spinoza's setup. Hume runs with this. The things within this are part and parcel. Kant is a place that Deleuze directly takes from, though, and pulls from and runs with, though. So it's tough.
Our senses and cognition are oriented towards satisfying those needs, not toward a metaphysical
I sure look forward to buying YouTube Premium. Is YouTube overdoing ads again? Motherfucker. One sec. No, I have it on motherfuckers. I only have so much control over this. I cannot monetize it, but that would change everything. And I do need, like, the small amount of money lets me have a couple bucks. It allows me to afford having a monkey live in with me. Hi, monkey.
Can I have a Skittle?
You can't have a Skittle right now.
Why?
Because Daddy's on stream right now talking about philosophy stuff. And besides, Dad hasn't even opened the Skittles thing yet. So, Wig, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I've paused ads for 10 minutes. I'll continue to do it as a thing. Memberships, I don't think bypass ads. YouTube is changing how they do all this. I posted a little bit ago. YouTube, I hit a button and I didn't realize I did it. It was a pop-up that was like essentially saying YouTube is going to be changing how it handles ads. And I assumed hitting OK was just like, all right, I read that. Instead, it was them redoing all of my ads, putting one every 2.5 minutes in my 5-hour streams. These motherfuckers. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But what are you going to do? Let me know if it gets bad again. I'll continue to pause it as I can. Remind me to.
truth beyond mere animal interest. More importantly, this book will introduce you to the method of critique, which isn't merely the act of criticizing something, like we say in common parlance when we point out what's wrong with some piece of media, like, that Marvel movie really sucked. That's not what critique is. Critique, as opposed to criticizing, involves analyzing and unwrapping the implications and presumptions inherent in an idea, notion, or concept. Depending on the edition of Kant you use, you're roughly looking at about 100 to 100.
All right. I have to bring it up. It's my offensive book that I know my camera doesn't even like looking at. I assume this is what pain feels like to a camera. And because you can see it's actually like a really dark green. It's like a really dark green, but it's like, it just can't do it dead on. It just blurs out into like, it's a thing. Sunday's short analysis there is actually incredibly important. The idea of, for Deleuze and Guattari's work, and this is idea of pure critique. If you can buy this, there's PDFs. It's wonderful. Ian McKinsey, phenomenal fucking writer, and thinker, honestly. He goes through Kant's take on critique and the critique of indifference as he talks about it. And the shift that is, when you have opinions or argue, you're not really doing anything or introducing anything new. He uses the example of democracy. If I say, well, democracy is good for this, you go, democracy sucks for this. Like, we're arguing. If I put democracy against monarchy, but for example, and we're arguing, we're actually still dealing with the relations of those two in that criticism, as he calls it. In order to fully rise above the indifference created within these relationships, we have to do proper critique, which is stepping away from indifference, going above and beyond. It's a completely fascinating way to sort of read through this, and he's Sunday's spot on to mention it. Again, I don't know if I'd open with Kant, but, to each their own.
120 or 30 pages of material. This should take you probably 2 weeks to a month. Next, we're going to move on to Bergson. Henri Bergson. Deleuze is massively influenced by two philosophers, as you will see very quickly reading anything by Deleuze: Friedrich Nietzsche and Henri Bergson.
Deleuze is influenced by a lot. Nietzsche was like a bro, you could say, but the challenge becomes that Deleuze only really, these are the ones Deleuze wrote about the most, I think would be the way to put it. To say he's most influenced by them, you could run with a bit. Bruyère and Simondon and Bataille would be really just right up there, those dudes. And again, beyond that, when you start talking about other people he was around and other people, like, it's tougher. It's fair. Spinoza, like, once you start going beyond the people like that were more, like, Spinoza influenced him, but Spinoza influenced a ton. The way that Deleuze was influenced particularly by Bergson or Rie or Simondon especially, by the way, is so psychotically direct and, again, almost contemporaneous that it's a little bit different than the way he was influenced by Spinoza. It's like saying he was influenced by Lucretius, which is also true, but a little bit different.
Specifically, their respective critiques of dualism and mechanistic thinking as being two sides of the same erroneous coin, and then their respective conceptions of things as being actually formed of multiplicities. Nietzsche and Bergson are obviously very, very different, but they're similar in ways that you will pick up very quickly. Think of Bergson as a happier Nietzsche in some respects. The books are going to pick up are Bergson's Time and Free Will, Matter and Memory, and Creative Evolution.
These are all the books. These are the books to pick up. These are all the major, I mean, he's got other books. I'm not going to be a dick about it. Like, I know there's other books, but these are, like, anyone who's like, hey, what are Bergson's 3 texts? These are the ones they'd name. No one would, no one's going to go on laughter.
Cheap editions of these books online. I recommend the Dover editions personally. The type is good, and they are reasonably priced. You don't need to worry about translations with Bergson. All the English translations are by the same guy. And Bergson, I believe, actually oversaw them, so you can more or less trust them.
Generally, Bergson's translations are really solid.
Zone Books does publish a very pretty edition of Matter and Memory that is well produced physically, but it has several typos that I found, and it's significantly more expensive.
Which is a shame. Zone Books usually, it's been a thing.
I would go with the Dover. Together, all 3 volumes amount to a little under 900 pages. Again, don't be intimidated. This is a long journey, and you should take your time and savor every stop. Bergson is massively worthwhile and influential in his own right, even outside of Deleuze. He is very worth spending your time on. Again, if it takes you 3 months to read these, that's fine. If it takes you longer, that's fine. Don't be afraid to extend your reading schedule. It's more important that you read these things well and benefit from them than burn yourself out setting arbitrary deadlines for yourself.
Cannot be said more true of Bergson too. Like, I mean, it's going to be all these guys. Kant, I think you can get through if you're just trying to get through to just, get the basics and move on and not become like a Kant expert. I think you could probably make your way through in a more like cynical, scholarly, quick, fast fashion where you're like, all right, I'm just going to do these many pages, burn through it, get it done, take my notes and move on. Because if you're only reading a few parts of Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Pure Judgment, few parts, you're not going to ever get the whole, obviously. So I think going a little faster. Bergson, man, Bergson is one of those that I always find troubling to recommend before Anti-Oedipus because those books are their own rabbit holes themselves. Like, again, he's not wrong to say you need to have read it. I would probably say, like, Creative Evolution. I think if I had to pick one, Creative Evolution would probably be it. This wavy-haired, bespectacled guy had me thinking he was the AI guy selling me a hedge fund for a second. Oh, God, AI.
Now, when you've read these 3 books by Bergson, Time and Free Will, Matter and Memory, and Creative Evolution, celebrate by reading Deleuze's book, Bergsonism. At roughly 110 pages, this should take you roughly 1 to...
He should have mentioned, after Kant, the same thing. Because if you don't read Kant and then read Deleuze's book on Kant, the transition from Kant to Anti-Oedipus is going to be problematic. Because again, Deleuze doesn't do normal shit with these philosophers. You're going to take Bergson, and he's kind of actually doing Bergson. He's doing a lot less to invert Bergson. He's doing a lot to fuck with Kant. And his book on Kant, I think, outlines it very nicely. So, Deleuze is one of those writers that, in order to understand any of his works that are the bigger ones, Difference and Repetition, Anti-Oedipus, and Milplateau, the Capitalism Schizophrenia series. I would even say what is philosophy. You've got to kind of go through all his monographs. So, yeah. Could you just start from Bergsonism before reading Bergson? Yes. If you're going to also read Bergson. Bergson is not, I mean, Deleuze, I think, actually has a good reading of Bergson, but it is not an exhaustive. It is a small text. Well, I have it upstairs then. I don't know where my Bergsonism book is. Uh-oh. Well, it's somewhere else in the fucking house. It is not a big book. Bergsonism is not a large book. You should be able to read it and then also do the primary. You can even do them at the same time. I think it's perfectly fine.
2 weeks. And congratulations, once you've done this, you've read your first full book by Deleuze. Our next stop is Spinoza.
Kant is also, by the way, very short, his book on Kant. And again, I would say you'd have to do that to really get how he's using Kant. To really get how he's using Kant, you should also read Difference and Repetition, which is basically his book on Kant. But it's slightly larger than his monograph.
Spinoza. You'll know why Spinoza matters after having read carefully through Bergson, don't worry, but the short of it is that Spinoza is going to introduce a concept of desire that doesn't involve lack. I.e., when we talk about desire in Deleuze, we are not talking about something that someone wants that they don't have. We're talking fundamentally about a kind of connection that is always there. Don't worry about this for now, you'll get it when you get there, but what you're actually going to read is a book called A Spinoza Reader, edited and translated by Edwin Curley. This contains...
It is the best translation of the Ethics. Sunday and I went through this. It's a big, big deal. Wig says Lack was already not kind of involved in his time. So, and again, I could critique Sunday on this. It's not really a thing that's worth critiquing particularly because you're right in the sense that Lack wasn't really a thing. But post the introduction of Lack, as we have symbolism and other items introduced, which is, again, the Freudian term, which ends up becoming the Foucauldian term, and Derridian too. Like, Lack is at the center of the symbolic order. The lack of vitality is what creates like this kind of thing. Deleuze revisits Spinoza and pulls that out particularly. And so I think it's tough because Spinoza on his own, if I were to go like, no, Spinoza was, if I said like Spinoza was proud, he had this idea for no lack in desire. It's like, no, the passions, which is what Spinoza talked about. The passions, yeah, it's an affirming thing. It's not really a negating thing, but he'd be confused by lack as a thing. Eldoran disagrees there. PDF here recommends the collected works edition. Oh no. Well, again, he and I can have this discussion sometime. The collected works edition, which I have both of these, has some really weird choices, and it's very particular for Spinoza for me. Spinoza, because the Ethics is written in Latin. This is not written in esoteric language that has changed over time. Latin's actually a pretty, like, there's a reason that he used it. It's a pretty kind of stable language. And he did that because he didn't want to have to retranslate it. So if you go back and you look at, for example, how power is discussed, and Curly doesn't do this. Others do this. They translate power in a couple different ways. When we have potentias or potestas in the original Latin, these are both power, but it's the same way as saying, like, I'm using my power to push a chair, or I have power over my children. That's not the same thing. This is potentias, power in action, or the actual ability of me to do a thing. Potestas is the power through law or rule. So it's a different thing, and that translation has issues specifically with it. So it's tough. It's tough. You could get it from Hume too. Affirming desire. Again, Deleuze takes it from a lot of places. Specifically, what Deleuze is doing is counteracting, thanks to, and again, this isn't directly Deleuze. If you go back to Logic of Sense and his earlier works, Deleuze is trying to reconcile psychoanalysis with the lack that is within it. In Logic of Sense, he does it with the way he narrativizes Oedipus and Hercules and heroes that move from the depths to the heights through the surface. I'm not going to go into all of it, but he doesn't do a very good job of it, to be very clear. And it's there are parts of it that leave him raw. And you can tell they leave him raw because he ends up writing other essays to sort of clean up parts. And there are things that bother him because there is still lack. It's still not a purely affirming movement of difference. And that's his big deal. Guattari happened to be reading Logic of Sense and went, "Oh, fuck. Dude, check this out." And then did this thing. And it's kind of a huge deal. So again, there's a bit of determinism if we're going to say that he got this from that. It's Deleuze got the no lack thing from Guattari. Like Guattari nailed this shit. He figured out Machinic unconscious and did it, but he didn't have a way to go further. And Deleuze didn't have that. And you got your chocolate in my peanut butter, and now we got Reese's peanut butter cups. They're fucking great. That's the setup. So it's kind of awesome. So yeah, it's the thing. Thank you. Small cat. That it seems like a lot of anagrams, a lot of I feel like I recognize some of those symbols even, and I'm not going to even. Fascinated now. That's like a religious thing. Is it a religious thing? Not small cat. I'm confused now. But welcome, small cat. Small cat asks, is Aquinas worth reading at all? Everyone's worth reading. Like, worth reading and diving into very deep. I don't think so. But worth reading, absolutely. Aquinas, very much a product of his time and what he was working with. The moves he makes and the things he does is worth reading. Is it great philosophy? No. Is it current interesting philosophy? No. But it is good to read. My dad had a saying I like to use, which is nothing's a total waste. It can always be a bad example. So everything's kind of worth reading.
The full text of
Also, thank you for the $2.
Spinoza's Ethics, the authoritative translation of that book, the major book by Spinoza that we're interested in here. But more importantly, this volume in particular comes with supplementary material that forms basically a small course in Spinoza with selections from more or less all of Spinoza's earlier major works that will make the ethics much more clear and digestible. Read this volume from front to back and read the notes and supplementary material. Again, take your time, absorb it, engage with it.
He's going to recommend the small Spinoza Deleuze reader.
Dwell on it. It's okay. Now, when you finished reading a Spinoza reader, celebrate by reading Spinoza Practical Philosophy by Deleuze. Again, this short book should take you 1 to 2 weeks if you're reading carefully. This is also technically your first book on Nietzsche, by the way, who is the philosopher we're going to dive into next.
Look, Practical Philosophy is great. And it really is a good short introduction. Expressionism in Philosophy is a masterwork on Spinoza. I didn't used to think so. When I was really first going around and sort of talking about this, I did very much put focus on practical philosophy too, because it's shorter, it's easier to digest. And as I read Expressionism, where are all my books? Like, what the fuck? I feel like I'm just missing books. I just take them around. I take them upstairs. I read them in bed, and then they disappear under the bed, and they disappear, and it's like, God damn it. Spinoza Practical Philosophy, literally a week or two. Should take you no more than that. It's a short read. It's a solid fucking read. The middle of it is basically literally a glossary. We started a Spinoza reading of Practical Philosophy in the QC, and we got like 5 pages into the middle of the book and went, fucking done. Like, I can't. Like, it's so fucking dry. It's good. It's just the glossary is in the middle of the book. Just be ready for that. Expressionism in Philosophy, though. Boy, that's a fucking great read. But it's a lot longer.
Now, for Nietzsche, it is critical that you take your time and you do your best to get him before you move on. So my recommendation is to start with his later book, Twilight of the Idols, which is, compared to his more aphoristic works, we'll get into that in a moment, relatively conventional in its writing and serves as a good general...
You can just jump into Deleuze's Nietzsche and Philosophy and then see what you like from there. That's it. Nietzsche, I like Nietzsche, do not get me wrong. And I think it's worth reading all of it. But Deleuze fucking jams it. It's such a good book on Nietzsche and well sourced and written and firsthand that you can have it open and just like have the PDFs of all of Nietzsche's other books there and just be like, oh, he's referring to this. And most of Nietzsche's writings are aphorisms. Like Anti-Oedipus, if you were to take a section out of, it doesn't really work because it's part of the whole. So you have to really have an understanding. It's a whole and a part, and that's like part of the thing they're doing. For Nietzsche, the aphorisms really are piecemeal. They have a thread you can pull through them, but a lot of the aphorisms stand alone. And so when Deleuze refers to one of them, just go read that, come back. Like Nietzsche and Philosophy, you can kind of charge through pretty well, I think. Would be my bet.
Introduction to most of his more important philosophical positions. Following this, you're going to read The Gay Science. This is one of...
Gay Science is, I think, the book everyone should start with myself. I think Gay Science is exceptional and easy and confusing enough in those really good ways.
Those aphoristic works. This book is structured as a series of aphorisms. Small thoughts, almost in the form of poetic little notes, but don't take them any less seriously for that. This is dense material.
Luke says, I worry only getting French Nietzsche from Nietzsche if just Deleuze is a secondary material. That's fair, but also fuck Nietzsche. Who cares? Who cares? He's dead.
Following this, read Beyond Good and Evil, and then On the Genealogy of Morality. All combined, you're looking at, again, roughly 900 to 1,000 pages, depending on what editions you get.
All of this is good, helpful material. Anti-Oedipus is going to beat the shit out of whoever you are. It doesn't matter who you are. This is a book that will kick your fucking ass. You can read all of these things and spend at this point, this is a hell of a reading list. And I know it only gets longer, and it's a good one, but consider it. And then most people don't. If you like Anti-Oedipus, if you get in there and you're like, something's here, it's big for me. Do the thing that I recommend, which is find the thing you like and dive that direction. If you're going to make it through AO multiple times, which a lot of people do over the course of their lives. Like, again, AO is not a book you're going to pick up in 6 months. It's not how it works. It takes time. I know postdocs, I know professors, and all of them, they're talking about it multiple times. They've gone back to it. They've gone back to sections. They've read secondary texts or another third-party text and then gone back and reread. They're constantly like, it's almost like yoga, the philosophy. Yoga is not a thing that you become finished with. That's not how it works. Yoga is about the practice. Anti-Oedipus is kind of that too. So come back to it, go read a bunch of Nietzsche, come back to it, read even more, and then read some Kant. Like that tends to be, I'm much more of a believer in the grazing mentality and the lines of flight. But again, a lot of people Sunday speaks to like really well are people who come from a more analytic background, a poli-sci type person who comes from that background. This is probably the best way for people to really be able to make the leap they need to understand the book. Because it's not easy. You have to, what? You got to finish DNR before summer? I hope you're already done. Like, what the fuck? It's April. You have to, how? What? Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
To get the most bang for your buck, I recommend 2 volumes. The Portable Nietzsche, published by Viking, and The Basic Writings of Nietzsche, published by Random House, both translated by Walter Kaufmann. Kaufmann also has his own translation of The Gay Science, although the Cambridge is also perfectly good. The important thing isn't to get the best translation humanly possible. The best translation isn't like a trophy. Remember, books are tools for learning and research. Even a bad translation can be extremely useful, perhaps even more useful. Sometimes problems in translation that spur on debates about proper translations of terms and concepts and so on and so forth actually help to direct your attention to really important elements of a piece of writing that you otherwise would just skirt by. Again,
fair.
You're not reading Nietzsche here to finish reading Nietzsche. This is just about making sure that you have the basic tool set to be able to understand later material that engages with Nietzsche.
You're reading, this is a very fair statement. I'm only laughing because it is fucking silly to say out loud, but it's accurate. You're going to read 5 of Nietzsche's books at length, thousands of pages, but you're not doing it to understand Nietzsche. You're not going to understand Nietzsche. You're going to start to understand Nietzsche at the end of that. This is just so you can start understanding Deleuze. If you want to really understand Nietzsche, there's a whole other fucking list. It's completely true. It's completely true. I kind of like it. It sounds ridiculous as I say it. And as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. I like it.
Nietzsche and Nietzsche's concepts and Nietzsche's methodologies. That said, Kaufmann's translations are actually quite decent, perfectly serviceable, even quite good, and you will get a very good understanding of Nietzsche's philosophy if you read these volumes carefully and you also read the supplementary material and the notes. Now, as before, once you've read these books by Nietzsche, celebrate by reading Deleuze's book, Nietzsche and Philosophy. Again, give yourself 1 to 2 weeks.
It's a solid, this one's a fast read for me. It's the first time I read it, I had minor, like, Nietzsche reading. I hadn't, like, super deep dove any of it. But it's a very, very good book on Nietzsche. It's a very good book on Nietzsche and amazingly well written, I believe. And the translations are excellent.
Take your time. And this one, by the way, is very good, so enjoy it. So at this point, I'm going to advise you to take sort of a break and look back on your progress. No matter how long it's taken you.
I feel like I've never watched this. I think I skipped did I skip around? I'm certain I watched this the day it was released. I know I did. But it's kind of like, I guess I don't remember anything.
3 months, 6 months, maybe a year. By the time you get to this stage, you will have read a solid 2,300 or more pages of really dense philosophy, really interesting dense philosophy. And, get this, you will have read more than 3 whole books by Deleuze already. This is something very few people manage to achieve in life. Feel good about it.
So most people don't even read one goddamn book and claim they've read Anti-Oedipus.
This is also a good opportunity to get off the train for a little bit and dig into some other philosophers as well. Sort of explore the terrain. Here are some suggested side quests, quote unquote. I recommend doing at least 1 before you continue. So, for example, you could explore some other critical theory. By this point, you are more than well enough equipped to read and understand philosophers like Judith Butler, Simone de Beauvoir, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Martin Heidegger, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Michel Foucault, and so on.
I'm going to see who in chat can guess the one person on that list I would say is good. They're all fine. Only one is good.
To read and understand philosophers like Judith Butler, Simone de Beauvoir, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Martin Heidegger, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Michel Foucault,
Who do you think? Placing bets. Who is it? Who's the one that I went, ooh, 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 ooh. I have a bunch of books by Ponty. That is correct. Ponty is a phenomenal writer. I'm not in agreement with Ponty on, I think, almost anything on a lot of stuff, but God, what writing. What fucking writing. Like just what fucking writing. Just stunning. Foucault's The Order of Things, also I really like. Other books by Foucault are good, but it's different. Ponty I find beautiful. Sartre has a couple good books. Heidegger, we had a reading of Heidegger through Deleuze in the first year of the server. Changed my mind on Heidegger in the sense that, who were we talking about the other day? We were listening to music. We were listening to Fatty Boom Boom from D. Antwoord, and Ben in the server went, yeah, it's a shame they're a bunch of chodes. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like Heidegger you can do fun stuff with, but man, what a chode. That's kind of how it works. Are Jonathan Bai's lectures on philosophy credible? Well, that is, I wish I knew who that was. Oh no. Well, Jonathan B. I probably shouldn't have pronounced it by. I left opted again. I said, dedicate great books. Oh no. Oh no, I'm getting what if autist vibes from this. Outside of this project, contemplation, I was trained in continental philosophy with a focus on recognition theory. My primary interest are thinkers who focus on the social side of human nature: Plato, Augustine, Hume, Hegel, Rousseau, Nietzsche, and Girard. I was trained in continental philosophy, and I mentioned none. Specifically, I'm interested in the relation between sociality and rationality, the compatibility of the contemplative and active life, the social preconditions of truth. Oh no. Who is this person? All right. We're taking a moment. We're going to take I'm going to come back to this. We're going to do a thing. Don't worry. Small cat. We're going to come back to this. I think small cats, there's a religious side. I know I said I'm looking up the name. I feel like I recognize some of those glyphs, and I'm fucking just going to do that thing. Yep. Jesus. I knew it was. I don't know why I recognize that. Oh, I do know why I recognize that. Oh, yeah. The church. I grew up near it. It's a long story. There are churches, and I recognize symbols on a church. There we go. That's where that came from. Fascinating. I have a bad feeling about Jonathan B. But we will watch that in a second. Or we'll take a look.
And so on. Again, go slow. None of these theorists are easy, but you're able to...
What if leftist was a bit harsh? Look, when he writes, this is the sentence that did it. As a mere stage in life, I consider entering into the real world necessary. I'm suspicious that it is also a worthy destination. Perhaps I've internalized Dante's critique of Odysseus. Wandering forms character, but one can wander too far. That's a lot.
Tread water now. Here are some example texts you could try. Some of the shorter books, like Gender Trouble, you could probably read carefully in a week or two. Others, like Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex or Jean-Paul Sartre's Being and Nothingness, will probably take you upwards of 1 month to 2, maybe even 3 by themselves. And that's okay. Alternatively, You could go back into some classical political philosophy.
Of course. I'll do my side quests as
If you
well.
haven't read Plato, Aristotle, Hobbes, or Rousseau, this is a great opportunity to get acquainted with some of the major objects of critique by all of the aforementioned authors, as well as their intellectual forebears. Plato's Republic, Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, Hobbes's Leviathan, and Rousseau's Discourses and his Social Contract are all very worthwhile reading that will deeply enrich and help situate the rest of your...
Leave it to a political science guy. He's not wrong. Like, these are things you should all read. They're not on my list, but they're all things you should probably read at some point.
Reading so far. You could probably get through all of the books on the screen now in 3 or so months if you dedicate the time. Maybe less. Or you could go back and keep on reading Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Alternatively, read some more Nietzsche. In fact, personally, that's the one I would choose. Take a month, take on Nietzsche's other major books, such as Thus Spake Zarathustra, The Antichrist, or Ecce Homo.
Ecce Homo.
You could even, if you're feeling particularly bold, take a swing at some other books by Deleuze, such as Kant's Critical Philosophy, or Cinema.
All right, Dave. I'll mention this, talked about cinema in a second. Just, yes, Kant's Critical Philosophy you should probably read about after you read Kant before jumping into Deleuze's other works. It contextualizes nicely. And again, I think it's a very good book on Kant, but it is a Deleuze book. It is not a book on Kant to explain, like, oh, here's what Kant was trying to do. If you like, it'd be like when I was in third grade, I told everyone I was reading The Invisible Man for my book report, and I just watched the movie. Hint, The Invisible Man is a very different book. It's kind of like this. It's like if you were to like, oh God, I've got a test on Kant coming up, and you read Kant's Critical Philosophy by Deleuze as if it was a secondary text, it would be the same thing. It would be bad. Do not just dive into the cinema series as a lark. Really do not. Movement image and time image are Deleuze's most famous works are both his easiest to digest and also his most difficult. You have Spinoza and Nietzsche, and people recommend those all the time. They talk about difference, repetition, and AO. These are the hardest. They're some of the hardest, but they are kind of a continuous thrust. Cinema 1 and 2 are doing something very different. It's talking about how art exists in a particular way, and it's coming up with a theory of film that is, how do I say this without sounding awful? It is unfinished. It is unfinished. It is a series of concepts that are on their fucking way and are so incredibly important to how we deal with things, especially in a modern culture of capital where image is everything. And that's what the cinema series is doing, is breaking down how the image works inside of cinema, because he wants to get away from this idea of this passive viewer experience, or that, you know, you're watching a movie. It's like, no, it's not really that. There's a lot more there. The cinema series is not something you can pick up on a lark. Yeah, they're not. It's not what I have them in French, and I can't even imagine picking them up on a lark. You would come out so broken.
1 and 2 if you were really taken by Bergson, and I don't blame you. Or even try The Logic of Sense if you're feeling brave. Side note, whatever you choose to do, always, and I know I sound like a broken record, always read the supplementary material. Not only does it often contain invaluable historical and background information giving you a general history of the period, as much as of the philosopher's work and of how people have engaged with it through time. Especially when a piece of writing is in translation, it is extremely...
What's up, Fruit? I suspect the true irony of this reading list is by the end of it, there's a non-zero chance someone may not understand what it means to understand an author anymore. Yeah, and this is, I think, we'll get to this at the end, but it's my critique of reading lists generally, because and we'll get to that at the end. So I have a critique in general of reading lists. I think they're useful once people have done a certain thing, but again, we'll get to that. And again, it's not a bad reading list so far.
It's important to know what decisions the editors and translators made in rendering the text into the specific language that they did. Old books, in particular, that are translated from other languages must be treated as if they are new, at least as new as the translation you are reading, because they are new. They aren't the actual old book. They're someone's rendition, read in the light of other work that was around at the time. And so it is very important to know how translators changed a text to make it more readable for people reading in their own time and place.
It's one sec. The example I like to use for this is actually what generally is considered a more simple text in general. So the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu's. Now, there's a lot of translations of this book. Huge number of translations. Like a silly number of goddamn translations of this book. Silly number. But, one sec. Oh, come on, stupid thing. Fix it. But all of that stuff, it doesn't have the footnotes and it doesn't have the work. So Red Pine, who is probably what I would say the foremost translator of these types of texts, he's a white guy actually outside of Portland, but his version of it, and I don't have the PDF for it, but the way that he goes into it. So the Tao Te Ching is, and maybe I can hold it up and get it to, come on camera, focus. Come on. You gonna focus for me? See if the light can go down. There. So the Tao Te Ching is written like this originally, okay? And then the translation he has is here. It's the English, because it's a language written sort of uniquely. Chinese and English aren't very much one-to-one languages. But this setup, he then follows up with all of this. That the Tao Te Ching is, the first passage is just a handful of sentences, but it's 5 pages of analysis and explanation. Why? And he goes through, and the history he has is incredible. The first line, the way that becomes a way. He explains, he goes, Tu Erwei says, and he's got sources for all this, Tao originally meant moon. The Yi Ching, hexagrams 42 and 52 of the Yi Ching, stresses a bright moon, while Lao Tzu stresses a dark moon. Minor, tiny little footnote of history that completely changes the setup of these things and how they're talking about it and how they're relating it to other things. That Red Pine in general is going to completely fuck with your understanding of most of these texts, but the stunning amount of work he puts in just speaks volumes to it. We're there for Butler. Butler has stated, so anyone who gets on anyone else, Butler has stated she doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck. So don't give people shit about calling Butler her or she or whatever. She doesn't give a shit. She's already said this. So like, pronouns are important, but if the person doesn't give a shit and also they're not here and it's not being done maliciously, relax. Doesn't matter. So the setup, when you're talking about these things, what is the context? What is the thing that's being said? Why is it being said? Where is it being said from? Like when I go off about what schizophrenia means inside of Anti-Oedipus, and schizophrenia at the time meant early onset autism, childhood autism, as well as schizophrenia in a different direction as a big umbrella category, that changes significantly what they're talking about in the book. And they're talking about clinical entities as a thing. So it's a big deal. Like, these notes matter.
Well, we've diverted long enough. Back onto the train. We are continuing the main quest line. and moving forward towards Anti-Oedipus. Next, we are stopping at Karl Marx. You're going to read some Karl Marx. In particular, you're going to read the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 and part 1 of Capital. Not all of volume 1. Don't worry. Just
I think I had forgotten how much fucking work this list is. I love
part 1 of volume 1 on the commodity, which is a little over 100 pages. We are interested in commodity doubling, how individual objects of exchange that are used as tools, or what Marx calls use values, are transformed into exchange values.
What's the lower half of this illustration? Oh, less work for everyone. I'm now lost at what
Or
Shad is
commodities,
talking about.
products that are created en masse for exchange and that are interchangeable with each other. For example, this hammer that I use, this particular hammer, versus a given model of this hammer exchanged as an abstraction en masse on the market. We are also interested in the ways commodities are fetishized, invested with properties through exchange as commodities that they do not have as mere physical objects. For example, as money. As far as editions are concerned, I recommend the Dover edition of the manuscripts and the New Princeton translation of Capital Volume 1, which is not only beautiful in construction, but comes with excellent supplementary material that should clarify a lot. I also find the language relatively clear compared to the Penguin edition. You should be able to read all of this in about 2 or 3 weeks. Next stop is Georges Bataille, specifically his books The Accursed Share, Volume 1, and his collection of essays, Visions of Excess.
And a Christian share 2 and 3, but also
in particular, what we are interested in is an analysis drawn from Nietzsche of an economy based on debt, whose level of analysis is called general economy, concerned with the flow and capture of energy from the sun by organisms on Earth. We are also interested in his theory of life, specifically of the way life fills explosively a space, builds upon its own constructions to increase that space, and then when the total amount of usable space is fully occupied, relies on violent death to clear up old, already colonized space in order for life to continue its activity in the absence of new territories. Now, do you want to...
I think, I mean, it's fair. Look, it's where you draw the line and how you draw the line is going to be sort of difficult. Visions of Excess is going to be probably the best place to start with and run with, because Bataille sort of outlines a lot of his good stuff there. Accursed Share, I think, is better work. 1, 2, and 3. I think all of them should be read. But like, I mean, I'm just looking back there and it's like, the way Bataille went about things, his book on Nietzsche, for example, which Deleuze definitely fucking read, by the way, is phenomenal, because Bataille is very Nietzschean. And there's a lot of stuff in there that kind of contradicts a certain Nicky guy later on. So there's a lot of stuff that's pretty solid inside of Bataille's writings. It was fine, sure.
take on the boss early? At this point, you might just want to attempt Anti-Oedipus, and you can. I'm not going to recommend that you do, but you can. Before you do, though, I'm going to recommend a philosopher that you probably haven't heard of before, but who is going to massively improve your reading of Anti-Oedipus.
Guattari.
Pierre Klossowski. Specifically, Klossowski's essays Living Currency and Sade and Fourier, which are both published under the title Living Currency by Bloomsbury. This should take you a week at most. That said, I personally find Klossowski's writing...
A week? Man, it is a shorter book. It's a shorter book, but it is not an easy read. I would also add Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. Also not an easy read. These are books that take time, because what Klossowski is doing, and Klossowski was contemporaneous with Deleuze. This is not someone who like showed up and then died in like 1910. Like this is someone who's contemporaneous. And his works and other things are so incredibly informative of Deleuze's positions. Kind of a big deal. Living Currency, they take a lot from Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. Well, it sounds like it's about Nietzsche, and it is. The way that Deleuze and Guattari both are kind of handling, one, the nature of impulse and the semiotic structure of impulse, which is what, at the base of Anti-Oedipus, is what the Machinic unconscious is. It's literally the first chapter of Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. But the nature of the same consistency and return, which is causing selection and separation, which is part of the syntheses. The syntheses are in here. And I'm not going to say like they stole them. They kind of did. And it's kind of a little more uncredited, I think, than I'm comfortable with. But yeah, Living Currency is kind of a huge, giant fucking deal too. And is not a thing that takes a couple days. That one, maybe it'll take you a couple days. My first reading of it took me 3 months. But I also kind of have a lot more background in things. And so I was kind of taking it apart and then going and reading things and coming back to it and all that.
Even harder than Deleuze's at his most complicated. So give yourself as much time as you need. 1 week, 2 weeks, even 3 weeks.
Even 3.
However, through these essays, what you will get is an ingenious application of the concept of perversion, taken from the Marquis de Sade, that will be put to great use in Anti-Oedipus, especially in the critique of state despotism. Now, while we're here,
I have to mention, we have a wonderful reading of another text that might be really good on Sade or Massoc even, which is really where I think Deleuze may get a lot of his thoughts on Sade. Well, it does come from, and there is stuff in that way. Let's see, who wrote this book? It's called Coldness and Cruelty, the presentation of masochism. Oh, it's Gilles Deleuze. Deleuze wrote a book on Sade and Massoc. Might be a good one also, by the way. It came out 5 years prior to AO. Actually, Klossowski, Sade, my neighbor. It's actually, and I haven't actually considered when they drop next to each other. Always curious. I'm always curious how things turn out and how things coincide. Publication date is not easy to find for this one. Library of Congress doesn't have it. I love that. That's my favorite thing. Well, Amazon, I'm not going to even try. Sade, my neighbor. Oh, there is the original copy, 1947. So 20 years prior. It is a very good reading itself of Sade. Coldness and Cruelty is is absolutely expanding on it. He brings in Massoc. He brings in a completely different way of seeing masochism and an understanding that I think is incredibly important. Most people, when they talk about the sadist and the masochist, they presume that these are born together. We talk about sadomasochism and BDSM as this pairing up of those who like to receive pain and those who like to deliver pain. But Deleuze has the insight that is only eclipsed by Little Shop of Horrors. I know. What an odd thing to say. Oh, fucking Nightbot's all fucked up. 2 seconds. Let me fix Nightbot. Have you seen Little Shop of Horrors? Fantastic, like genuinely fantastic thing. Wait, why? What is the fuck? That's not wrong. What is it doing? Why is it doing that? There isn't one in mine. What the fuck? I don't have it posting that. It's the fold. There's no semicolon. Okay, is there another timer going? No, there's no semicolon in either one. I hate everything. I hate it all. I'm just going to remove. And just fine. I'll just deal with it later. Little Shop of Horrors. Right? Feed Me Seymour, giant carnivorous plant. Not the first movie, although it has it in there, by the way. And that's, again, when we put it at the time. But the second film, the one with just overall the cast is extraordinary. But it has a collision between Bill Murray and Steve Martin. Steve Martin plays a sadist, evil, motorcycle biker dentist who enjoys causing pain to his clients, loves it. Bill Murray is a masochist who goes to this dentist who forgets to give people Novocaine, who pulls teeth for fun, who cuts them up, who fucks them up, and he loves it. Now, it's not hard for us to imagine what happens here. A lot of people presume, oh, these are a match made in heaven. But it's like, no, not a match made in heaven. Quite the opposite, actually. It doesn't work at all. The masochist adores the pain. They're happy there. The sadist, they're actually betrayed. And Steve Martin in the film becomes more and more angry and furious and upset. It's actually problematic for him. He doesn't like causing pain that's enjoyed. The whole point is he enjoys causing pain. So that's the sadist and the masochist aren't two sides of the same coin. They're not even compatible. Coldness and Cruelty, it's a phenomenal read. Highly recommended. Highly recommended.
Here, let's consider some additional possible side quests that will make your reading of Anti-Oedipus just that much better. If you spent your first side quest period reading more Nietzsche, I would recommend some more Klossowski. In particular, Nietzsche and...
That is convenient. So the masochist says to the sadist, hurt me. The sadist says, no. It is that kind of relationship.
The Vicious Circle by
Klossowski. There we go.
Warning, this is a roughly 2-week read at minimum, and it is dense, but it is very good. Arguably the best book on Nietzsche ever written. Alternatively, take a D.H. Lawrence side quest. Read D.H. Lawrence's books, published together in one volume, Psychoanalysis and the Unconscious and Fantasia of the Unconscious. Lawrence is better known as a novelist, but his Nietzschean critiques of psychoanalysis prefigure much of Deleuze and Guattari's critique of psychoanalysis, and he almost replicates Klossowski's use of Sade, albeit in a key that heavily resembles Bergson mixed with theosophy. It's a weird book that is full of scientific errors, but it's very rich and useful.
Fuck scientific. Like Lawrence doesn't give a shit, and that's what made Lawrence amazing. It's the same thing that made like Reich. Is their insanity, the Reich with his orgone and all that shit. Lawrence, who had a lot of crazy beliefs, who gives a shit? Like they're so incisive and interesting. I recommend these boys, if you can get them. Phoenix 1 and 2. Phoenix 1 and Phoenix 2. These are compendiums of D.H. Lawrence's unpublished works. And there's a lot of just smaller essays and reviews of books is what makes up most of this one. But this has like 3 or 4 of my favorite essays. And this is actually sourced by D&G and Anti-Oedipus multiple times. Phoenix specifically. Highly, highly recommended. Highly, highly recommended. Yeah, they're beautiful. I just like the Phoenix and the like 70s look. They're both first printing paperbacks, but it's a big jam. I didn't show you though my favorite cover. It's of a book I already got. I've already brought up Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. This is one of the incredibly rare hard printed editions of it. But the cover for the French original printing is the best cover ever for a Nietzsche book. Look at that shit. I fucking love this. I love this. I love this. I believe you may just have that as an emote if you're a member, by the way. That's what it is. It's Nietzsche. Most people don't recognize it right away, but it's fucking great. It's one of my favorite like little things. You have that emote, by the way, all of you people who are members.
Full ideas, and Deleuze makes use of them. It is also, when compared to most of the other texts on this list, a relatively easy and fun read. So you could treat
Lawrence is super fun to read. Lawrence is just a fucking blast.
This is a bit of a break. Alternatively, again, go pursue some more Bataille. In particular, take the opportunity to read volumes 2 and 3 of The Accursed Share, published in one volume by Zone Books, as well as his book Eroticism or Erotism, depending on the edition, for a lot more interesting stuff about his philosophy of life, sexuality, and perversion. Or, someone we actually haven't covered on this list at all, you could go on a Hume side quest. Read David Hume's Treatise of Human Nature, and then, when you're...
One sec. Yeah, I can get with that. I can get with that. We did a reading of eroticism, I think is the translation I know. Very solid.
You're finished, celebrate by reading Deleuze's book Empiricism and Subjectivity, an essay on Hume's Theory of Human Nature. A little more obscure, you could read On the Mode of Existence.
This, Hume, his book on Hume, Empiricism and Subjectivity. All of the books Deleuze wrote, all of his monographs. I am not sure there is one that is more central to understanding Deleuze than this. Given that it's his first also. One of his first. I'm probably wrong on that. But this is like a while before, early 50s. You're talking about an extraordinarily early take of a critique of structuralism before structuralism, like completely different way of looking at things, and absolutely is foundational to understanding Deleuze. Not even a slight question. Simondon. On the Mode of Existence of Technical Objects, good book. We have readings of these, though. Taylor Adkins, who's a friend of the channel, Individuation in Light, the form, light of notions of form and information. The main text and the supplemental text. Both are incredibly important. They're Simondon's major works, obviously. Boy, they will change how you view AO, that's for sure.
Existence of Technical Objects by Gilbert Simondon. I'm not even going to
got
begin to try and explain his relevance.
I have this fucking pile of books you're actually able to see. My desk is down below this. This is too many books. We'll just keep going.
To Deleuze, but it's absolutely there, and it's very interesting. A little more controversially, you could try reading Deleuze's Difference and Repetition, provided you've completed your David Hume side quest, and at some point you read Heidegger's Basic Writings and Being and Time.
And also all of Kant. Not Critique of Pure Reason. I think Critique of Pure Judgment is required for it as well. And I think there's a lot of other things. Difference and Repetition is side boss. That's its own thing.
Because it's responding to all these people. You're going to need your Spinoza. You're going to need your Bergson. You're going to need your Heidegger. You're going to need your Kant. All of them. This is a hard book, but heavily worth it. And if you can do it, if you can hack it, this will all...
It's a hard book in a different way than Anti-Oedipus is difficult. DNR is actually, and I'm not going to say easier. They're different types of writing. DNR is explicitly an academic style text from Deleuze. It's less conversational. It is more academic. It was his doctoral thesis. Like, this was a piece for him. This was his brunt of his fucking academic career at this point. And after publishing it, he published alongside of it essentially Logic of Sense. After that, he had his meeting with Guattari, and everything changed. Not everything, but it was like a fucking proof. So it's written in a very different way. It is a much more traditional, if I were to say it's the closest you get to what you might call like analytic philosophy, academic Deleuze, it plays kind of that type of thing, right? It plays towards that type of thing. I'm on currently my third read of it, and I'm going very slow. I've learned over and over that I do not have a strong grasp of DNR. I have a decent grasp of the concepts behind it, but the book itself is complicated. And there's so many things said in there that are very much pointed critiques in very particular ways that don't filter in the same way that AO does. They just simply don't. They just simply don't. It's a different beast.
Also massively contribute to your reading of Anti-Oedipus, certainly in terms of getting Deleuze's ontology. Now, after all of that, here we are. Whew, what a journey. If you've reached this point, you've been reading for roughly a year at least. Maybe 2, maybe 3 years. You've read thousands of pages of extremely difficult philosophy, and you've read it carefully. You sorta, kinda know this stuff, and that's impressive. Don't pat yourself on the back too hard, though. If you're serious about philosophy, you'll be rereading this stuff forever. That's the job, so to speak. But by this point, I can only imagine how eager you are to finally jump into Anti-Oedipus itself. Be warned, it will still be very difficult, and we've left out a lot of potential material that would enrich your reading of Anti-Oedipus even further. But you won't be finished with Anti-Oedipus, even if you've read it from cover to cover once. No, you're going to be going back. So don't worry, you'll get an opportunity to struggle with that other material too. But before I end off, I do want to talk about how difficult it is to read Anti-Oedipus for the first time, and especially about why that is.
I'm assuming at this point that his recommendations are done. So let's add some things and have a different conversation. Let's have a slightly different conversation. We're going to come back to the video. Don't worry, we're coming back to it. But we're going to have a slightly different conversation for this. Okay? Anti-Oedipus is a complicated, difficult nightmare of a book with language in it that is confusing from jump, in English especially, but in any language, but definitely in English. From jump, you are fucked reading this book. If you go in and you are expecting, after reading anything, that you're going to go in and grasp the first 5 sentences of this book and you've prepared for them, you are making disappointment ready. You're just preparing yourself to be a failure. You will not understand Anti-Oedipus. There is no way for you to understand Anti-Oedipus. I don't believe it's possible for you to understand Anti-Oedipus a first time reading through it, no matter what background you may have in any of these things. As you make your way through, if you've got an excessively brilliant background, maybe then. But I would argue you need to be ready to be failing at this book. It is a book meant to fail. That's where I would start. So when I usually talk to people and they're like, so where should I start? What should I read? My answer is quite the same always. Start with the book. Read it. If you believe that you are a failure for this and that you're fucking up or whatever it is, I don't ultimately know what to tell you. Like, I don't. Because I'm a dozen readings of AON ultimately, 5 or 6 extremely close readings, maybe 7 at this point actually. Half of those are public, half of them are not. And I would argue that I have a very good grasp of the concepts in the book, and you will watch me struggle as I read through chapter 4. If you were joining earlier, you would have seen me struggle. This is not a book that you are going to understand. You're not going to come away from it like you would if you read Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, which is complicated. It's not a kid's book. But it is straightforward, laying out facts in an order, setting yourself up in very particular ways. That ain't it. That ain't what this is. As you read Anti-Oedipus and you go, what's that? Have your phone with you and Google it. And if it sounds interesting, go there. Stop reading AO. Do not force yourself to read something you don't understand or don't like. Follow your heart. I mean that. As you're reading, if you're like, what is this id thing? Well, that's interesting. What's this? And you start running. Go with it. They will have they have references throughout the book. They have footnotes. They have all kinds of stuff. And you make your way through it, find the thing that speaks to you and run and go that direction. Then come back and do it again and again and again and again. If you are a student who is in a, I don't fucking know, doctoral thesis time of your life, and Anti-Oedipus and Gilles Deleuze is your thing, you shouldn't be looking to the internet for reading suggestions. Everyone else, you should be engaging with this in ways that allow you to do new things with it. And so find the things that are exciting. Here are some holes in Sunday's reading list. Psychoanalysis is incredibly important to understanding this book. And 1,000 Plateaus as well. I would argue to understanding also most of the modern authors that Sunday mentions there. Foucault, without a background in psychoanalysis, is very troubling and difficult, to be perfectly frank. You're going to have a difficult time. It's going to be a bad fucking day. And that's kind of across the board. Everyone takes from Freud. They run with it. And that includes Lawrence, by the way, who runs into these very same things. You need a background in Freud. Totem and Taboo is really enough. You don't need a massive background in Freud. Read some secondary text, Totem and Taboo. You're going to need Lacan. And there is, God, all my books are everywhere. I need to clean my office tonight. That's what I'm going to do. There is a book written by Zizek on Hitchcock and Lacan, called Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Lacan, but we're afraid to ask Zizek. But we're afraid to ask Hitchcock. It is absolutely the book you need, the only book you really need, to get a good handle on Lacan as a thinker, as a psychoanalyst, and ultimately, what should guide you towards one of his star pupils, this guy. One sec. These are the four that are directly behind me. There's a handful I've got in French that aren't translated because Félix Klossowski has not gotten the love from people that he deserves, especially because he is not a small part of Gilles Deleuze's work in Anti-Oedipus, or honestly Gilles Deleuze's work going on. He is inseparable from it. The probably apocryphal story of what is philosophy is that Felix had nothing to do with writing the book. Normally when they would work together, like they did on their other titles, Felix would write notes and on postcards and things and little letters and send them to Deleuze, and Deleuze would translate them effectively into good writing. Guattari's writing is hit or miss. For example, there's Love of UIQ. I don't recommend it. I don't know why I still have it. Guattari tried to write some fiction. It does not work. But here is a collection of 3 books that do absolutely work. These 3. This is like, if you are taking on Anti-Oedipus meaningfully, you will end up in one of these texts. Ideally this one, Chaosophy. But Psychoanalysis and Transversality has a huge amount. It's more on the clinical side of things. Soft Subversions here, bit of a different beast. And then you've got 3 ecologies, which I don't know where my fucking copy is. I've got too many books. I don't even know where the fuck my other books are. I have like 6 Guattari books missing right now. God damn it. Who cares? Oh, the Années de Hiver, and I don't even give a fuck about pronouncing it. This is one of his sort of last books, and it's on it's essays on technology and other things. And it's more modern. It was 1980s as a thing. Politics, molecularity, things like that. Guattari. This is kind of getting to be this is a pile. That is Psychoanalysis Junior. If you don't have that background, you're not going to understand their critique. If you don't understand their critique of psychoanalysis at a basic level, you're not going to understand where they take it. If you don't understand where they take it, all the rest of it doesn't matter. And it's one of the things that makes, again, Anti-Oedipus uniquely complicated. Because all this, except for leave the Guattari stuff out, but all of this is really about building towards their critique of all of it and building something brand new that others are able to build off of. If you don't do psychoanalysis, like again, Sunday's list by and large, I think, and I'll talk about the books I emphasize, it's not like wrong. If you are a person who comes from a more analytic background, that's going to be it. If you don't have a background in psychoanalysis, though, Anti-Oedipus is not a book for you, because it is about psychoanalysis, and it is not about creating something that is not psychoanalysis. It's about creating something that utilizes machinery that is found within psychoanalysis and revealed by Lacan. Deleuze and Guattari, despite rhetoric they may have used, or rhetoric others use around them, do not hate Freud, do not hate Hegel, do not hate Lacan. They don't hate these things. They don't hate these thinkers. That is not how these people operated as humans, but it's also not how they operated as philosophers. What they did is they took the work done before them and modified it, worked with it, built it, critiqued it, fucked with it. They fucked with these things. Psychoanalysis is not meant to go away. Shitheads like plastic pills say stuff like that. It is not. Schizoanalysis is not intended to be like a breakdown of everything psychoanalytic. We don't want to have institutions. We don't want to have people get mental health. Well, that would be weird because Guattari spent his entire life trying to figure out how to do institutions. Like, and he didn't think they should go away. He didn't think there's no such thing as mental illness. It's the categories, it's the way we consider them that he was furious about and wanted to revolutionize. The way he pushed towards group sort of studies, group therapy, touch therapy, and how they used it for the extremely autistic. All of these critiques people. If you do not have an understanding of psychoanalysis, you will not get to where they are going. That is like fundamental to the thing. Now, with that, it is important to have foundations in a lot of stuff. But Deleuze is not one that you will ever have all the foundations for until you've read all of his works, and then all of the works and all the works that they've referenced. And even then, you're still going to have trouble. So of the books he mentioned, it's good to have a background in all of them. I wouldn't say none of them are important. They're all important. You will end up reading all of those books if you decide, I read Anti-Oedipus one time and I really want to read it. I want to understand it. I want to get there. You will read every one of those books that he mentioned all the way through. I have. Other people have. You have to have that background. If this is your entry into it, so be it. Do it, and then come back to AO. I don't like the idea of having a massive list before you get to it. People tend to consider philosophy as a distant ivory tower thing. It isn't. Simply not. The best philosophers we've ever had were people who were working people. Spinoza himself crafted lenses. That was his job. Like, philosophizing wasn't his job. That's not his thing. Leibniz was a mathematician, studied in university, but that was his job. He wrote about others. Like, this is not meant to be something out of the hands of the average person. It's meant to be complex. It isn't simply contemplation. It's working and creating concepts and seeing thought and the image of thought bounce around and how it operates. If you put in front of people a seeming speed bump that is very high, that hill needs to be traversable or feel like it's traversable, and the reward on the other side needs to be enough that people will do that. This is humanity. And if you place in front of people a huge amount of texts and work, years worth, before they get to a book that you're saying is incredibly complicated and is going to be painful to read and is a painful experience, you're kind of telling people not to read it. But not intentionally. That's the byproduct. This is an incredibly complicated book. Here's what you need. You need a year and a half, maybe 2 of all of these other very complicated texts that themselves are probably going to need secondary sources on and secondary readings, and you'll need help reading through. Some people that works great for. And this is why I'm like, I don't tend to do these lists for that reason. I believe dive in, find the thing that attracts you and chase it the fuck down and continue to do that as you get through. That tends to be my thought on it. So that's like general critique. In all the books he mentions a ton of Deleuze stuff. I guess that the only one I would add is secondary texts that are about the book itself, which is not one he's mentioned yet. There's a bunch of them. There's various people have done guides to Anti-Oedipus. There is only one I recommend, and that is Eugene Holland's guide to Anti-Oedipus. We have it in the server. I've actually written Eugene. He's phenomenal, very kind person. We use it almost exclusively. I've read all of the secondary texts. I do not like secondary texts for Anti-Oedipus almost at all. However, Introduction to Schizoanalysis, which is effectively title of Eugene Holland's book on Anti-Oedipus, and his secondary texts are a perfect breakdown of how to read Anti-Oedipus and how to understand it as you go through. If there is a text you should have with you on your journey through Anti-Oedipus, it is Eugene Holland's Introduction to Schizoanalysis, because it is reading and on that and having, and he tells you where to go. He goes through Marx. He explains Kant. He explains Nietzsche. He explains Spinoza. He explains fucking Freud and Lacan. And then he marries all of it together. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. All the other books on it, I do not recommend at all. I don't. I appreciate their work. I think that their readings are lacking in various ways and tend to be where we find the human relations, instead of very much in desiring production, reducing things to that. So, and they're not bad. It's just that I just find their readings lacking. Jimbo asks, is Mille Plateau an extension of AO? The relationship between Mille Plateau and Anti-Oedipus is very interesting. They are 2 of one book. They are a whole and its parts. It is not possible for me to say that they go together always, that it's a single book and you would ever have a compendium of them. And I believe they did that intentionally. Mille Plateau is much more freeform. Anti-Oedipus is a book that is directed, it is structured, it is intended for a particular direction of you to read the entire thing, and they have very, very particular usages of stuff throughout it. 1,000 Plateaus, I say Mille Plateau, the 1,000 Plateaus system is far more personal and intended to be read. I like to make the comment that if you ever see someone doing a 1,000 Plateaus reading, you kind of know, like, you shouldn't be there. No one should ever tell you what a Mille Plateau means. Anti-Oedipus, I think you can have that conversation. They talk about it like this too. They're actually very particular. They're particular about some things, and a lot of people disregard it in general. And it's really annoying shit. Again, the translation things. Guattari wrote extensively about how the section in Mille Plateau and their other writings on ritornello, which is a musical term meaning motif, should not be translated as refrain. And they literally translate it as refrain. So you can just imagine like how he literally said this. And like he went out of his way. Here's the thing Guattari wrote. It's the ritornell. Like this is intended to be the ritornell. It's the point is the ritornell. And that's the word he used. That's the only word he wanted to use. People don't give a fuck. So when you have someone telling you what things mean, you're already downstream of the fucked up part. Here, I'll post links to, let's see. Here, we'll go into, Eugene Holland. We have these in the QC. Join the QC, discord.gg/DGQC. These are in the QC library. Of course, if you like what I do and support, you can go to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC, or you can send a super chat and join via membership. All lovely ways to do that. Thank you. But Holland's secondary book is amazing. And it is, I'll put the title perfectly in the chat. Yeah, Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus Introduction to Schizoanalysis. It is fucking phenomenal. Like, it's hard for me to even say otherwise. He gets the thrust, he runs with it, and he doesn't fuck anything up. He doesn't state things that he's not clear on. It's amazing. If you were to just jump into AO, you could just do it with Holland's Guide, by the way. The last thing I would say, right here on YouTube, on this channel, is me and a whole bunch of people who are smarter than me, from professors who actually studied under Deleuze, they're in the recording, all the way to postdocs who are current professors teaching Deleuze, all the way to random assholes from other podcasts and other people. I say asshole with all the best intentions. And you can just find our Anti-Oedipus reading, beginning to end, and sit with it. We go through every paragraph, every line, and we explain where it came from. We talk through it. We talk about our understanding of it. And it's a lot. Don't get me wrong. But it is the entire book. I actually don't think there's a better resource than that. Because again, even the shit we get wrong, we are very upfront. Well, I'm not sure about this. Here are the other texts you can read. Here's where you can go. And we have other, like in the reading, you can go, oh, well, they said that there's a reading this weekend we did Freud. We've done Lacan. We had a Lacan reading a couple times. And then you can find those readings elsewhere because you'll have other people explaining those things. It's really worthwhile. So again, I cannot recommend more coming down to us. Jonathan Bai has some very bad videos on Nietzsche. See, I got to tell you, that's not two people who have mentioned this person. It makes me wonder if, I'm going to presume that this very bad videos on Nietzsche. Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. Nietzsche, How to Be a Higher Man. Gravity Bong. I feel like I'm going to have a stroke. That's how did that play? Did you guys get that audio? Did you get that audio? Because I don't know if you got it. I just played the first 2 seconds accidentally of his Nietzsche video. It's his video on Nietzsche. And it opens with, "The reason startups work so well." That's the first line. Reason startups work so well. You didn't get the audio. Good. Because you're gonna. Not right now, but very soon. This person's awful, and it has not 850,000 views. This person I think is actually a bad person. That's a shame. Like not evil, but like he's bad at being a person. That's a shame. Man, these people suck. Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morality Explained, Masters versus Slaves. Good Christ. Okay. We might do that after this. Maybe. In fact, actually, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tie it to money. Sorry. Oh yeah, no, we might. I'm tying it to a goal. Sorry, we get to deal with that. Let's see. We'll do. Yeah, that's what's going to do it. Well, I do the rest of this with Sunday thing. We're going to do the. That'll be it. Goal is set. $50 is the price. I can't do. I'll die. And I need to be worth something. We'll take a break. If we fill all those super chats, I'll make my way to doing the full critique. It'll end up being another video on the channel, which will be great. But I don't know if I have it in me right now to do that unless it's deeply cynical. And so let's see where the flux of capital takes us. For now, though, come on. Come on. Switch. All right. For now, we continue, though. Holland's Anti-Oedipus, Psychoanalysis and Sunday stuff, sure. But just dive in. That's the answer.
Because it's not just a very hard book. It's a very hard book for reasons that kind of suck. So also, if it takes you a long, long time to struggle through it, that's okay. That's very normal. But whatever you do struggle through it and don't try to cheat. There are lots of videos, for example, claiming to explain Deleuze on YouTube, and most of them are very bad.
They really generally are. This top one, Now and Then, decent, solid. The rest of these are troublesome.
If you've ever picked up a copy of Anti-Oedipus already and tried to read it, you'll quickly see why they're very bad. Deleuze's writing is dense and difficult. It is also, by the way, probably not Deleuze's writing that you're reading. See, the original, I don't know if you can tell by Deleuze's name, is in French, which means you're going to be reading it in translation. And there is only one English translation available for Deleuze, and it's got problems. For example, in Anti-Oedipus in English, the word flux is mistranslated multiple times as flow, which gives the impression of water running down a pipe.
Nothing by it does seem like a try-hard. Donate, if you want to see it.
So that for naive readers in English, it appears that Deleuze and Guattari are writing about the economy as if it was a big waterworks when they're actually talking about the flux of the economy. There's a different French word that they use, coulis, to actually refer to flow, and they distinguish these for a reason.
I don't fault Sunday for any pronunciation of French. I am not. That would be throwing big heavy rocks from inside of a very, very fragile glass house.
Flows are unidirectional. It's like water down a pipe. Flux, by contrast, is not. This goes back to that whole desire as lack versus desire as connection thing we were talking about.
Close. Close. So we'll take a second and actually go through this real quick, because I think it's a worthwhile thing. This is a few years ago when Terrence was more involved with the server as a thing. He's busy. He's a scholar. He's doing a lot of really good work taking down object-oriented ontology and Graham and all of those shitheads. So I'm happy with it. In Deleuze and Guattari's collaborative works, in the original French, the word flux crops up constantly, an essential technical term in their philosophy. The English translation rendered this one French word randomly as flux or flow, jumping from one translation to the other, even within a single paragraph. In the English, the word flux is a term appropriate to more technical, quantitative discussions. Flow is employed in less technical, more qualitative. On the technical side, we may think of thermodynamics and its vocabulary of fluxes, and this is indeed relevant to D&G's network of multidisciplinary references. But for flux, I think the intended reference is at least as much to history, sociology, and economics as to physics. In the preface to the Italian edition of A Thousand Plateaus, Deleuze sketches out a 3-point summary of Anti-Oedipus. Point 3 is about fluxes. Universal history indeed exists, but is a history of contingency. The fluxes, which are the object of history, are canalized through primitive codes, the overcoding of the despot, and the decoding of capitalism, which makes possible the conjunction of independent fluxes. This is in Two Regimes of Madness. Note 1, the translation has flows. I have replaced his two occurrences with fluxes. 2, note 2, The 2 commas present in the French text are missing in the English translation. God damn it. Enjoy this, Estelle. You'll dig this. After the first use of fluxes, and then again after history, I've restored them to read so the passage reads, the fluxes, which are the object of history, are canalized, instead of the fluxes, which are the objects of history, are canalized. This radically changes the sense. With the commas, we have a definition of fluxes as the object of history. Without the commas, we have a limitation or selection of the fluxes. Note 3. Deleuze's prefaces to the English and Italian translation of his books are of extreme value, given that he explains himself so rarely. This should just be its own, this should be one of those, Deleuze poster quotes. I explain myself rarely. It's so fucking true. Thus, for D&G, the fluxes are the object of history, even if the meaning of this term is generalized to encompass an ontology of fluxes. The reference in the first instance is directed more to the work of Ferdinand Braudel and Gabriel Tarde than to that of Charles Fourier. If you want more things to read with Anti-Oedipus. There we go. This is Braudel's works, Civilization and Capitalism. It's a 3-volume set. You want to kill someone with a set of books. They're also good books to have for that. These are heavy beasts. Braudel has a completely different way of looking at history, and it is brilliant. And it is generally, by the way, kind of how the modern history world works. Not the modern world, but the modern world of historical study. Braudel was incredibly influential. Incredibly. Again, if anyone wants $5, toss it in. See if you can get over that hump. So that way I can do that reading or react. And it's our small cat. Small cat wants that. I'm inclined to give a few minutes regardless. We'll do a few minutes regardless, small cat, for you. But if you make it over, so get me over the goal. We'll see what happens. To sum up and push further my thoughts on the flux-flow conundrum, the term flux is both more quantitative, broadly defined, and more technical in connotation than flow. This quantitative technical exception of flux is what is relevant to Deleuze's use of the term. This conjecture is confirmed by Deleuze's remarks on fluxes as the object of history and the need to quantify fluxes, including writing. On this idea of the quantification of fluxes, one may turn to the first paragraph of Rhizome, where Deleuze and Guattari speak of the need to quantify writing. It's another good little book. If you have a chance to get it, there's tiny little copies of these books everywhere. If you can find them, they're really fun to look for at little bookstores because no one thinks they're valuable because they're tiny little ship books. They're fucking great. Anyway. Where Deleuze and Guattari speak of the need to quantify writing, taking it as one flux among many, so the need to quantify fluxes of any assemblage, speed, acceleration, viscosity, sedimentation, etc., writing as more than literature. The quantifying criteria that D&G enunciate at the beginning of Rhizome concern all fluxes, including writing. See, again, all of it is coming together. This is why AO is complicated. For them, this universal history is able to be done because capitalism through decoding has enabled us to see these commonalities. The way that labor was able to be revealed by capitalism. These are the flux of things rather than the codified version of them. This is what they're seeing, and now it's happening to them. Marx was just the beginning of it. What we're seeing is this happening unconsciously now and through desire itself. Oh, Godspeed. Thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate it. The second problem is that the preference for the term flow makes us lose the intrinsic link between fluxes and assemblages, or better, arrangements or setups. Hey, look, someone else who agrees with me about arrangements and setups. We move easily from flow to free flow and to the naive anarchistic interpretation of Anti-Oedipus as anything goes or formlessness. Know anyone who's read it like that? Anyone? For further consideration, only implicit in Anti-Oedipus, but one emerges very clearly in Kafka and Rhizome before receiving fuller expression in A Thousand Plateaus, is that for assemblages, There are no purely machinic fluxes. Fluxes are also always semiotic, and thus not only quantified, but indexed. Malibu's politics, boo? Malibu's fucking amazing. What are you talking about? And the quote from A Thousand Plateaus. The flow and its quanta can be grasped only by virtue of indexes on the segmented line, but conversely, that line and those indexes exist only by virtue of the flow suffusing them. Thousand Plateaus, page 218. Terminological note on the quasi-synonymy between fluxes and lines. Fluxes are both machinic and semiotic. They are situated between the ideal poles of pure sensations and pure representations. They are lines, becomings, percepts, affects. Deleuze and Guattari distinguish three lines: segmented, supple or molecular, and line of deterritorialization, which is primary over the two others. One must also distinguish that the line traced, actualized, and the line that is tracing itself, the virtual. Fluxes are quasi-synonymous with lines as they are being traced. We can say that fluxes and lines are quasi-synonymous because D&G discuss them in the same terms and context, but that flux has a more active, material, hyletic connotation, and line is orientational, conceptual, noetic connotation. The fluxes both follow and trace lines. I am grateful for the discussion with Jan Grenier and Brooks Brown for pushing me to clarify my ideas on this subject. I love Terence. He's a deeply, deeply professional guy who's both Australian and French. So he's from Australia, so he has like the fucking completely unknowable accent. It's like not possible to place him as a thing, like at all. It's not. But man, his writing's very solid and his work's very good. He tends to, it's Agent Swarm. I'll pop the link in here. He's diving into stuff. And again, if you're in this place and the things he's talking about, his works are amazing. He's the one who encouraged me when I was telling him I might learn French. He's like, do it. I told him, but I can't, I'm not able to speak it. He's like, I could read French. It took me no time at all, but I couldn't order a baguette to save my life, I think was the phrase he used, which I appreciate. But his writings are excellent. I highly, highly recommend it. Also, he's got videos and everything. And again, his accent cracks me up because it's odd. But he studied under Deleuze. Guy knows his shit.
About earlier, a connection along which desire as connection thing we were talking about. Flux of.
Oh no. Did my audio stop working? Shit. Oh no. No, it's still working for me. What the fuck? Why isn't it?
The economy. There's a different.
That's interesting. Why is it not?
In French, where they use coulis to actually refer to flow.
It's not playing for me. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, everyone.
Flow, and they distinguish the.
What the fuck? That's frustrating. Sorry, 2 seconds, everyone. It's like, what the fuck? I can't hear anything.
These for a reason.
It's not playing through speakers. Why is it not doing that? That's fascinating. So edge.
Flow.
All right, we'll see if what the fuck? Let me see if it's playing anywhere else. This is fascinating. And setups. Nope, my audio is dead across the board. What the fuck happened? All right. I'm back. And?
Those are unidirectional.
No. So why is that not playing anything now?
Running down a pipe. So that for
We are going to do all this then. And we will go here and I will pop you closed. This is fine. This happens sometimes. What are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? So that's fascinating. It's completely broken now. Back 3-4. Default radio communication. Well, I feel sheepish. I feel very sheepish. My lovely little daughter Violet was sneaking around. You couldn't see her. She fucks around on the ground and picks things up. She unplugged my headphones. God damn it. Kids. Damn it. Fucking kids. It's like, I was freaking out. I just go over and my plug's like over there. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, that one is technically a problem I made, literally. That's literally a problem I fucking made. Granted, my wife helped, but I did make that problem. Fuck. All right. Let's get the website back up there. And boop, boop, boop. What the fuck? Why is that all fucked up now? And there you go. And I'll shrink you a little bit. And then up you go. And even if we don't make, by the way, even if we don't, because I know we've gotten a couple super chats, and I tend to like to make people not regret super chatting. We're going to do a few minutes of Jonathan By regardless. But it'll be, if we don't make the thing, it'll be until I have an aneurysm. That's going to be the line. So that's going to be the line. Until I have an aneurysm. That's going to be the line. So we'll see how that goes. Did anyone hear that? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. Oh, my son. You're not getting any audio from the video. Well, you know what? So that means you heard my son, I think. Yeah, that's audio's not happening. See, this is fucking, why would that not be working suddenly? That's amazing. It's magic almost. And let's go back a little bit then. Not that much.
Also, by the way, probably not Deleuze's writing that you're reading. See, the original, I don't know if you can tell by Deleuze's name, is in French, which means you're going to be reading it in translation. And there is only one English translation available for Deleuze, and it's got problems. For example, in Anti-Oedipus, which gives the impression Deleuze and Guattari are writing about the economy as if it was a big waterworks, when there's a different French word that they use, coulis, to actually unidirectional. It's like water down a pipe. Flux, by contrast, is not. This goes back to that whole desire as lack versus desire as connection thing we were talking about earlier. A connection along which drives are directed, but not in the sense of a literal fluid going down a conduit.
And while I was fixing things and dealing with my shit, Lone Pantalones, as well as Oluwale Blue Vegan. Fucking, that's a name. I love it. Deeply appreciated your contributions to the goal. Even if we don't hit it, I'm going to do, don't worry, we're going to do some of it, because now I feel guilty. Good job.
Hello. Classic.
Just like someone may have felt guilty when I made a comment to them and they inserted a thing.
Sunday here. I was remiss in my original edit of this video in not sourcing this claim about translational issues regarding the words flux and flow in English versions of Anti-Oedipus, or I should say an English version of Anti-Oedipus because there's only one. This was an original insight by Brooks Brown and Jan Grenier, and I've linked an article in the description which goes into detail. I am including this specific reference in the second upload of this reading list, so Brooks won't cut my guts out with a rock. These are just things to keep in mind when reading Anti-Oedipus in translation, but having the philosophy in this list under your belt will make it a lot easier to actually understand Deleuze, who is not entry-level stuff. But to be clear, this won't just make you able to read Deleuze. This will open up the door to you being able to engage with and profit from a huge amount of some other really advanced critical theorists as well. If it feels like you're going slow, that's okay. It takes...
Oh, good Lord. See, it's like, all right, well, I guess. See, this is the problem with the goals. We've made the goal, so we're doing it. That's fine. We're going to be doing it. We're going to be doing it. The goal will say it's not done because it's like only 5 out of 10. But I didn't think anyone would be in the position to offer it. See, so look, deeply appreciated. Audio Diagnosis Funds, you're a funny fucking guy. Also, the QC has offered me immeasurable help over the past few years. Join the Discord, nerds. All that's true.
It takes time for everyone, and it's okay if it takes more time so long as you are taking the time.
Also, see, it's like I kind of hate you a little bit now.
To make sure you understand it, make sure you're engaging with it. In philosophy, it's more important to actually do the hard work of getting it, of understanding what you're reading and how it relates to the stuff around it, than to do it efficiently. To rush to the finish line in philosophy is to never get there at all. Again, this is one of those cases where keeping an attitude of, it's about the journey, not the destination, is so important. Because
100%.
it's the truth. And theorists as complicated and serious as Deleuze are simply not for people who rush. I hope you found this helpful. Happy reading, and as always, thank you for listening, and take care.
Yeah, look, all accurate, all good. Somebody's a fucking goofball sometimes. All accurate and good. Like it's not; these are not things I'm gonna disagree with. Underneath it, and again, this is going to be the continuous thing, and you'll hear me say it a few times, but it's kind of a big deal. As you make your way through, the more important thing is that you actually do it. Which sounds stupid when I say it like that. And I get that it sounds stupid when I say it like that. But the reality is that there is the journey, not the destination. Let's do another aphorism is a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Just start. Just fucking start. The rest will figure it out. You have us, you have Sunday, you have other people that are absolutely really wonderful in all of this. That can help you and that will push. And it's not just us. People in outside of a lot of shittier communities, but people in the academic community around Deleuze are very much interested in having these discussions or helping. Purdue, who's got like Dave Smith, who's like has no need to do half the stuff he's doing. They're doing translations of like free to access all of Deleuze's fucking talks and shit. And it's like the resources are unimaginable that are out there. Enjoy it and do it. And if you don't like it, that's also fine. It is, again, it's not a book I expect people to love the first time through. It's not an easy book. Jesus Christ. But make your way through it. It'll be solid. All right. We are going to be, thanks to C-Slick, who I will never forget this. I will never forget that you did this. But also, I'm glad you did, because I was starting to feel bad for making the goal so high. So fair enough. We are going to do a really fantastic thing, but apparently a lot of people do enjoy, which is a critique of someone else's takes on Nietzsche. Because there's not a lot of videos on Deleuze that are actually worth going through. The one I took on, the Plastic Pills Anti-Oedipus one, is just because Plastic Pills is generally an incredibly embarrassing philosophy person. And again, just so arrogant and awful in so many ways. But this is Jonathan B. By? Jonathan is by. Jonathan by. Holy shit. I mean, just the first. Yeah, that's what we'll title it. Yeah, Jonathan By takes the cake. There you go. All right. So the goal is met, and it'll say it failed, but it counts. We're doing it. We're done. It's happy day. We're probably not going to do an hour and 30 minutes of this fucking guy because we are. This is, I think, the first 25 minutes is going to take 7 years. So we may skip around a little bit. We may move around a little bit, but this is genuinely upsetting already. I need to get some water. So we are going to take a momentary break, and you guys will just have to sort of accept that. What do I put in place of this? I don't know. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and we'll do this. Oh, good Lord. Hey, Vi. What's up, sweetheart? Yeah, Heather's upstairs. Do you want help, sweetheart? Oh, my God. She knows how to open that now. It's a moment when you have a kid. Not everyone who's had children, people who don't have children don't know this, but there's a moment where they transfer from being, you're safe in the house, like a baby that's like 1 or 2 years old. You can kind of, you put up gates or fences and they're stuck in wherever you put them. And you can kind of relax because that area is safe. They're not going to like walk into the street as long as the door is closed. But there's an age where they're able to open every door in the house and every gate, and there's no more like locking things. Because they know how to do all of it. They get it, and it's done. And it happens 3 to 4 years old. Happened to my son, slightly younger, but my daughter just, for the first time, opened the childproof baby gate. Which is, that's an experience. That's the thing. Oh my God. All right. So you're going to get some music and stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. And we'll continue this and start this off right. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thoughtful, interesting. Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope most of you are still here who asked to join and who wanted this to happen, because I am about to start reacting to Jonathan I don't care. He is already a bit of a lunatic as far as I can tell. And this is going to be a thing. I'm getting my snacks ready because I am ready to be here for a bit. I got new tea in case my brain dies, because it's going to. All right. So this is Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morality. Which, you know what? I'm just going to get up Genealogy of Morality as a book. Let's do it. Just get the PDF up so I have that, so I can just dive into quotes as he misuses them or uses them, I guess. I don't know. Snacks for me are rind. If you haven't seen these are solid. They're like dried fruit, but chewier. So they remind me kind of a gummy candy. Solid stuff. And then mixed nuts. I'm enjoying them as I can because tariffs are going into place very shortly. Everything's already crazy expensive. This is the stuff that was on sale. And I got a note from a vendor of synths. I do modular synth as a hobby. I don't buy a lot of them, but I'm on a bunch of mailing lists because if I ever have money, I want to be able to have them. And it's they put on a note. They're like, hey, by the way, in May, all of our stuff is going to be going up in price. Our $499 synths are going to be have a duty added to them in America of $580. It's like, what? It's just going to be so bad. But this is Jonathan I. We'll take a look through his, because he's got an entire website, an entire thing. Let's have a conversation with this guy. My book notes are there. Let's look at his book notes. Genealogy of Morals. He has his notes. Discover more. No, I don't really want to. Let me read first. This is why I study great books.
We're going to go on a life-changing journey together to explore the most important insights from the most important books of the West. If you don't know the ideas that shaped history, if you haven't read the great thinkers of the past, then you've barely scratched the surface of the present.
There is a scam currently occurring, and it's been for the last decade, but grifters like this are excessive at it. Sunday's had a handful of these people he's shown on their channel. There are people who act like. They are going to teach you the great works. That's what it is. Why I study the great books. Another goes, I'll read all the great works and explain them to you. But here's the thing. Great works. Those were book sets printed by companies that knew they could sell them to put them on people's shelves in their houses. They're not meant to be read, not back to back to back. There is no great knowledge you get by reading these things. That's not how it works. Understanding them, educating them, studying them, possibly. But just reading great works is like reading an encyclopedia or reading a dictionary. It does nothing for you. Nothing. At all. In any way. This is not the Columbia Great Books course enjoyer. No, this is a different one. Did you know there are many, Shaky? Did you know that, Shaky? I didn't know that. And then I started looking into it. There's a lot of them. It's a huge number of them. A lot of them. Yeah, books by the yard, exactly. Harvard classics. Now, again, these books are good books. They're worth reading. But reading the great books and that being your education is a huge load of shit.
This lecture and interview series will take you on a rite of passage through books that are meant to be lived and not just read.
Nietzsche thinks
this is all scammy shit. This is amazing.
we're reducing human ambition and aspiration to some.
Most people don't hate this stuff. It's not what they do. Most people love this stuff. They wish they had the time for it. They see it as, God, I wish I had the time. That's why I'll follow this. I'll let him read them for me and tell me about them, which is a scam. It's a Cliff's Notes of books that don't go together themselves so you can study them. It's wild.
Such a low level. Cows contentedly chewing their cud. Would you want to be a cow if you could be happy?
The great books contain the most important kind
awful.
of knowledge, not facts about the world, but insight into ourselves.
See? Did Da Vinci write any of the books that are in this series? No. The semiotic language he's playing with is particularly about arousing your desire for knowledge. And then he's pretending he can insert himself there. It is an interesting pinned message.
What's valuable in the Homeric world? Honor, glory, power, sexual gratification, the ability to get revenge. That doesn't read like Christian values. Something happened in the West. Something happened.
Something happened. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no way Kant is in his list. There's no way Kant is in his fucking list for the show. These are not the books that he's going to do. There's no way Ulysses. He's going to do, there's no way Ulysses is, does he have a video on Ulysses? I'm just trying to think, what would a video on Ulysses be like? No, there's nothing there. Ugly. What the fuck? Fuck off. Terrible search. Subject's ass.
The Western canon gave birth to modernity.
The Western canon gave birth to modernity, so let's read 2,000 years of books before that, which obviously had a perfect influence on it. Stupidity is unfucking rivaled. Unfucking rivaled. Unfucking rivaled. I just am just... Fuck, these people, the arrogance. This is the shit. This is the reason, like, I got so angry and, like, frustrated watching the other one, because it's when we were sitting with a philosophy tube, and she's just the arrogance that you are the kind of person who can take in one of these books and then tell other people about it makes you a piece of shit. I've been doing Anti-Oedipus for 5 fucking years, and I've never done a video, here's what Anti-Oedipus is about. There's a reason for that, because you're a piece of shit if that's what you do. You suck. You suck so much. You suck so much. These people suck so much. These are bad people after capital. That's all they are. It's just painful. Fuck.
And became the operating system not just of the West,
the operating system of the West,
but the entire world. By studying how we got here, we're going to find clues for where to go.
He's contemplating the thinker.
History has not come to an end, but the end of history has.
He's like a character from like a good Mike Judge television show. He's like Gavin Newsom, not Gavin Belson, basically Gavin Newsom from Silicon Valley. That's who he reminds me of. I've got to hear that line again because that's one of the stupidest profound sentences ever said.
But the end of history has. But the end is for where to go. History has not come to an end, but the end of history has.
Yeah. Why is this your video on your website? You link to another link that takes you back here. Greatbooks.io takes you back to this exact page. It's an Onion parody. It's Onion. This could be the Onion. You guys, this could be really awesome. If this turns out to be the Onion, honest to God, I am ready for Andy Kaufman 2.0, and I'm waiting for it. This is also the YouTube ad. Yes, but this is not on YouTube. This is not on YouTube. This is not a YouTube. This is maybe the ad on YouTube. But wouldn't you do like a second end card? There, that's a better title. Jonathan Bai and Great Books is a scam. What a terrible fucking bunch of shit. Dedicated to Columbia for a classical education in great books. Yes, that's I got my PhD in great booking. Or in history, the end of history ending. The end of history is ending, right? It was fucking terrible. All right, we're going to look through a couple of these. Interviews on the Great Book. The Case for Emotional Pacifism. How is that? What great book is that? Where? A. Long, fine. That's great. Why Plato Hated Democracy. Good for him. Philosophy AI. Oh no. How to Prepare Paris for the AI Age. U.S.-China War, Job Loss. How to AGI Proof Your Life. Oh my God. I mean, I may want to watch that at some point. You people, I'm just in that. I kind of hate that you gave me this, because this is like Philosophy Tube is just bad, boring, and shitty at what she does. But this is a good solid scammer. This is a good solid scammer. I like it. It's a lot of focus on mimetic theory from Girard, which is, when I say a lot, multiple hours. There's a lot here. All recorded, it seems, at once. Hour and 30, hour 30, hour 7, hour 20, hour 45, hour 10. This is fascinating. All right. I'm coming around on hating this for the right reasons. Let's look at the lectures on the great books and skip around a little bit. Mimetic theory, by the way, has generally been kind of not only completely, entirely, hilariously debunked, but the very idea of it is sort of against cogsi, against any philosophical tradition. It's crazy. It's a really stupid idea. It's a really stupid idea. Introduction to Stoicism. Fuck you. I'm going to fucking have to do a bunch of these. I found my Captain Sunday. President Sunday, you got your What If Altist? I found mine. Oh, he's just started too. Perfect. It's just like been going. January 16th is his last. All right. So if that's the case, Stoicism is amazing. Stoicism is amazing. Tech bros don't understand Stoicism and they don't know how to read it. Lucretius, for example, phenomenal. A great book. The Stoic System of Time. It's in French. So, Le Système Stoïcien et de Temps. From Victor Goldschmidt. You know the Goldschmidt clan? Very famous French name. Victor Goldschmidt. He wrote a book on the Stoic System of Time. It is effectively the foundation of Bergson and Deleuze's philosophy of time. This book. Corey Shores has a translation of it on his website. I highly, highly recommend it. The Stoics have stunning work. Stunning thinkers. So do understand that we're talking about Broics, not Stoics. And I didn't mean Lucretius. I meant Epictetus. Sorry. I'm not Mr. Greek. So it's like, I know Chrysippus, I know fucking Seneca, I know Epictetus, I like Aurelius, sort of. But again, Stoic shifts what it means. And again, there's a lot of things that play with it. Deleuze's understanding of the Stoics tends to be mine. Love it. So there you go. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this. I mean, I kind of do. Let's see. We're going to do one more. Boop. We're going to do that. I want to get the title in here so that way we have that in the video. because I want people to know what we're shitting on, and I want to be able to laugh about it more than a little. Boop, and boop, boop, boop. Size it up nice. Get it in there. 31,000 likes. Look at that shit. I'm going to rewind it because it starts immediately. And the first sentence is all I need to hear.
The reason that startups work so well is because they're structured as dictatorships. It was
We start with that. Oh, you're getting echo. One moment. One moment. You may be getting echo. It's entirely possible. If the audio is doubling, it's okay. It's, wait, that's me. I fucked that up. We'll start again. Let me know if it's still happening. No, what is this? Skip navigation, search, create avatar image. I don't even know what I clicked. What the fuck? Here you go. We're just gonna bounce back. Let me know if there's still echoes.
the reason that startups work so well is because they're structured as dictatorships. It was the Machiavellian competition between rival patron families. That's what drove the Renaissance.
No echoes, so you get bullshit in mono. Those two statements, by the way, are not only incredibly ahistorical to the point where this is Yarvin slop. I don't actually think Yarvin would say this. Like I don't think even Yarvin would say this. It's incredibly uneducated to make these statements. It's not even new bullshit. True, but what are you going to do?
Well, the masters, they're yes-sayers. I'm awesome, I'm beautiful, I'm strong, I'm rich, this is awesome. The slaves,
He literally says that? Oh no.
they're naysayers. Power, bad. Beauty, bad. Wealth, bad. Privilege, bad. They don't stand for anything. They only stand against things. The Greco-Roman myths are by victors, for victors, about victors. Whereas Christianity is by victims, for victims, about victims.
This is going to be fun. This is actually going to be fun.
Tibetan Buddhists, they can talk about egolessness, they can talk about compassion all they want. Look at the society they built. Nietzsche thinks this book is going to be wasted on most of you, but for his rightful readers, it'll set you free. Nietzsche wrote his books to cultivate what he called higher men, people like Beethoven, like Napoleon, and of course...
One sec. Allow me to share some comment etiquette with you. Hey there. I just started watching this video, and I wanted to let you know that it's astonishing the level to which you've taken any of these ideas. It is clear you have a perfect understanding of all these writers that you have clearly read and understand the context of. That's why when I was in my stream laughing at you and how stupid you are and the stupid shit that came out of your mouth, my chat corrected me. He isn't actually worth laughing at. He is actually just the same Yarvin shit in a new wrapper. Enjoy your grift. There, that sounds about right.
Of course, our friend Mr. Nietzsche himself.
Better to leave out stupid? No.
And before you get a bit too excited, Nietzsche's got some bad news for you. Higher men are born to be higher men.
Actually, someone did make a point. And post. Thank you very much. Rocket ships.
They are born with noble aristocratic natures, which he thinks is incredibly rare. If your highest aspirations are a beautiful house with a nice car, of doing well in your 9 to 5, then this book was not written for you. In fact, you might want to consider turning off this lecture because Nietzsche thinks herd morality is good for the herd. Now, if that doesn't sound like you, if you aspire to a lot more, Nietzsche's still got some bad news for you. Your potential is being deliberately stunted by the herd.
See, hey, philosophy tube. Is it possible to take Nietzsche out of context and basically do the Nazi thing? Yeah, like this, especially when you don't read it. Especially when you don't read it. I'm excited for when he actually gets into this, because this is embarrassing already, but it is incredible. For those who don't know, and I'll explain a handful of things that are in the comments in the chat. He is saying that there are such things as great men, singular men, people, humans who are meant to rise above, who are better than others. This is antithetical with Nietzsche throughout all of his works. The Übermensch isn't the upper man. That's not what it is. The Übermensch is the ultimate man. It's a different framing, different language, co-opted by Nazis because these people are really stupid. Again, very stupid. And that's why I left stupid in there. Secret Agent Dan. I wasn't generating anything. I wrote it because he's stupid. You should know he's stupid. Look, if you are wearing like a makeup or a shirt that makes you look absolutely ridiculous, a friend would tell you. This is how you know when you don't care about people, you're willing to let them be completely stupid, which is like wearing a really ugly outfit or accidentally, leaving your dick out when you come back from the bathroom. And everyone laughs at you because you got no friends. And a friend or someone who's not a piece of shit will go, hey, dude, don't be stupid. You're being stupid. Do you know you're being stupid? Because you need to take a second. Like, you're being stupid. Stop being stupid. Don't be stupid.
And if you want to achieve greatness, you're going to have to abandon everything you've learned to call morality, altruism, equality, moderation. These values are manufactured precisely to restrain people like you. But there is some good news amidst all this bad news. And the good news is that this book will set you free.
Wow.
What I'm going to do to ease you into Nietzsche's ideas.
Oh my God. This is the most pretentious shit ever. If anyone who sees this and is within the sound of my voice in any capacity, and you were in the audience of this, you have no reason to exist anymore. Your life has been lived. You are a background character in a scam video. Unless you are paid to be there as an actor, which I understand. You got to take your job. But if you were there as someone who's interested in hearing this fool talk at this way, in this way, to make a capitalist-based video on a great book, there's not much more for you, is there? There's not much more.
I'm going to share with you a bit about my first introduction to Nietzsche and the genealogy. When I first got to college, all I wanted to be was an entrepreneur. So I dropped out freshman year, freshman spring, to build a company. And if you'd asked me then and there why I was building the company, I would have told you something ridiculous, like, I want to make the world a better place.
Oh no, I didn't realize this. Studied computer science at Columbia, during which my curiosity dragged me towards AI, coursework, VR research, continental philosophy, and Buddhist monasteries. I started Opto Investments as part of the founding team. Hi, I'm a very rich man who was always rich and already quite successful. Technology-enabled platform connecting investment advisors to highly sought-after private funds. Former CEO to lead the company as co-founder and CEO. What was he then? Sorry, we're doing this. I'm connected to enough people in different industries that I'm always curious. Is it with an H that he spells his name? Yes. Of course it is, Brooks. Oh my God. Of course. There's a handful of people where it's like, oh, those people. So I love when people just lie about stuff. Like, it's just such a very specific, weird lie, right? After 3.5 years, my curiosity dragged me towards AI coursework. As a senior, I started Opto Investments as part of a founding team. He just finished talking about...
I would have told you something ridiculous. And if you'd asked me then and there, when I first got into college, all I wanted to be was an entrepreneur. So I dropped out freshman year, freshman spring, to build a company.
It's just fascinating because he went from 2016 to 2020 and his first company was in 2020. And it's an equity farm. It's an equity farm. Like, what the fuck was he doing? What was he doing there? Like, nothing. This is embarrassing. He left he just said his freshman year. He went for one full semester. No. He went from 2016 to 2020. He got a Bachelor of Arts, Philosophy and Computer Science. He went from 2016 to 2020 on full scholarship. And he didn't drop out his freshman year. He's just making that up. Or it's not what he's saying. And he means it, but he dropped out but came right back or some shit. Fuck these people, man.
And if you'd asked me then and there why I was building the company, I would have told...
I'm going to guess because you are a very, very wealthy kid. If your first company is a fund out of college and you're a founder of a fund, you're rich. Fuck you.
I told you something ridiculous. Like, I want to make the world a better place. That's complete nonsense, okay? To this day, I've not met one single person actually motivated by that as their primary motivation.
I have. I've met many of them, actually. He's in venture capital, so to be fair, little self-report there. Tim Schafer, it's a video game guy. Literally makes video games to make the world a better place, to make games for his children. That's why people do what they do. James Cameron, my old boss, 100% says, and I believe means, that he does what he does to have fun, to make lots of money, but to make the world a better place. Like, this is such a fucking awful self-report. Again, He's a bad person. Bad at being a person.
I wanted to build the company for the same reasons that Achilles wanted to sack Troy. Pride, greed, glory, maybe even a bit of lust. It didn't work, okay? Company failed. I was very distraught. I went back to school. I got into philosophy because I wanted to figure out what had gone wrong. And the type of thinkers that I was really attracted to were the Tibetan Buddhists as well as the Christians, people like Augustine.
So wait, he got a 4-year degree, he dropped out his freshman year, founded a company that failed, and in that time was able to go back and nothing changed in his timeline for college. And he has no record of this company anywhere. Love it.
People like Girard. And those thinkers pulled me so much because they tried to wean me off of these worldly desires, pride and money and reputation. And instead, they tried to direct me to this otherworldly set of desires: compassion, egolessness, contemplation. And so in the middle, under their influence, in the middle of my college career, I started having this otherworldly phase. I rejected technology. I switched from computer science to philosophy. I deleted all of my social media. I moved to Nepal to go and practice in a Tibetan monastery. And I thought I was making tremendous progress.
Someone with a 4-year degree who switched majors apparently, and who has now apparently dropped out of college twice.
Until I encountered Nietzsche's genealogy. The genealogy exposed me as not only having made no progress, but actually as having deepened in my perversion. It exposed me that I was motivated by what Nietzsche called ressentiment, resentment.
Resentment and ressentiment aren't the same thing, stupid fuck.
Resentment is the state where you feel bad, where you feel unpleasant, but there's nothing you can do about the source of that unpleasantness. And
I made a whole video on this. What is ressentiment? It is not what he's saying here. Ressentiment is a couple steps more, because you feel bad. Nietzsche doesn't say don't feel bad. You see a child dying in the street. He doesn't want, an Ubermensch would just laugh and smile, which is what this psycho kind of thinks. You'd feel bad, but feeling bad is fine. It's the internalizing of the feeling bad that leads you into other directions. I went to a monastery, never fails to land with Westoid Orientalists. Yeah, no shit. Went to a monastery. I pulled a Bruce Wayne. And, I was not born in the darkness. I grew up there. God damn. It's a very strange. Ressentiment for Nietzsche is best exemplified in the example he gives, is the sheep who yells at the eagle to stop stealing his children. Why do you dive bomb? I don't do such a thing. That's ressentiment. It's not just resentment. It's not about the sheep resenting the eagle. It's that the negative feelings, the helplessness and impotence, have been turned into the feelings of oneself being great. I am good because I don't do that, even though you don't have the ability. So, for example, you see, hey, here's going to be a fun one that'll upset people because I like doing that. Why are you bombing Gaza? I wouldn't do such a thing. Great. That's wonderful that you are saying you wouldn't do such a thing. You have no capacity for it. Your judgment here is not useful. It's not good. And your impotence is just yelling bad. That's not good. It does nothing. Does nothing for anyone. Does nothing for anyone. You're impotent, and your impotence is driving your moral judgments of other people. This works the other way too, by the way. We don't have to we don't terrorize and bomb them. Why do they have to come in and terrorize and bomb us? We're going to send in the army. the confusion of things, the impotence and lack of understanding, and the mixture of Spinoza's potestas and potentias, and how fucked up you get on that. Because that's really what Nietzsche's doing, is he's taken from Spinoza. Like, it's completely different than this. And we talked about resentment on your, a lot of us talk about resentment because it's an amazing concept. This guy has no concept of it. No concept at all for it. It was terrible. Already.
And because you can't change the world, you change your interpretation of the world. So the classical example here is Aesop's fox, right? The fox wants the grapes. The fox can't get the grapes. What does the fox do? The fox says, well, the grapes are sour anyways. My sour grapes was my favorite.
That is not it. That's rationalizing. Resentment would be only bad people eat grapes. I am not eating grapes, therefore I am good. That's a really bad reading of a lot of things. I'm not sure I've ever heard a bad reading of Aesop. Also, you fucked up Aesop's fox somehow. Good work. There. I added it. So we have all of those. I don't want it to be, it's a running thing.
Failed company. I was mad at myself, and I was envious of my peers who had dropped out, who had built successful companies. And so even unbeknownst to me, and this is why Nietzsche was so important. It's not like I was consciously planning this fox-like maneuver. Even unbeknownst to me, I had latched on to the asceticism, to the otherworldliness of Buddhism, of Christianity, of philosophy itself, in order to more forcefully reject technology. Those silly entrepreneurs, don't they know all desire is suffering and all ambition is vanity? Nietzsche exposed me as being a little more than just a little resentful loser, motivated by the same pride, the same desire for superiority, but...
Yes, Wig, he has a Machiavelli lecture, and yes, he takes it very seriously. Very seriously.
Even more perverse because it was now packaged in this compassionate and egoless shell. And when he...
Hey, Brooks, if I know you too much, you can always murk me. I'm not going to watch his Machiavelli vid. My Machiavelli response is always the same. It's like, I agree with the idea that it's intended to be over-the-top satire, but that it is a cynical piece of fiction. It's not meant to be emulated. It's meant to be commentary. I tend to believe that. And that's the end of it. If you don't agree with me on that, we have literally nothing to discuss.
Pointed that out to me.
It's not parody. I didn't say parody exactly. It's commentary. No.
I started seeing it everywhere in the social world. So one example is that I had an acquaintance, and in freshman year, I thought he was the most selfless, most moral person I've ever met. Because every time I would see him, he would talk so passionately about welfare, about socialism, about communism, helping the poor, helping the little guy. He confessed to me, junior year, sophomore year, that what motivated that wasn't a love of the poor, but it was a hatred of the rich. So he had grown up in an upper middle class environment, but he was in the middle class. So he was always made to feel lesser than his richer peers.
This person doesn't exist.
And so his orientation away from wealth was not for its own sake, but to get back at the people he was envious and resentful of. Now, the funny story is, he's now in investment banking. Never had an issue with wealth inequality in the first place, or the only issue he had was that he was on the wrong side of it.
Doesn't exist.
So that was my first encounter with the genealogy. But what I want to do now in the part one of this lecture is to properly introduce you, holistically, to Nietzsche's project. Because resentment is only going to be the tip of the iceberg with what Nietzsche thinks is wrong with our culture. Nietzsche's project is one of liberation. And what he wants to liberate you from is everything you've learned to call morality. happiness, altruism, equality, compassion, asceticism. Nietzsche is going to call moralities that emphasize these values slave morality, morality of the herd, morality of the weak, egalitarian morality, morality with a concern for the victim and the poor and the little.
It's insidious as shit, these fucking people.
Guy. And he's going to associate that, for reasons we're going to soon explore, with the Judeo-Christian moral world. What Nietzsche wants to elevate instead is what he calls master morality, inegalitarian, elitist, which he associates with the pagan world, okay, the Greco-Roman world. So instead of valuing happiness, Nietzsche wants us to not only embrace, but see the uses of suffering. Instead of altruism, he wants us to develop a severe kind of self-love. Instead of tranquility, he wants us to embrace danger, have a taste for it. And instead of compassion, he wants us to be not only indifferent to the suffering of others, but be willing to use them as a mere instrument for our own ends.
Dude. It's, in all higher or more mixed cultures, attempts to mediate between a master and a slave morality also appear, even more often a confusion of the same and mutual misunderstanding, even on occasion their harsh juxtaposition. Indeed, in the same person, within one's soul, the moral value distinctions have either arisen amongst a ruling section that was pleasurably aware of being different from the ruled, or among the ruled, the slaves and dependents of every degree. In the first case, it is the rulers who determine the concept good. It is the exalted, proud states of the soul that are perceived as conferring distinction and ordering rank. The noble man distances himself from men in whom the opposition of such elevated, proud states find expression. He despises them. We should immediately note that this is the first kind of morality. In the antithesis, good and bad mean the same as noble and despicable. The antithesis, good and evil, is of different descent. Everyone who is cowardly, timid, petty, and thinks only of narrow utility is despised, as is the mistrustful person with his unfree glances. The person who abases himself, the dog-like man who lets himself be maltreated, the fawning flatterer, and above all, the liar. It is a fundamental belief of all aristocrats that the common people are liars. We who tell the truth, this is how nobility in ancient Greece referred to itself. It is clear that the moral value distinctions everywhere first referred to people, and only afterwards, derivatively and late, were they applied to actions. Which is why it is a grave mistake for historians of morality to start from such questions as, why have acts of compassion praised? The noble type of man feels himself to be the determiner of values. He does not need to find approval in his opinion. What harms me is harmful as such. He knows that he is himself the one to first confer honor on a thing. After all, he creates values. He honors everything which he knows pertains to himself. A morality like this is self-glorification. To the fore is the feeling of richness, power ready to overflow, the happiness of high tension, consciousness of wealth, which would like to give and share. The noble man, too, helps the unfortunate, but not from compassion, or almost not, more from an urge produced by the abundance of power. The noble man honors the powerful man in himself, as well as the one who has power over himself and knows when to speak and when to remain silent, who practices severity and harshness on himself with relish, and honors everything that is severe and harsh. Wanton placed a hard heart in my breast is what an old Scandinavian saga says. The poet who said this caught correctly what springs straight from the soul of a proud Viking. Such a type of man is proud of the very fact that he is not made for compassion, which is why the hero of the saga adds in warning, if a man does not have a hard heart when young, it will never harden. The noble, the brave, who think like this are the furthest from that morality that sees the badge of morality precisely in compassion or in doing things for others, in désintéressement, disinterestment, one's faith in oneself, one's pride in oneself, basic animosity and irony towards selflessness belongs just as definitely to noble morality as a mild contempt and wariness, to compassionate feelings and a warm heart. According to master morality, it is precisely the good person who arouses and wishes to arouse fear, while the bad man is felt to be contemptible. The antithesis comes to a head when, in accordance with the logic of slave morality, a whiff of contempt finally clings to the good people in this morality as well, however slight and benign this might be, because the good person, to the slave's way of thinking, must at any rate be the man not dangerous, good-natured, easy to deceive, perhaps stupid, un bon homme. Wherever slave morality predominates, language shows a propensity for words good and stupid, as edging closer together. A final difference, the longing for freedom, the instinct for happiness, the niceties of the feeling of freedom belong just as necessarily to slave morality, and morality as the skill and enthusiasm in reverence, devotion, regular symptoms of aristocratic ways of thought and valuation. It explains, without further ado, why love as passion, our European specialty, simply must be of noble provenance. As is well known, we trace its invention to the poet knights of Provence, whose magnificent inventive men of the Guy Seber, to whom Europe owes so much, itself included. I love Nietzsche. Fuck, I love Nietzsche. It's terrible. If in Nietzsche, you read it and you go, holy fuck, master morality, that's what I need, that's how I'll become successful, you are slave morality. I was reading Beyond Good and Evil, by the way, which I actually think has some good parts in it. I have the Beyond Good and Evil Genealogy of Morality combination set. I adore it. Beyond Good and Evil, a section of it. So good. So terrible.
And instead of asceticism, he wants us to indulge in our animalistic desires.
No, he fucking does not. He really does not. Wow.
Is the core of Nietzsche's project, what he called a reevaluation of values. The obvious question is, on what possible grounds can Nietzsche make this suggestion, right? And the answer is quite simple. Because egalitarianism, because slave morality for Nietzsche produces mediocrity. It limits the production of greatness. And Nietzsche has one
This is not what he's, Jesus.
orienting goal in all of his writing, genealogy included. The production of what he calls higher men.
This is why friends don't let friends read Nietzsche.
Nietzsche says higher men. You can have in mind people like Achilles, people like Napoleon. But what he really means are the creative geniuses, the Beethovens, the Goethes, the Shakespeares, and of course, according to Nietzsche, the Nietzsches of the world. I read to you the chapter titles of Nietzsche's autobiography. Chapter 1, Why I Am So Wise. Chapter 2, Why I Am So Clever. Chapter 3, Why I Write Such Excellent Books. Believe it or not, there's actually quite a humble and sober answer to those questions, which I'll get to when we talk about free will today. But there's a much more immediate question that presents itself to us, which is why? Why in the world is egalitarian morality harmful for the production of greatness? I mean, the Greco-Roman world is great. They had Sophocles, they had Aeschylus. But think about the great Christian art, right? Think about great Christian poetry, music. Even look at democracy. Democracy, which for Nietzsche is an expression of egalitarianism, equality, produces greatness. So this concern just seems to be empirically unfounded. Nietzsche's response is to say, let's take a closer look at these Christian great men. Let's take a closer look at your democratic greatness. And what you're going to find is you're going to find people who pay lip service to compassion, to equality, in their words. but in their life, they're actually going to embody master morality. They're deeply elitist in their life. And the best example of this is Beethoven. Beethoven,
The best example of this is fucking Beethoven. I'm so for those curious why I'm actually kind of speechless, because it's like with Philosophy Tube, at least Philosophy Tube was crap, like openly. This is like unrelated to Nietzsche. Yeah, first off, calling anyone an overman, I get the point. It's a translational thing. I get the thing. Calling it a higher man? No, absolutely not. Uber does not mean higher. It means over. There are specific words. But when you start doing that, you're doing it for a fucking reason. Because again, the misunderstanding that he's got, which is fundamental, is what the Übermensch even is. An Übermensch doesn't care about other people at all, but not in a way of like being a sociopath. Like other people are part of the world. It has no, they have no inherited morality system that works to establish their personal values or their moral values. They experience their life and they overcome their own life towards it. They affirm life as a thing. Suffering may be part of their existence. They actually embrace suffering. Amor fati. It's like core Nietzschean stuff. And again, I went to Buddhism and then Nietzsche, and then I didn't come away with amor fati, is basically how embarrassing of a person that this is. Because it's, you want to talk about something that unites those two, like at least do that for fuck's sake. But the will to power, which is what he's getting at and what the Übermensch is about, is not about overcoming others. It's about overcoming. That's the end of the sentence, by the way. Do you have difficulties? The will to overcome that difficulty, that challenge, anything in front of you. This is the thing. This is the thing. And all of this drives this sort of different way of thinking. Instead of considering a sociopathic direction of, oh, I'm just not going to care about anybody, and I'm going to do stuff regardless of how many people it hurts. Like, Nietzsche would not be like super down with the idea of like a slave owner, because he fucking hated that. And he was very, very, very clear about it. Like, this was a big deal to him. Again, Kaufman goes on at length about this in his writings on Nietzsche, but Nietzsche himself does a very, very good job of it. And again, Übermensch is also not really in genealogy of morals. So he's talking about genealogy of morality explained by referencing Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which is not really a one-to-one thing.
Nominally was a Christian. This man did not live a Christian life. It wasn't love that motivated the production of his work. It wasn't a concern for the victim of the poor. It wasn't even abstract contemplation on the beauty of God through which he produced his music. Beethoven was ruthless. He was an asshole. He oriented his entire life around his work, which he deified, which he turned into an idol, and through which he wanted to gain a form of pagan immortality.
This is fucking nuts. Like, I don't even know how you get to that. Beethoven absolutely didn't believe any of this shit. Are you fucking out of your mind? What the fuck? Okay. Beethoven was not a ruthless asshole. He was a dick in a lot of ways, but he was very much open about the people who inspired him and built him. And he wrote about augmenting other people's work. And that's how he kind of talked about it. Like, they didn't use those words in English, and I'm modern, but he actively dealt with other people in order to find new and changing things. Because for Beethoven, I mean, honest to God, like, of all the people to fucking use, Beethoven's music, he wrote for social change. I don't even know how you even fucking do this. Ode to Joy, he wrote as a universalist manifesto, essentially. Boom, 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 boom. It's lauded as that. He this is fucking insane. Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, you just failure of knowledge across the board. Here's a quote from Beethoven. 1812, he wrote to a friend, "A musician is also a poet. He can feel himself transported by a pair of eyes into another and more beautiful world where greater souls make sport of him and set him right difficult tasks." Yes, that sounds exactly like what you're talking about, you fucking fraud. Wow. Embarrassing.
Quote to you Beethoven's biographer. Beethoven was possessed of an unswerving sense of mission, of vocation, filled with a deep conviction concerning the significance of his art. All else was subordinated to the fulfillment of this mission. By 1798, an elitist, almost autocratic element had entered his thought. In that year, he wrote to his friend,
God.
"The devil take you. I refuse to hear anything about your whole moral outlook. Power is the moral principle of those who excel others, and it is also mine."
Okay. Who wants to bet the context completely changes what this quote is? Just a theory. Let's find out. The devil take you. I refuse to hear anything about your whole moral outlook. I have an issue when I look for a quote and there's only one source. Do you know who it is? That's right. That's right. Jonathan Bai is the only source that I can find. Here it is, searched. I put it in quotes because I think that's fair to do. It helps search. The exact key phrase, search without quotes. These are all three. This is jonathanbai.com. This is his post on rativa.com, which is the same quote. And then this other thing, which I don't even, did I even open it? Where someone else is quoting him as the source in February 17th of this year. So let's try a shorter bit. All right. Interesting. This is, I'm fascinated by this. Let's go with, sources 70. All right. This is from a few years ago. We can do this. He is ripping off this person. He is ripping off this person. This is crazy to find that so fast. What is this? Why did I find this? How did I get to this? This is a huge piece. The Last Beethoven, Lavinia Nadia Simonos, and it's Open Science, Art and History. It's a study on Beethoven, and very specifically, has this quote, but it's in this area. The higher man has a distinctive bearing towards others, especially toward himself. He has self-reverence. The Nietzschean principle is certainly surprising and may generate false understandings. It may be, for example, mistaken for selfishness or narcissism. That's what I love. Fucking, towards God or gods and beyond good and evil, the German philosopher writes the following about the noble or higher man. It is not the works, but the belief is here decisive, determines the order of rank. To employ once more old religious formula with new and deeper meaning. It is some fundamental certainty which a noble soul has about himself, something which is not to be sought, not to be found, and perhaps also not to be lost. The noble soul is reverence for itself. It does not mean, however, either a hedonistic effusion, this person's very much actually doing a decent reading. What is the source on this? 70, which is down here, quoted in Brian Letter, item page 98. What? So that's a quote in Nietzsche's On Morality by Brian Leiter, where the quote is here. We're never going to get to primary of this. We're never getting the fucking primary of this, are we? All right. Nietzsche on Morality, Routledge, 2002. I'm going to just switch to recording just real quick, just because I'm going to go on a website that has some things, just because I don't want to be spending time fucking around with this. So I just want to get to the PDF and find the source. Moral Psychology with Nietzsche, Nietzsche on Morality Leader. There you are. And there you are. I get the PDF, which I find magically. It's just the way it works sometimes. What are you going to do? Oh, it turns out I own the book. All right. That book, page 98. So let's go to that. Page 98. Why didn't you open? Come on. No, I don't use LibGen. I use the library. The library. There's nothing on ChatGPT. Well, ChatGPT also doesn't have anything. So we're going to go to this page. It's page 98 in here. Please say she's at least citing well. Okay. Okay, and then that source is, take the case of Beethoven, leading modern biographical study from Solomon, 1977. For example, tells us that, quote, Beethoven was possessed of an unswerving sense of mission, vocation, filled with a deep conviction of the significance of a work and his art. All else was subordinated to the fulfillment of the mission. By 1798, when Beethoven was 28, an elitist, almost Caesariist element entered his thought. In that year, he wrote to Zemeskal, "The devil take you, I refuse to hear anything about your whole moral outlook. Power is the moral principle of those who excel others. It is also mine." In 1801, he referred to two of his friends as merely instruments on which to play when I feel inclined. I value them for what they do for me. The passage reveals several of the traits Nietzsche associates with higher human beings. This is the book the guy got this shit from. This is the book he got all this stupid shit from. He didn't read primary sources. I have changed the Nightbot link 3 times and it won't fucking fix. So I don't know what to tell you. Let's try again. Because it enters colons or some other shit on its own. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. Brian Leiter is a very particular historian we've run into before. So we take it with a giant fucking grain of salt. A huge fucking grain of salt, to say the least. All right, it's going now. Good, fixed. Should have fixed it this time. We'll find out soon enough. Ultimately, Nietzsche admired creative individuals the most in art, literature, flow, the men of great creativity. Yeah, this is just fuck. It's just not even for primary literature. That is, I mean, hey, you know what? It's entirely possible this is what that thing meant. I always took it to mean that, hey, you think it's your Christian morality that did it? No, it was actually the material conditions of the world and the forces at play beneath them that they even ascribed to that in order to put one over on people. It doesn't mean that you should laud the Machiavellian forces. That's not what Nietzsche's saying. He's saying that, like, again, it's so loaded. It's incredible. Wow. This is like, Ayn Rand wrote an entire bunch of shit on Kant. And someone once said, why don't you do a response? Explain why she's wrong. The thing is, you can't, because she's not actually at any point talking about Kant. Like, the stuff he's saying, I kind of think I know where he might be getting it in Nietzsche, but it's not actually in Nietzsche. These are implications in other things, and it puts you in a place where you can't really respond, not meaningfully. Ayn Rand wrote extensively about Kant, one of the most immoral philosophers who ever lived, she said. Big deal. She wrote a lot about him. Really? It's excessively egalitarian. Soccer, football for the rest of you, is popular because it is egalitarian. See, stupid people think egalitarian means that everyone's equal and they all have equal outcomes. That's not what it means. Egalitarian means equal opportunity. And the beauty of sports is actually kind of that. When we live in a culture where all of our sports and primary sports players came from poor families, inner city kids are the best basketball players. That's a thing that is not out of nowhere. The best who ever lived often. Like, it's fucking nuts. Oh, the video's not playing for you guys. God damn it. Am I just talking to myself at this point? Terrible. See, why do you even follow me around? It's embarrassing.
Beethoven's own Nietzsche says, let's look at your Christian great art. The David, the Pietà, the Sistine Chapel, the Cathedral in Florence. Was it Christian love that produced that? Not even close. It was the Machiavellian competition between rival patron families like the Medicis and the equally agonistic forces, the pagan psychological forces of the artists themselves.
Yes, that's what he's saying is the cause of it. He's trying to specifically say that it was not a handful of great men. It wasn't the morality of the time. It wasn't the great Renaissance because of Christianity. That Christianity, if anything, actually held it back, and that the explosion was caused because of Christianity's repression. But Jesus,
That's what drove the Renaissance. Nietzsche's point, then, is that Christian civilization only produces greatness when it actively subverts its own fundamental principles. And he's going to make the same claim for democracy today. Democracy only produces greatness in spheres that actively reject its own ideal of equality. Let's look at two examples today in America. Tech, athletics. These are spheres that still produce a lot of excellence, that is very vivacious, that has a lot of dynamism. There's nothing egalitarian about athletics.
again, so this is what I was responding to. Look, there is it purely egalitarian? No, but to say there's nothing egalitarian in athletics is fucking crazy. Like Kobe, like Michael Jordan. Maybe I got to see him play. Got to see him and Larry Bird play. I'm an old man. It's a different generation. I got to see some of the greats. It's fucking crazy. Someone in chat, professional athletes tend to be the oldest people in their school. Maybe. Kobe wasn't. Tom Brady wasn't. There's no correlations. Like there may be correlative things that feel less egalitarian, but like you probably have that be the case where the older kids do slightly better. But again, to say it's not egalitarian, there's nothing egalitarian, is a fundamental misunderstanding of what egalitarian means. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what egalitarian means. Egalitarian means opportunity, not outcome. That's what he's doing. That's the exact thing he's doing across the board.
It's the only domain in the West today that you can actively advertise and be rewarded for doing so. I want to crush the competition. I want to win.
What are you talking about? That's literally every business slogan. What a moron.
I am the best. Technology is also deeply inegalitarian.
That's true.
The reason that startups work so well is because they're structured as dictatorships.
That's not what egalitarian means. It's inegalitarian because by nature, people hire people that they know, and they know people who are in their social circles. So wealthy people and people who go to school at these schools who are already part of them hire people more apt from their own social circles. That's the opposite of egalitarianism. It's the opposite of meritocracy fantasy or anything like that. The people hire people they know, and they don't advertise in places they don't, which is the opposite of sports, by the way. Sports like actively goes out and tries to find people in places no one expects so they can get a player who's going to knock it out of the park and get a ringer that no one would expect. It's incredibly common. It's fucking weird. This is so weird.
Aristocracies at best. It's because they don't operate by democratic.
His point is that egalitarian aspects are moderated by hierarchical, tumultuous ones. That's his point is that he said there's nothing egalitarian about sports. Like that there's parts that are not egalitarian doesn't mean that it's not like this is that either all categorical bullshit thinking. That's the problem. Like it's the thing he's doing. It's clearly people compete and there are people that are better than others. Therefore it's not egalitarian. Sports is a great example. It's like, no, sports is kind of the great equalizer. Who wins marathons? Rich white people from upstate New York? Rich white people from San Francisco? No. Kenyans? Huh. Egalitarianism, troubling, and athletics is difficult. It is necessarily more egalitarian than the way he's talking about it.
Democratic consensus. It's because they don't decide on committees. It's because they actively subvert rules and conventions, sometimes the law itself, but they're able to innovate so fast.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So go read the biographies of the great entrepreneurs like Steve Jobs. Go read the biographies of the great athletes like Kobe Bryant. And you're going to find the same maniacal focus, the same ruthlessness, the same disconcern for the feeling of others.
Nietzsche did not have disconcern for the feeling of others, had nothing to do with this. And also, Kobe was a rapist. So, point for you.
That you saw in Beethoven.
Steve Jobs didn't invent the iPhone, by the way. He failed multiple companies before getting lucky at a time and place when he had multiple teams that were putting things together that he didn't fully understand, but he happened to be there in the right place. But everyone calls him a great man because of it. He probably did some right things, but he's not the dude.
So now that we have a better understanding of what Nietzsche's trying to do, let's revisit his revaluation of values and see if we can become just a little bit more sympathetic to what he's trying to do.
No.
Why does he advocate severe self-love over altruism? Well, these great projects require total devotion, and they're your projects. They might have some greater end, greater ambition, but at the end of the day, they're your projects. They're projects that you can throw your identity all behind. This is why
I don't... Self-love is not a term in Nietzsche. Sphere, maybe? Nope. This is the problem. I have no idea what he's talking about. He's already revealed he's not even quoting from this or talking about the book that he's talking about. He's talking about Zarathustra. So, if you want to tell me what the fuck you think he's saying.
Why I said in the beginning, I've still not met a single person who has as their primary goal making the world a better place. At best, and even this is very rare, it's I want to make the world a better place.
You're just a fucking weirdo. And it's a lot of self-reports, buddy. It's a lot of self-reports here. It's a huge number of people who want to make the world a better place. There's actually a lot of them. Most people, to be perfectly frank. We have social workers. They don't get into that for the money. Your weird cabal of psychotics who are problematized because you have excess capital and no repercussions for your terrible behaviors and failures of humanity that you exist in. You're able to drop out of college at Columbia while on a full ride scholarship and have a failed startup, I'm going to guess is a fund or related to a fund, and then go back to college and have them accept you to do that, only to leave and go to a monastery, have the money to do that, only to fail doing that and return to college again. And then after that, to leave college, graduate, and start a fund with a philosophy degree. The failures that you've had in your life already at that point, well, let's not even talk about earlier than that, because I don't even know the rest, but I'm going to guess there are a few, are opportunities that most people, 99% of people, do not have. A failure ends their career or possibilities of a career. Hey, I have a great idea. I want to start a restaurant. And then as you're doing it, you make a bad calculation, can't afford it, business closes, and that's it. You don't have family money to fall back on. You don't have special loans from friends. You don't have a lot of money. You don't have a degree from Columbia. The failures that people have had are excessive. Just one or two, that's all it takes. But for you, you can fail many, many times and continue to do so, apparently, and continue to do so. Very well done.
Okay, let's look at another set of evaluation. Why does Nietzsche advocate?
Your jacket looks like shit. Drip check. Terrible. It's ass. It's a shit jacket. It's a shit tie. It's bad look. You're in a brown room with yellow backing. You don't want to do that with brown and black stripes. It's really, really, really diminishing. It makes you blend in with everything else. What you want to do is you want to bring up the lights. If you like the warm look, that's fine, but you should have a sport coat that clashes with the background so we can see you better. I would probably lean towards, honestly, not even doing this color scheme in general. It's a terrible, terrible set of choices. It's all very, very like one side of the hue color. It's way too warm. It's just terrible.
Against compassion in favor of treating others as instruments. That's completely ridiculous, right? That's immorality.
And when you have this kind of money, like, come on.
Well, this all-encompassing love that you have for your own great project, this total devotion, is going to put blinders on you, okay? So you're not going to be focused on other people. You're not going to have time to be compassionate to others, even when you do focus on other people. What total devotion means is that you treat everything in your life, including those people, as mere instruments.
No. And I know it's a tough one, because what you don't want to be doing is, and you see people do this. I tend to discourage this. I do this too, though. It's tough to do, tough not to do. What you don't want to do is ascribe intention to other people, that they're good or evil, that they're doing things for a reason. You want to see them as they are in that moment. You don't want to regard them as anything but the complex person, but you don't want to give them a story. You don't want to take away their agency by doing so. This is not seeing them as mere instruments. This is seeing them as the full-blown, beautiful human that they are. And by not giving them that backstory, by not saying they're good or evil or part of this class or this caste or anything, but engaging them in the moment, in the eternal now that is continually repeating, you're able to be true to yourself and bounce off them truly. And as that happens, and as you're able to overcome and they are as well, this is the magic of things. It's a disregarding of yourself and also them as a self, and instead just doing. I get that it's tough, especially for someone who's apparently never read Nietzsche and clearly hasn't read Genealogy of Morals.
Again, think back to Beethoven here. People are, I don't know, a source of funding, an employee, a rival, a faceless audience member in your awesome lecture series. Nietzsche reminds us that great teacher of compassion, the Buddha himself,
No, you can call people stupid. He's stupid. He's stupid. I'm not putting intention behind that. He's stupid. He's being stupid. He's being a bad person, being bad at a person. He's maybe not a bad person. I don't care about that. But this is what he's doing. This is what he's putting into the world. And it's bad. It's unintelligent. It's arrogant beyond words. And it's presumptuous. I don't know everything about Nietzsche. There are people on YouTube who'd fucking wreck me if we wanted to do a one-to-one debate. But I'm not going to sit here also and say Nietzsche believes this and that. I'm just going to say here's what Nietzsche wrote. Here's how I understood it. Just keep going. This is just awful.
Ruthlessly abandoned his father, his mother, his wife, his child, his entire responsibility to his kingdom when his great project of liberation was at stake. Now let's look at the most important retaliation.
Godspeed wrote, the best thing about Steve Jobs is Michael Fassbender playing him in a film. The second best thing is the stupid death. I used to say the best thing about Steve Jobs is it showed everyone that money doesn't buy shit. Because he died drinking kombucha thinking it would cure him.
What's grounding all of this is that you need to be an inegalitarian. I quote to you Nietzsche. Every enhancement of the type man has so far been the work of an aristocratic society, a society that believes in the long ladder of an order of rank and differences in value between man, and that needs slavery in some sense or other. Without that pathos of distance, which grows out of the ingrained difference between strata when the ruling caste looks down upon subjects and instruments, the other more mysterious pathos could not have grown up either.
This is still not Genealogy of Morals. Let's just pull them all up. Why not? This always works. Do you know why this works, everyone? Because people who pretend like they read Nietzsche find a good quote they like with every enhancement. Nope. Fuck. Without that. Nope. This is beyond good and evil. All right, let's see. Aristocratic. That's not going to help. It's a fucking ton. Society. Every enhancement of an aristocratic society. Architect of a, must be the case. I don't know. That's the introduction. I can't possibly be where this is from. Oh, for fuck! What is this fucking translation he's got? That's going to be the biggest problem. Okay. In the past, every elevation of the type human being was achieved by an aristocratic society. This will always be the case. By a society that believes in a great ladder of hierarchy and value differentiation between people and that requires slavery in one sense or another, without the grand feeling of distance that grows from inveterate class differences from the ruling caste constant view downwards. To be sure, we must not give any humanitarian delusions about these aristocratic societies' historical origins, that is, about the preconditions for the elevation of the type human. The truth is harsh. Let us not mince words in describing to ourselves the beginnings of every previous higher culture on earth. People who still had a nature that was natural, barbarians in every terrible sense of the word, predatory humans whose strength of will and desire for power were still unbroken, threw themselves upon the weaker, more well-behaved, peaceable, perhaps trading or stock-breeding races. See, this is fucking, I hate Nietzsche's sister so much. This is that shit that she was doing. It's from What is Noble is the section there. And I got to tell you, we're not even doing genealogy of morals at this point. What translation am I using? That is actually a fair question. Which one did I pull up? I have a couple. One sec. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Marion Faber from Oxford World Classics. I don't actually have a physical copy anymore of Beyond Good and Evil. I got rid of it. Let's see. I also have Adrian Del Caro's translation. Maybe that one is a little bit better because that's the more recent one. Let's see. So where is the Noble? Part 9, What is Noble? Beyond Good and Evil, 167. Let's go do that. Yeah, he's reading. He might be reading from this one, which is good. Nope, he's not. Never mind. I'm wrong. All right. Oh, this way again. Society that believes in a long ladder of rank and order and value difference between one person and another in some sense requires slavery. Like, it's fucking crazy how fucking different these translations are. All right. Yeah, we're just going to switch over and we're just going to do a little mini reading. You can deal with it. Pop it up here. Go here. We go. Well, reading. No. PDF. Come on. That's Anti-Oedipus. We are not doing more Anti-Oedipus. Nobody get fucking excited. That shit is not happening today. But this is. Every enhancement so far in the type human being was the work of an aristocratic society, and it will be this way again and again, a society that believes in a long ladder of rank and order and value difference between one person and another, and in some sense requires slavery. Without the pathos of distance, as it grows out of the ingrained difference between classes, out of the constant looking out and looking down of the ruling caste on subordinates and instruments, and out of its likewise constant exercise of obeying and commanding, of keeping down and keeping apart, neither could that other more mysterious pathos grow at all, that craving in the soul for ever new expansion of distance, the development of ever higher, rarer, more remote, more widespread and comprehensive states. In brief, the enhancement of the type human being, the ongoing self-overcoming of humanity, to use a moral formula in a supra-moral sense. We must not succumb to any humanitarian illusions about the history of the origins of an aristocratic society. Hints of the prerequisite that enhancement of the type human being. The truth is harsh. Let us admit to ourselves unsparingly how so far every higher culture on earth has begun. I mean, this is a critique of it. This is a critique of it. He's using the Wagner cloud. No, that's a funny joke, though. You know, God, it's going to turn out to be true or something. He's using the Hitler version, signed by Hitler himself. Fucking Christ. Oh, shit. This is a critique of it, dude. It's a critique. Just so frustrating.
The development of precondition beings. Nietzsche's point here is that the very precondition to produce these higher men, to undertake these great projects, is to recognize that they exist in the first.
This is how people get to the Nazi shit. This is how it happens. Where you already have intention, you end up.
First place, okay? It's to recognize that there's a vast chasm of difference between Beethoven and your average artist. To recognize that some books are worth reading and rereading for your entire life, and almost nothing else is worth touching. For Nietzsche,
Yes, sure shot. This is giving Hitler particles is a adorable thing. Straight up, this dude should just have the mustache.
the telos of humanity. It's not the happiness of the majority. It's not the development of some world spirit. It's not the satisfaction of the fundamental interests of each. It's to...
I don't want to be mean to people, but so far, every person they've shown in the audience is like who I'd expect to be in the audience.
Produce a few inspiring individuals, even if that comes at great cost to the majority. Greek society needed leisure to produce Sophocles and Aeschylus. That leisure...
Whoa. Wow. Needed leisure. Wow.
required a large slave class. And Nietzsche does not find that objectionable.
Whoa.
Okay. The next obvious question is, why should any of us who don't share, let's call Nietzsche's highly extreme tastes, why should any of us read the genealogy?
Yeah, you share his taste. If that's what if this is how you're talking about it, you share this taste, buddy. You share his taste on this one. If this is how you think, why would any of us listen to this crazy shit I've been saying with a big smile on my face about how it'd be better and how I've been sort of linking toward it the whole time? Like, why would anyone ever want to read this and listen to this brilliant, brilliant work that says that I'm a great person?
Well, the first reason is that even most egalitarians care deeply about having creative geniuses in their societies. We all want to read Shakespeare. We all want to watch great athletes compete. And the genealogy presents, I think, a really serious challenge. Is egalitarian morality compatible with a culture of excellence? But even if you didn't care about any of that.
So one of this doubt Clement's critique of Kant. That line that's too good. That's good. It's a very good line.
You should.
Yeah, Nietzsche had no problem with slavery. He certainly never wrote about any problems with it or issues with it in any of his books.
Read the genealogy because it's a masterwork of understanding human psychology. Sigmund Freud himself said that, I quote, Nietzsche had a more penetrating knowledge of himself than any other man who ever lived.
I am not sure this. I was looking into these quotes. There was some fucking weird thing with it. Like, Freud openly told people he didn't read Nietzsche. He did read Nietzsche, but he openly, like, and he stole a bunch of his fucking ideas. But like, I love that this guy doesn't source his shit. It's just like, translation, my book notes, best reading, my book notes, Nietzsche's meta ethics. Oh God, what book is this? It's Brian Later. It's the same fucking guy. Is it all of his books on Brian Later? It's going to be that. Yep. This is motherfucking these people. See, this is the grift. And I really wish like I could have done this with like actual good authorship and shit, because what they do is this guy who's just a scumbag, like is preaching and preaching and preaching and effectively being an ad for Brian Later, who in turn gives this guy, length and everything as a setup. Like, these people work together. This is what they do. And it's a circle of grift. It's how they work. I don't even know if we can begin to understand Nietzsche's tastes. I mean, we know he liked horses. Sorry, this is just awful.
And Freud also said that he had to stop reading Nietzsche, lest he be left with no original ideas of his own. That's how highly he thought of Nietzsche as a thinker and a psychologist. But there's this final reason to read Nietzsche. There's a final and terrifying reason to read him, even if we don't share his inegalitarian tastes. Tastes can be changed. And the point of this book is precisely to convince a few noble souls, a few potential higher men who would have otherwise wasted their lives operating under slave morality. And that's why Nietzsche writes in the way he does, not in a strict analytic philosophical form, but through rhetoric, through imagery, through aphorisms. It's because Nietzsche's goal isn't to present some kind of abstract philosophical theory. It's to help a few become liberated from morality itself. And the strategy of liberation in this specific work, the genealogy, is to show you the despicable origins, is to show you all the perverse ways that slave morality rose to power.
Oh my God. Okay, bro. I'm going to be pretty confident about this. Slaves were not in power. I know, look, it's a bold fucking historical take. But I'm going to presume that even Nietzsche knew that slaves weren't in power because they were slaves. See, slave morality is not something that is the thing in charge. Master morality exists as the bougie component to that, but slave morality is born of the priest who comes along and sees these things and is able to utilize language, story, myth, muscle, etiquette, symbols, representation in order to tell stories which cause slaves to be happy in their position, or at least filled with resentment and hatred in the proper way, so that way their hatred is channeled. He does not mean, he's not talking about a time in history where slave morality was that of the kings. Fucking moron.
The image I want you to have of Nietzsche and the genealogy
100%, by the way, slave morality is communism.
is of a health inspector.
Sorry. I should be careful. I don't mean that. That's what he's saying. Whenever he says slave morality, he means communism. That's what he means. I don't know about Jews. I think he'd be one of those people who would do like the anti-Semitic thing the other way, where he'd be like, it's like the American Deadline. Francine goes and says, but are there really 3 Jewish bankers living in a cave who run the economy? And Stan goes, honey, of course they're doing that. They're Jewish. That's what we want. We want them to be in charge. They're fantastic at this. It's like the opposite direction It's fucking weird. And this is fucking really stupid. It's wild. I've always loved that line. It's honey, they're Jewish. That's what they should be doing. American Dad has some really fucking good lines.
Eating the most disgusting kitchen that he can find. And what he wants to report back in this book is all the foul personalities, is all the sickly chefs, is all the health code violations that he's discovered to get you change your tastes. I quote to you Nietzsche, describing his projects in his own words. Would anyone like to go down and take a little look into the secret of how they fabricate ideals on Earth? Who has the courage to do so? Well then, the view into these dark workplaces is unobstructed here. Now wait just a moment, Mr. Wanton Curiosity and Daredevil. Your eyes must first get used to this falsely shimmering light. He describes what he sees in this kitchen. And he says, I can't stand it anymore. Bad air. This workplace where they fabricate ideals, it seems to me, it stinks of sheer lies. He's trying to take you back into what he conceives to be the most disgusting kitchen in all of human history that manufactured these slave morals.
I want to say I'm at a loss, but I'm not really at a full loss. It's just, but let us return the problem of the other origin of good, of the good man as conceived by the man of ressentiment, demands its conclusion. It does not seem strange that lambs bear a grudge against the great birds of prey, only this is no reason to hold it against the great birds of prey that they snatch themselves little lambs. Just remember when I said, this isn't about like, you should never feel bad. Oh, Small Cat, Sunday's gonna have a field day with John. Seriously, I think this would probably kill Sunday. Which you should recommend this to him all the time. Remember, he's like, you should never feel. It's like, no, don't begrudge. Lambs should not be happy that, or like not concerned with the eagles. Like that's fucking stupid. The eagles kill and eat baby lambs. You should fucking totally be worried, and you should probably be like pissed about it. Like, fuck you, bird, for killing my kids. That's okay. Nietzsche's like, you should do that. But don't hold it against the birds of prey. This is the scorpion and the tortoise. Scorpion and the frog. Scorpion and the blah, blah. Like a fucking, it doesn't matter. Hey, I'm a tortoise. How you doing? Hey, I'm a scorpion. I need to get across the river. Why don't you take me? Oh, well, you've got a big stinger. You're going to sting me. No, I won't do that. And they get across. You stung me. You're going to kill us both. What? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a scorpion. That's what I do. Begrudging the scorpion? And when the lambs say to each other, these birds of prey are evil, whoever is a bird of prey to the least possible extent, rather even its opposite, a lamb, does he not have to be good? This is, by the way, the morality of America right now. You see this across the board. Hey, I'm like the least Zionist person who's ever existed because I don't believe in the humanity of anybody who's in Israel. Like, that's the thing. This is a fucking thing. I'm not even making, like, people are weird. I have my take on Israel. If you haven't heard it before, it's, I don't like the idea of people dying, and I believe people are humans. I believe governments are not. I have been called awful shit by both sides, by the way. Awful shit. Awful shit. Anti-Semitic, also a genocider for that, because I'm not fully the opposite, right? This is the morality of things. This is the thing. Then there's nothing wrong with the construction of an ideal, even if the birds of prey were to look upon this a bit sarcastically and perhaps say to themselves, we do not bear a grudge against them, these good lambs. In fact, we love them. nothing is tastier than a tender lamb. To demand of strength that it not express itself as strength, that it not be a will to overwhelm, a will to topple, a will to become a master, a thirst for enemies and obstacles and triumphs, is just as absurd as demanding of weakness that it express itself as strength. A quantum of force is just such a quantum of drive, of will, of effect. Moreover, it is nothing but this very driving, willing, affecting, and it can only appear otherwise under the seduction of language and the basic errors of reason petrified in it, which understands and misunderstands all affecting as conditioned by something that affects, by a subject. For instance, just as ordinary people separate lightning from its flashing and take the latter as a doing, as the effect of a subject that is called lighting, so too popular morality separates strength from the expressions of strength, as if behind the strong there were an indifferent substratum free to express strength, not or not to. But there is no substratum, there is no being behind the doing, affecting, becoming. The doer is merely tacked on as a fiction to the doing. The doing is everything. The people basically double the doing when they have the lightning flashing. This is a doing. It posits the same occurrence once as cause and then once more as effect. Natural scientists do no better when they say force moves, force causes, and so on. Despite all its coolness, its freedom from affect, our entire science still stands under the seduction of language, has not gotten rid of the false changelings foisted upon it. The subjects, the atom, for instance, is such a changeling, likewise the Kantian thing in itself. No wonder that the repressed, secretly glowing affects of revenge and hatred exploit this belief for themselves, and basically even uphold no belief more ardently than the one that says the strong is free to be weak, and the bird of prey to be a lamb. This way, after all, they gain the right to make the bird of prey accountable for being a bird of prey. When, from the vengeful cunning of their impotence of oppressed, the downtrodden and the violated encourage one another, saying, "Let us be different than the evil ones, namely good. Good is whoever does not violate, injures no one. Whoever does not attack, does not retaliate. Leaves revenge to God. Whoever, like us, keeps himself hidden, steers clear of all evil, and generally demands little of life, like us patient, humble, righteous souls." Then this really means, heard dispassionately and without prejudice, nothing more than we weak ones simply happen to be weak. It is good that we do nothing, that we are not strong enough to do. But this harsh matter of fact, this prudence of the lower sorts, possessed even by insects who presumably play dead when in grave danger in order not to do too much, has disguised itself in the pomp of resigning, quiet, and patient virtue thanks to the counterfeiting and self-deception of impotence, just as if the very weakness of the weak, that is, of course, his essence, his effect, his entire singular, unavoidable, inseparable reality, were a voluntary achievement, something willed, chosen, a deed, a merit. This kind of human being needs the belief in an indifferent elective subject, due to his instinct of self-preservation and self-affirmation, in which every lie tends to sanctify itself. The subject, or, to speak in more popular terms, the soul, is perhaps the best article of faith on earth so far, because it enabled the majority of mortals, the weak and oppressed of every kind, to interpret weakness itself as freedom, and their being thus and such as a merit. There's a lot said in here, and it is beautiful. 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 The strong also, by the way, doesn't choose to be strong. Lauding strength is the same failure. Yeah, did you get that? It works both ways. Because it's all master-slave morality. That's the point. Oh, we who are strong, we could choose not to be weak, but we don't. We choose these things. Just like Shithead here. See, Shithead here, right? Remember Shithead? I know you might have forgotten about him, but we were technically watching Shithead. Shithead here, okay, has done so many things And he does these things because he chooses to, because he's driven in certain ways, because he does them. He makes the choice. He certainly could do elsewise. Failure. Failure is what it is. It's a very big shame. There's a lot said in there. I fucking adore it. Big things of Hegel has a thing called a master-slave dialectic. Well, that's what Nietzsche is kind of tearing apart. It's not really a dialectic in that sense. Nietzsche didn't really want to play in that direction. For him, it's, what's up, Dexy? What's going on? One sec. Great. Hegel has that thing, but he's fucking with all of this. He's playing with it in a very particular way. Namely, by the way, cause and effect is one of the big ones that he's really going with here. It's one of the reasons Shithead here doesn't really understand it, because he's really caring about cause and effect. One thing causing another, one thing pushing to another, one thing going to another over and over and over and over and over. And it's choice. So the line up here, likewise, no wonder that the repressed, secretly glowing affects of revenge and hatred exploit this belief for themselves and basically uphold no belief more ardently than the one that says the strong is free to be weak, the bird of prey to be a lamb. This way, after all, they gain the right to make the bird of prey accountable for being a bird of prey. And by the way, the bird of prey gets to go, yeah, I am a bird of prey. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do. This is the master morality is not the same. But they still have this accountability, this pretension of choice. Pretension of choice involved throughout it. Very frustrating. The way Nietzsche begins the critique from erotification evaluations, it's a consistent part of critique in general, so much so that Deleuze takes it as this is En's reply to Kant. More or less, that's a very fair way to read Nietzsche. We'll just say he's got issues with German idealism. And I'll kind of leave it there. And then German idealists really, really loved Nietzsche because of a stupid woman. I read that part because it's literally right before what he claims is this like kitchen thing. I don't even know what that means. Does anyone want to go down, take a little peek into the secret of how ideals are fabricated on Earth? Who has the courage to do this? Well then, here we have an open view into this dark workshop. Wait just another minute. Mr. Nosy, Mr. Daredevil, your eyes need first to get used to this falsely shimmering light. Show enough. Speak up now. What's going on down there? Tell us what you see, man of most dangerous curiosity. Now I am the one who's listening. I don't see anything, but I hear all the more. There's a cautious, malicious, soft rumoring and whispering coming from all corners and nooks. It seems to me people are lying. The sugary smoothness clings to every sound. Weakness is in the process of being lied into a merit. There is no doubt it's just as you say it was. Go on. And impotence that does not retaliate into kindness, anxious baseness into humility, subjugation to those whom they hate into obedience, namely to the one they say commands the subjugation. They call him God. The inoffensiveness of the weak man, cowardice itself, of which he has a wealth, his standing at the door, his unavoidable having to wait, assume a good name here as patience. It is even called the virtue. Not being able to avenge oneself is called not wanting to avenge oneself, perhaps even forgiveness, for they know not what they do. We alone know what they do. They're also talking about love of their enemies and sweating at the same time. They're miserable, blah, blah, blah. This whole thing is kind of the process of the creation of this. The process of this thing. I'll open my ears again. Oh, close my nose. I'm hearing again what they have. So that he's literally like talking to his unconscious and the process of it. It's really a fucking great little piece. Again, fuck.
And he thinks that that will be enough to get you change your taste. Which is why in this lecture, I'm going to give you Nietzsche raw and undiluted. Okay?
I'm sure
and I'm
you
going
will.
to try to read you the man himself in his own words. Because more so than any philosopher in the Western tradition, Nietzsche's content is inseparable from his form. The offensiveness, the disturbing quality, the unfair caricatures, that is Nietzsche. And that is what Nietzsche needs to get you to change your tastes. So for the next 2 parts of the lecture, I'm going to try to reconstruct as authentically as I can Nietzsche's own arguments in the genealogy, even if I privately disagree with them. And I'm going to leave my own issues I have with this book for the last part, part 4. So let me summarize once again what Nietzsche's project.
All right, we're going to skip. So he's got Rome against Judea, which I don't want to go into any of that because it's, again, we know his sources. We know what he's going to be focusing on. The most played is the section after that, the resentment of good and evil and good and bad, which is beyond good and evil is the whole point. So I think we'll take it from there. If you guys are good with that, I don't get any major objections. I'm just going to head straight to it. This is a lot.
Without be getting a bit far ahead of ourselves, I want to return to our orienting question. How did Christian morality secure such a total victory? And the clue is going to lie for Nietzsche in the words that these 2 religions use to evaluate. Christian morality, slave morality, evaluates things good and evil. Pagan morality evaluates things good and bad. So Nietzsche is a philologist. That's the discipline that he received training at. And philology is the study of the development of languages. And what Nietzsche finds when he looks at master morality, good and bad, is that the word good has its roots very similar to the words noble, aristocratic, high-minded, privileged, whereas the word bad is associated with words plain, simple, common. For example, the German word for bad is very similar to the German word for plain and simple. And what that tells Nietzsche is that master morality, when they evaluate, they're first.
What? What? I need someone who... Can anyone help me with that last statement? Can anyone help me, please? I'm just looking through the text. I'm not seeing... Good and evil, good and bad, 217. Go down. Now, we'll run that tape back a little bit. I'm very confused. I need help.
Words, plain, its roots very master morality, good and bad, is that the word good has its roots very similar to the words noble, aristocratic, high-minded, privileged, whereas the word bad is associated with words plain, simple, common.
This is interesting. So this is it's just interesting. I was pointed in the right direction by the question of what the terms for good really mean in an etymological aspect. This is Beyond Good and Evil. I found that they all lead back to the same conceptual transformation, that everywhere in the context of classes, noble, lordly, is the basis concept from which good is the sense of a noble soul, lordly, superior, privileged, necessarily develops. And development that always runs parallel with the other ultimately causes common, rabble-like, lowly, to cross over to the concept bad. The most eloquent example of the latter is the German word schlecht itself, which is identical with schlicht. Compare Schlechtweg to Schlechterdings. I fucking hate German. Originally referred to simple, common man still viewed without suspicious second glance. Simply contrast with noblemen around the time of the 30 Years' War. They seem to be an essential insight with respect to moral genealogy. It was only discovered so late is due to inhibiting influence exerted. I mean, it's really to pull that section out and like have that be your point is kind of, that's something, man. Because it's, I think I need to re-listen to it. It's a very, that's something. That's something. Let's go back.
Looks at master morality, good and bad, is that the word good has its roots very similar to the words noble, aristocratic, high-minded, privileged. Whereas the word bad is associated with words plain, simple, common.
So this is just misunderstanding. Again, it's not even like a bad reading of it, but it's just a misunderstanding. Nietzsche's not saying that these words go back to that. What he's saying is that good became associated with nobility, and because of that, the opposite became associated with the word bad. So it's not even that. Like, it's just, this is like what an AI would write.
For example, the German word for bad is very similar to the German word for plain and simple.
One sec. Searching. Schlicht and schlecht. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. But that's not. Again, this is one didn't come from the other.
And what that tells Nietzsche is that master morality, when they evaluate, their first act of evaluation is self-affirmation. They are the masters. They look at themselves and they say, I'm privileged, I'm an aristocrat, I'm beautiful, I'm powerful, I am good. And then they turn to the slaves and they say, well, you're none of that. And so you're bad, you're plain.
See, no.
Again, bad is not the presence of something in the way that evil is. Bad is the absence of something. But the slave morality, does not evaluate in this way. Slave morality establishes the word evil first. And Nietzsche's key insight is that what the slaves label as evil is precisely what the masters label as good. Because
that's not how that works. What's up, buddy?
Can I have the Skittles?
Nope.
Why?
They're not open.
Can you open them?
I can later. I know, it's terrible. Oh, it's terrible.
What's that?
Mom put those there. Don't touch them.
Are they real eggs?
I think so. Leave them. Head upstairs. Go, go, go. Thanks, buddy. I'm,
Because the slaves are jealous of the power of the masters. They're envious, they're resentful. Again, think back to my own example. Think back to the example of my progressive acquaintance.
Yeah,
And
progressive
so,
acquaintance who totally
they
exists.
turn these virtues into vices. Ambition becomes greed. Appetite becomes gluttony. Sexual prowess becomes lust.
So that's not how it works. Hey, how you doing? Let me explain Nietzsche to you, because this is fucking really stupid. Shithead here doesn't get it. There is not just the master and the slave and that setup. That's part of the whole critique. I mean, this hurts so much. masters exist, slaves exist. This is sort of came about for various reasons as Nietzsche goes through. He talks about it more as a genealogical thing rather than a deterministic thing. And what happens at some point is there is not top tier of the rich or masters, but not bottom tier or top tier of the slaves. Like there's someone in the middle realizes that the anger that the slaves do feel, the resentment that is built up, they can actually channel this, control this, and use this. The priest class comes about. The priestly class comes about. They're the ones who come along and go, hey, how you doing? You know, actually, you don't have very much. That's why you're a good person. I mean, look at them. They're gluttonous. They're bad. Oh my God, they are bad. Oh, I will listen to you and follow you. That's great. You're so smart. Thank you for teaching me how I'm actually a good person by not having the things that I don't have. Instead of raising up and, going Mario's brother all over everyone. It's better for these people to be under control of a priestly class and have their energies transformed into a slave morality. And that's where we see it. This is the problem. This is what he has completely missed out on. And it's literally like the next paragraph after the one I just read. So good job.
Confidence becomes pride.
And again, I don't read any lettering except English, and I barely read that. He seems to be incorrectly assigning causality to vaguely connected things. Isn't that what Nietzsche was criticizing the passage read? Yes, Nietzsche critiques it kind of through everything. Causality as a thing, Nietzsche thinks is fucking really stupid. It's a really dumb thing. And then you follow up with that. I've never read Nietzsche, so I'm wildly wrong here. No, you picked up the passage. You did. Congratulations. You did better than shithead here, who has all of the resources, more resources than God, and still wasn't able to get Nietzsche. Imagine the embarrassment and resentment he must feel for having the inability to do what you just did and the choice you just made. He just doesn't have that. Godspeed, you guys. I really started to read off his tablet. He was doing it less earlier. It makes me wonder if he memorized the earlier second. ChatGPT wrote this. He didn't write this. He doesn't understand any of these things. It's not even notes. He's just like fucking got garbage in front of him.
Strength becomes wrath. Okay, so where does slave morality get its concept of good? We know how it got its concept of evil. It gets its concept of good by simply flipping whatever the masters are.
No, you stupid fucking moron. Like this is like just an incurious reading of Nietzsche. Unbelievable. You're welcome. I am smart for telling you how great you are. And I am wonderful for doing so because I have the ability to do so. That is what makes me great and what makes you great. You will become my disciple. It's exactly what's happening. That's the priest class. That's how it works. The thing is, like, what makes it really ironic in like an extraordinary way that he's not including the priest class is he is the priest class. He doesn't realize it, but he's acting the part. He's acting the part. He doesn't know it because he's, again, nothing there. So when he's talking about master and slave, he's recounting it from the position of priest, which is what he's doing, which is what his position is now. It's amazing.
So you're powerful and assertive, I'm going to turn the other cheek. You're beautiful and sensual, well, I value chastity and...
That is not how that happens. Dude, seriously, like just read Nietzsche. I mean, fucking read the passages you already quoted. The sheep doesn't go, well, the eagle, whatever he doesn't do, I'm that. It's like, no. Hey, eagle dive bombed me, killed my kid. That's sad. Because it is, by the way. It's fucking sad. They feel bad. Oh, why would that eagle do that? I don't dive bomb the eagle's kids. That's the example Nietzsche gives, by the way. I, as a sheep, am not dive bombing eagle children and eating them because I choose not to. I am an awesome sheep because I don't bomb fly through the sky and dive bomb the eagle's kids and eat them. That makes me a good sheep. That's it. That's where it comes from. It is not just the opposite thing. Oh no, chat disconnected. Shit. Yeah, okay, we're back.
Virginity.
Whoop, sorry, virginity.
So you're powerful and assertive, I'm going to turn the other cheek. You're beautiful and sensual, well, I value chastity and virginity. You're strong and vivacious, well, tough luck, buddy. The meek will inherit the earth.
I also unbuckle my shirt a little bit while I go out to places. I do that all the time. Yes, I do. How are you? I unbutton too many buttons in my shirt, and it makes me look like I belong in a discoteca from the 1990s doing coke in a bathroom with someone named Jim who talks too much about Rush. I don't know why. I have too many life experiences.
You are wealthy and privileged, it will be harder for you to enter heaven than a camel through the eye of a needle. The slaves, they don't hold values for their own sake, but only as a moral weapon against the masters. Again, think back to my progressive acquaintance. What's core, what's primary for him is his hatred of the rich. And so whatever is the opposite of that, it doesn't matter. Is it socialism? Is it communism? Is it welfare? It doesn't really matter. Whatever is the opposite of that, he's going to align himself to.
If you haven't, we have a just gonna jam for 2 seconds. Banger fucking beat. Boots fucking rules. If you haven't heard the song, you should. And you should go find it. And you should listen to it and enjoy yourself. I might get copyright struck because despite Boots being who he is, Anti-Records does have rights to it, and they do DMCA pretty often. But they're great.
We know you could've stayed home, just cried and cussed. May all your guns go off if it's time to bust. May all their tanks have time to rust. They got the armies turning bullets into gold. They got the hookers turning tricks into cold. And every time the police kicks in the dough, an angel gas breaks dips in the O. And even if a D-boy flips in my O, it ain't enough to buy shit anymore. Sleep in the doorway, piss on the floor. Look in the sky, wait for missiles to show. It's finna blow, cause they got the TV, we got the truth. They own the judges and we got the proof. We got hella people, they got helicopters. They got the bombs and we got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run.
It's a fucking banger. It's such a banger. I'll edit this out. I don't give a fuck. I'll end up having to take this out of the fucking thing. I'll get pinged, but I don't give a shit. Support Boots forever. Anything he does. Boots is a solid comrade. This is the Coup, is the group, but Boots Riley is the dude. Boots Riley is a fucking man. Continually the man. Fucking rules. God damn, what a good song. All right. Back to Shithead.
So for Nietzsche, this is the big difference between the master and the slave mode of evaluation.
No.
The master defines good in himself. Whatever is not that is bad. The slave defines evil in the master. And whatever is the opposite of that is good.
Sorry to bother you, film review win. I don't have to. Watch it. It's fantastic. It is far more interesting, I think, than people give it credit for. A lot of people really only know the first half hour, and they kind of lose track when the cattle shows up, and it becomes a lot less of a metaphor and more of a punching you in the face fucking metaphor. It's fantastic. Fantastic shit. Fantastic shit. God, it's good shit. God damn, it's good shit. Yeah. Fuck.
And the slave mode of evaluation for Nietzsche is going to be the origin of both Christian morality and egalitarianism. And he wants us to see its perversion. He wants to change our tastes.
Don't you got to speed you? They're smiling. I'm telling them everything they are and what they're doing is good and necessary. Yeah, it's basically, you're good. Don't worry. You're fantastic. Don't worry about all the things and all the problems of the world you're making. You are doing fine. You don't have to care about anyone else. This is turning Nietzsche into Ayn Rand however you need to. Perfect explanation, sure shot. Well done. And also thank you kindly.
Through three ways. The first.
Boots Riley and Farside. There's no Boots Riley and Farside. That's a few years though. Booty. I don't even think it's Boots though. I don't think it's Boots. I think it's Booty.
First is by pointing out the internal psychology of the slaves.
Yeah, Farside is good shit. Man, now I have to go listen to Farside. God damn it.
The slaves, they're negative. They're naysayers, right? Because their primary act of evaluation is to say, power, bad. Beauty, bad. Wealth, bad. Privilege, bad.
So he's talking to people who have privilege, and he's saying, you find the good within yourself, and you see other things as bad. And no one's going, that doesn't seem great. There's no one in the crowd who's like, wait, that doesn't seem good. How's that good? Everything that's like me is good. Everything that's not like me is bad. Are you calling me a racist? Yes, we're calling you a racist. What? Why is everyone smiling? Why are all of you people, why is everyone here white? Oh, there's an Indian guy. Okay, we're good.
They don't stand for anything. They only stand against things. And as a result, their own internal psychology is of a seething hate. It's of loathing. It's of envy. So what about the master's internal psychology? Well, the masters, they're yes-sayers, right? Their first act of evaluation is to say, I'm awesome, I'm beautiful, I'm strong, I'm rich, this is awesome. And what this surplus of confidence provides for the master.
All the fucking privileged fail sons that are in this fucking audience, I adore it. How many of them, if a cop stopped them, would say, do you know who my dad is? It's an audience that looks like the phrase, do you know who my dad is?
Is that the master becomes somewhat indifferent.
Oh, Mabel, you're great. I'm losing it imagining one very confused person who showed up for a Nietzsche lecture feeling out of place. Oh God, the fucking audience shots are so fucking amazing. Like, come on. Look at this. Look at this fucking shit. This is going on. Look, there's Mr. I don't button my shirt.
Plus the confidence provides for the master is that the master becomes somewhat indifferent, a cool nonchalance to the external world. He embraces danger. He's not easily offended at all. And even when he commits...
No, the master's a bitch in his own ways. Like, again, you got to reread Nietzsche, my friend. The master's a bitch in his own ways. He's a bitch in a different set of ways.
It's atrocities. He walks away cheerful. I quote to you Nietzsche. Masters step back into the innocence of the beast of prey conscience as jubilant monsters, who perhaps walk away from a hideous succession of murder,
What the fuck are you doing?
Arson, rape, torture, with such high spirits and equanimity that it seems as if they have only played a student prank, convinced that for years to come, the poets will again have something to sing in praise.
How do you read that and not realize that he's not saying this is a good thing? That it's a critique. How do you read such an absolutely sarcastic statement? I'm not even going to look it up. We're just going to take his translation. Hey, these guys step into the space of being a beast of prey, monsters who will walk away from murder, arson, rape, and torture and be so overjoyed about it and think of it that they'll act and consider as if it was merely a prank and that it was so grand that the poets will write about the murder, rape, and torture that they just did. How do you fucking come away not going, oh, this is probably a critique of a couple things? Like,
Convinced that for years to come, the poets will again have something to sing in praise. The picture that Nietzsche paints of the master is of this joyful brute. And he is a brute, okay? So he's very stupid. Partially because he's never had to use his intellect. But
I don't know where you get that from.
what's positive here is his naivete, okay? The fact that he doesn't overthink things. And if you think Nietzsche is exaggerating with that quote I just gave you, that's literally how the Iliad begins. Achilles commits murder, arson, rape, and all he can think about is his own reputation, his own immortal glory. So the best way to think about Nietzsche's master is your high school jock, okay? He's a physical specimen. He's on top.
This may start getting close to home, given this is the 26th, tomorrow's the 26th anniversary of the Columbine Massacre for me. So just putting up front, I may start making really bad jokes that are really upsetting in a second here. Why would he go there? Why is this where I end up in this video today? Why is this the day I watch this? What the fuck?
Top of the social pecking order. He loves danger, extreme sports, drunk driving, body checking people in hockey. He bullies people, not because he's mad, but for him, it's fun to shove someone into a locker. And you can call all manner of obscenities to his face, partially because he's so smug and confident, partially because he's too stupid to realize what you're actually saying. That might sound a very negative ideal for us.
Yes, it is.
Because we have been influenced by Christian morality. But it's the naive self-assurance, okay? It's the willingness to indulge in one's simple desires. It's the natural independence. That's the first reason that makes this masterly mode of evaluation preferable to the slave.
If you're taking notes for this, you're fucking stupid.
The second reason that slave morality is
How embarrassing is that? You brought a notepad and a pen? What the fuck is wrong with you?
despicable for Nietzsche is that they promote bad
They've got to be paid. It's the only they got to be paid.
values. And Nietzsche wants to ask, how can you not promote bad values? You've simply taken what the masters like and you flipped it. By the way, that's also the answer to the question why there are two competing moral systems in the West. It's because the Christians literally took the Greco-Roman way of evaluating things for Nietzsche and flipped it on its head. And Nietzsche would say, let's just look at the type of people.
I think that's what he's doing is he uses the jock metaphor because he knows everyone in that fucking room either was or was beaten up by. It's a universal symbol for people quite often. It's really amazing. I think that's what he's doing. It's really strange.
People associated with these different religions, and that's going to tell you everything you need to know about them.
No.
Who created the Greco-Roman myths? Well, it was the aristocrats, right? Aristocratic artists. Virgil, Sophocles, Aeschylus. Who created Christianity? Who wrote the Bible? Well, the Hebrew Bible is by a group of people who repeatedly suffered enslavement and exile, and the New Testament is written by a group of persecuted Jews. Okay? Nietzsche would ask, who is Greco-Roman myths for? Who are they for? Well, they're for the aristocrats, right? People like Caesar. They claim direct ancestry from Aeneas, from these myths. Who's Christianity for? It's emphatically, it wasn't for the aristocrats, right? The Roman senatorial elite were the last to convert. In the first 300 years, the early adopters of Christianity, the lower classes, the middle classes, marginalized people, like women and slaves. Okay? Who were the Greco-Roman myths about? Well, they were about these larger-than-life aristocratic warriors, Achilles, Odysseus, and even more powerful gods like Zeus, who flew around everywhere zapping people with thunderbolts. Who's Christianity about? It's about the victim. It's about Moses, not the Pharaoh. It's about Abel and not Cain. It's about Joseph and not his brothers.
Look, I'm not like an expert in Hebrew Bible. I have, for various reasons, read multiple King James and red-lined and red-lettered Christian texts. I do not see the Old Testament as being that of the slave morality, despite, like, I think there's places you can take it, but there is tales of kings and rulers, and it's much more story. Like the Christian version is what's being focused on here, actually. Like Nietzsche, in all of his odd anti-Semitism that people claim, he actually talks about how Jewish people don't have that sort of side to them in the same way Christians do, despite being kind of in the shit end of the stick when it comes to, you know, treatment of people by history and all of that. So it's, oh yeah, good Shakespeare. That makes me feel better. And doesn't understand Jewish Bible at all. I am, it's, the idea that the myths of Greece and Rome were created by aristocrats also, I really would have to have like sources on this, because like Virgil didn't invent the shit he wrote about. What the fuck?
Christianity is about a lowly carpenter whose defining moment was getting executed by the Roman state.
How do you not even understand Christianity?
Nietzsche would say, the Greco-Roman myths are by victors, for victors, about victors. Whereas Christianity is by victims, for victims, about victims. And he wants to ask you, is there any doubt why such a religion would emphasize meekness, chastity, poverty? And is there any doubt why our culture, that has been so sufficiently influenced by Christianity, is so victim-obsessed? I mean, today, in political conversation, how do you gain the moral upper hand? You start by listing out all the ways you're a victim, right?
This is what Republicans do. He's right. All the people on the right, the wealthy, the billionaires, all of them do this. This is 100% what they do. The left is not what's doing this. The left is more concerned with how other people are made victim of the social order. But they actually aren't talking often about victims themselves. Right? Does it, you know that one?
Counsel.
How about this one? Speaking of victims.
Any young founder today to pursue your dream not for profit or valuation or material wealth, but for the good of humanity.
Which is easy for you to say being a billionaire.
This is one of the best scenes in the whole fucking show. This is, if you haven't seen this is one of the best fucking things. Like, it's so well done. This guy does it so fucking well. Oh no, it muted it? Why would it do that? It does it whenever I go back? That's fucking annoying. How far back did it mute? Did it mute the whole thing?
Not for profit or valuation or material wealth, but for the good of humanity.
Which is easy for you to say being a billionaire.
Let me change the subject. I
don't care for your tone, Kara. I'm getting a little tired of this bias against the leaders of our industry. I'm continually creating jobs and helping people. And I'm
Rix, I thank you for the gift of the membership for The Problem. Welcome, The Problem. From Silicon Valley. First 2 or 3 seasons are phenomenal. First season is one of the best seasons of television comedy ever written, but they continued on. They nailed some things. And this is the Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, like the Silicon Valley billionaire mindset. And this line is so fucking amazing.
I'm tired of getting slapped for it. I didn't steal the money I have, and I resent being treated like I did. You know, there is a climate in this country that is very dangerous.
It's dangerous out there for billionaires.
There's that attitude again, Kara. Billionaires are people too. We are leaders in technology, in industry, in finance. Look at history. Do you know who else vilified a tiny minority of financiers and progressive thinkers called the
It's so good. It's so good. I have to keep pausing or else I'll get a fucking demerit. But
Jews? Vilified a tiny minority of financiers and progressive thinkers called the Jews.
Wait a minute. Did you just compare the treatment of billionaires in America today to the plight of the Jews in Nazi Germany?
Absolutely. One could argue that billionaires are actually treated worse. And we didn't even do anything wrong. We're an even smaller minority. There's a lot more of them. These are facts.
it's one of the best. I fucking love that show so much. It's just so good. It's just so good. It's just so well delivered and simple and just exactly how these fucking psychotics think. I love it so much. It's so good. We didn't even do anything. It's like the levels of fucking insanity. The writing is so good for that. That's so good to nail that so much. I know Shakespeare, if you hadn't seen it, I didn't know you hadn't seen it. You probably, your head probably exploded just now. It's one of the most over the line smart, like they nail so many good things. This Gavin Belson is so fucking good in this whole thing. It's so great. It's one of my favorite bits. And it's all I can think of whenever people are talking about like these people, they hate job creators. And I'm just like, there's that scene. Now you have it too. And you can send it around because I was debating on face swapping these people out for like Musk and a few others. Cause I think it would work. Because it does, these people.
As an immigrant, I think this. As a minority, I think this. As a working single mom of 20, I think that. That's Judeo-Christian. That's not Greco-Roman. How does Achilles introduce himself? I'm Achilles, son of Peleus. You start by listing your noble ancestors, right? You start by listing all the ways you're a victor and not a victim. But the even bigger issue for Nietzsche is that when slave morality elevates things like mercy, like chastity, like poverty, that's not what they're really advocating for. I quote to you Nietzsche in his own words. The inoffensiveness of the weak one, cowardice itself, which he possesses in abundance, his standing at the door, his unavoidable having to wait, acquires good names here, such as patience. It is even called virtue itself. Not being able to avenge oneself is called not wanting to avenge oneself, perhaps even forgiveness. For Nietzsche, the slaves aren't merciful. They're too weak to seek revenge.
That is not what Nietzsche's saying, my bro. That is fucking crazy, man. That is fucking crazy, man. That is fucking crazy.
They aren't chaste. They're too ugly to get laid. They aren't patient. They're too cowardly to act.
Yeah, shoots the shotguns. You list your inheritance. You list the luck of the draw that makes you who you are. Again, the masters suck too. Like they're not good. He doesn't like them again. They're people who rape and pillage and suck. And he's explaining how we live in a society now where we have shitheads. See shithead right here. This is shithead. Shithead has a bunch of money. Shithead is aimless and shiftless and kind of has no purpose in life or anything, and is totally naive about the position he's in and how lucky he is. And he doesn't see anything except outside of that. He's done an extraordinary number of things to be a waste. And he's kind of advocating now to be a selfish fuck. And he's doing it actively by miseducating people. He doesn't understand that he's miseducated. He's just a shithead. And he is just doing that thing. And all he's got is where he was born, who was born to. And the masters suck. And his friend that he made up, who doesn't exist, who said that he only does it because he hates rich people, but now he's an investment banker. These people don't exist. And when they say that, they're lying. Because that just isn't a thing. It's stunning that this is where he ends up. Wild. What a fucking weirdo.
Nietzsche's point is that you can't confuse impotence for virtue. I want to take a step back here and just point out something interesting, because the Christian thinker René Girard also came to the exact same conclusion, that at the heart of Christianity, what made it special was that it emphasized the victim, it protected the victim. But of course, given that he's a Christian thinker, he sees that as a reason that Christianity is true and not as a reason to critique Christianity, as Nietzsche does here. And it's actually structured as a very brilliant and compelling critique of Nietzsche, which I'm not going to go into now, but I'll link my lecture in the description below if you want to watch that later on. We need to turn to the third issue that Nietzsche highlights with slave morality, and that's hypocrisy. And there's no better expression for Nietzsche of this hypocrisy than Christian love.
It's so fucking crazy, man. So, like, when you don't read Nietzsche, and because this guy never read Nietzsche, he has no concept of it. He's read secondary texts. He is Abby 2.0 and kind of dumber. Abby didn't pretend to make this many points, but also was also stupider. So who gives a fuck? Like, what Nietzsche's doing when he's writing a book called The Genealogy of Morals, for example, which Beyond Good and Evil and stuff like that is in there. He's trying to talk about how morals came to be. There's not really a point that he advocates that this is like a thing to go back to or that this is good. He actually wistfully talks about the things that were lost during the advent of slave and master morality, sure, but he really doesn't want to go back to that. He's pretty explicit about it. Like this rampant nightmare, sociopathic, selfish nightmare that this fucking asshole is talking about is about, as he talks about, is the will to power twisted into dominance. But dominance isn't the will to power. It's not. Will to power is about the will to overcome. If you are dominant, you are not overcoming anything. It's being twisted into dominance. The whole point is to get beyond good and evil, not to get beyond, like, hey, we want to get beyond good and evil and be good. Fucking moron. It's beyond good and evil. Like, it's not hard. These books have words, and words mean things. I wish Nietzsche critiqued master morality more. He doesn't need to. Like, it's built into the whole thing. These things go hand in hand. The nature of slave morality, along with the priest class and master morality, come together. He doesn't see this as like a thing where he's like endorsing the master. That's not his setup. He's not saying good things. The whole thing is about how fucked up all of this is, and how the way that this works reveals underneath it the forces which are creating the space that we live in and the world we live in. That's what all of this is to him. He's not adding a good side or a bad side to any of it. He's saying, look at it. Look, hey, the Renaissance didn't come about because God ordained it, you fucking morons. It happened because there were all these, kind of weirdo assholes who were in charge, whole bunch of people who weren't in charge and being oppressed. And there was this kind of movement that enabled these other things. The material conditions enabled the secondary effect of everything. But he's not advocating for it. He's describing it, because the point of the book is 100% to say, hey, can we go beyond any of these conceptions of good and evil. That's the master or the slave. Master says good. Slave said good. No, go beyond all of this. It's not about what's good and evil. It's not about what's good and bad. It's not about any of these things. It's about the drives and impetus underneath it and how they get malformed into secondary forms. This is what Nietzsche's doing. His whole project is about revealing the forces at play within, effectively, you could say, the unconscious. That's his project. That it's not anything you can name. It ain't the masters. Fuck you. It ain't the slaves. Eat shit. It's not good. It's not evil. It's not who's in charge. It's not any of the great man. Eat shit. It's none of that. The forces at play are beyond this, and that we can see them by reevaluating history through this lens. That's what the book's about. Look at the lens and look at what he's actually talking about throughout all of it. It's not like it's a complex thing to sort of see. Let me read the end of the book. We'll just get to the end here. Let's fucking do this. I'll just jump in, because it's the end of the third treatise. Here we are at the end. If one disregards the ascetic ideal, then the human being, the animal human being, had no meaning so far. His existence on earth contained no goal. Why human beings at all was a question without an answer. The will for human beings and earth was lacking. Behind will, force, power, desire, libido, behind every great human destiny resounded a still greater refrain of in vain. That is precisely what the ascetic ideal means, that something was lacking, that a tremendous void surrounded humanity. He did not know how to justify, to explain, to affirm himself. He suffered from the problem of his meaning. He suffered likewise too. He was for the most part a sickly animal. Suffering in himself, however, was not his problem. But he lacked the answer to the cry of his question, why suffering? The human being, the animal that is bravest and most accustomed to suffering, does not deny suffering as such. He wants it. He even seeks it, supposing that he has shown a meaning for it, a purpose for the suffering. The meaninglessness of suffering, not suffering, was the curse that lay spread over humankind up till now, and the ascetic ideal offered it a meaning. It was only the meaning so far. Any meaning is better than no meaning at all. The ascetic ideal was in every sense the all-time faute de mieux par excellence. In it, suffering was interpreted. The tremendous void seemed filled, the door closed to all suicidal nihilism. The interpretation, there is no doubt, brought with it new suffering, deeper, more inward, more poisonous, more life-gnawing. It brought all suffering under the perspective of guilt. But in spite of all this, humanity was saved by it. It had a meaning. It was henceforth no longer like a leaf on the wind, a plaything of nonsense, of without sense. It could now will something, no matter at first where, to what end, and with what it willed. The will itself was saved. We simply cannot conceal from ourselves what that entire willing that draws its direction from the ascetic ideal actually expresses. This hatred of the human, even more of the animal, even more of the material, this abhorrence of the senses, of reason itself, this fear of happiness and beauty, this longing to get beyond all appearance, change, becoming, death, desire, longing itself. All of this means, let us dare to grasp it, a will to nothingness, a counter-will against life, a rejection of the most fundamental suppositions of life, but it is and remains a will. And to say once more at the end what I said at the beginning, humanity would rather will nothingness than not will. That's literally the point of the book, by the way. I said at the beginning, I said at the end. This is the point of the book. Beautiful. When is Christmas? I don't know. December usually.
Nietzsche thinks that Christian love purports to be this voice of objective justice, but is really just the pagan desire for vengeance in another form. And the way that he's going to make this argument is quite clever. He's going to latch on to a strand of theological thought that conceives of God's punishment, even God's punishment, as a manifestation of God's love. That makes a lot of intuitive sense, right? We punish people all the time who we want to be better. We punish our kids so that they morally improve. We punish our employees because we want them to be better. What Nietzsche's going to focus
That's a fucking hard self-report.
all the time who we want to be better. We punish our kids so that they morally improve. We punish our employees because we want them to be better.
We punish our employees. You know what I have to say to that?
We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run.
That's my jam right now.
What Nietzsche's going to focus on is a specific type of punishment. Punishment in the afterlife, punishment in hell. What's the purpose of God's punishment? Are you going to still tell me it's love? Even if these people have no possible outlet of improvement? That's the wedge where Nietzsche smells hypocrisy, and he's going to cite.
That is not, I would not say that is the wedge, but okay. Okay.
3 influential Christian writers to make his point. The first writer that Nietzsche cites is Dante, who writes on his gates of hell, I too was made by eternal love. If you read the Inferno, you know there's not a lot of loving going down there, right? It's a torturous hell. And so why? Why is that love? Some theologians think that when you desire sin, what you're desiring is to be away from God, and therefore the Inferno is really giving you what you want, and so that's why it's love. But Nietzsche's not convinced at all. Nietzsche says, you're telling me I'm getting impaled by a spike for all of eternity with no possibility of moral progress because God loves me? What Nietzsche reads instead into the structure of the Christian afterlife is the pagan desire for vengeance, and he...
Yeah, the problem is, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. I'm just going to read it. There's absolutely love pointed out in the Inferno. I am not sure how that's missed. Now, if you don't read the Inferno and you go, oh, it's a bunch of circles of hell and gnashing of teeth and horses eating each other and spikes up the butt. Yeah. Who is this guy? This is a video we're watching that has 850,000 views. That is a lecture on Nietzsche. To put it in context, that's more views than my entire channel may ever have.
He cites his second thinker, Aquinas, to make his point. Thomas Aquinas, the great teacher and saint. The blessed in the kingdom of heaven, Aquinas says, meekly as a lamb, will see the punishments of the damned in order that their bliss be more delightful to them. Nietzsche's reading here of Aquinas is that the saints in heaven are like spectators in an otherworldly coliseum eating popcorn and laughing and pointing out at all the sinners being punished in heaven.
Nope.
Now, I think this is a...
Nope. And that's also what not what Aquinas is saying. It isn't that people take pleasure in the suffering. That is not it. There's not pleasure in the suffering. They are not sadists. Fucking weirdo. Who probably is a sadist. Aquinas is saying that, and Nietzsche uses it, because Nietzsche has a whole thing about learning about sickness through health and health through sickness. He's kind of bringing that in a little bit here, where it's like, hey, they're in heaven going to be seeing that, so that way it makes them understand that where they're at, it's let's say you go to heaven and it's all good stuff all the time. It doesn't really work as a thing. Come on, 7-year-olds have this conversation with 5-year-olds. Nothing. Well, wouldn't it get boring to just be in bliss all the time? Yes. That's why you need to see other things. It's not really... Jonathan's reading comprehension is not just bad, it's jarring. Every single thing he has is insane. Well, it's, again, let's assume that he is doing it genuinely and that he isn't simply saying whatever it takes for the highest paid people to like him and then include him in their reindeer games, which is possible. How uneducated do you have to be to come away with this many missteps and this many confusion things, and then also have the confidence that I couldn't bring myself to have certainty in the way he does? This is who this is, for those who don't know, Jonathan Bataille. He is outside of this project. Contemplation. I was trained in continental philosophy with a focus on recognition theory. That's not a recognition theory in continental philosophy. You know what? Let's find out. I don't see recognition theory as coming up, but theories of recognition, that seems like a weird. There it is. Recognition theory is thought to be especially well equipped to eliminate the psychological mechanisms of social and political resistance, as experiences of misrecognition violate the identity of subjects. That's fine, whatever. This is shit. Who gives a fuck about this? He's not talking about Hegelian recognition. This is, I know this stuff. This is this fucking mimetic garbage again. Because these fucking people, because they exist in a place where, as far as they can, because he's never had to struggle for anything or actually, do stuff. All he's got is copying. So he presumes that his existence and how he sees things and how he learns things is through copying, paying other smarter kids to do things for him, paying employees to do that for him, and then claiming it for himself. Since his existence is that must be how everyone works. That's what mimetic theory is. I mean, I'm not going to be awful about saying more than that. It's fucking terrible. It's awful. It's shit. Fucking fire.
Terrible misreading of Aquinas, especially if you read the passages here around the Summa. But the third thinker that Nietzsche cites, I think, is the most compelling of them all, and that's Tertullian. So Tertullian did end up breaking from the church.
Background there.
However, he still remains one of the most influential early Christian writers. He introduced the word Trinity, and he's still considered by Christians today the father of Latin theology. Okay, so this isn't just some random guy that Nietzsche just pulled out of a hat. So what I'm going to read you now is Nietzsche's selected quotation of Tertullian talking about how...
Imagine being this guy's grad student. He isn't a professor. He ran a fund, a couple funds. He's a rich kid who dropped out of school at Columbia twice and was still able to go back multiple times after going to a... I don't give a fuck. I don't care anymore. Fuck this guy. This is unreal.
How excited he is in watching the sinners be punished. That last day of judgment, how vast a spectacle then bursts upon the eye. What there excites my admiration, what my derision, which sight gives me joy, which rouses me to exultation. As I see so many illustrious monarchs whose reception to the heavens was publicly announced, groaning now in the lowest darkness with great Jove himself. And those governors of provinces too, who persecuted the Christian name in fires more fierce than those with which in the days of their pride they raged against the followers of Christ. What world's wise men, besides the very philosophers, in fact, who taught their followers that either they had no souls or that they would never return to the bodies which at death they had left, now covered with shame before the poor deluded ones as one fire consumes them. Poets also, trembling not before the judgment seat of Rhadamanthus or Minos, but of the unexpected Christ. I shall have a better opportunity then of hearing the tragedians' louder voice in their own calamity, of viewing the play actors much more dissolute in the dissolving flame, of looking upon the charioteer, all glowing in his chariot of fire, of beholding the wrestlers, not in their gymnasia, but tossing in the fiery billows. Unless even then, I shall not care to attend to such ministers of sin, in my eager wish, rather to fix a gaze insatiable on those whose fury vented itself against the Lord. Nietzsche wants to ask you, does that sound like love? So those are the three reasons why that Nietzsche just like slave morality and elevates master morality. Slave morality is life-denying, it promotes bad values, and it promotes bad values that the Christians themselves don't even believe in.
That's not,
Now, slave
wow.
morality
Wow.
is indeed going to invert the values of master morality, but it has one more trick up its sleeve.
Jesus Christ, this fucking dude. So, the morality of the rapists, the killers, the pillagers, the murderers, the genociders, they're going to invert that morality, and it's bad because raping is good. That's what he's saying. Raping's cool. He likes to rape. He wants to rape. He wishes he could rape. And so he probably does.
Which is that it invents the notion of freedom, free will, to further blame the masters and praise themselves. And Nietzsche makes this point by using the famous picture of birds of prey, okay, so eagles and hawks hunting little lambs.
Let's do it.
So this is the famous sentence that describes the psychology of these lambs, how the lambs
want to
react
hear how
to
he
being
does
hunted.
it.
The lambs say among themselves, "These birds of prey are evil." And whoever is as little as possible a bird of prey, but rather its opposite, a lamb, isn't he good? What Nietzsche is trying to do here is to show you how ridiculous it would be if lambs blamed eagles for hunting them, and how even more ridiculous it would be if lambs...
Nope, you stupid asshole. He literally says it's fair to to hold a grudge against the eagle. Fuck the eagle. Like, fuck the eagle for killing my kid. He says that explicitly, you fucking weirdo.
praise themselves for not hunting other lambs. Why is it ridiculous, Nietzsche thinks? It's because moral blame, moral praise, requires you to have been able to do otherwise. It requires the idea of free will. But of course, it's in the nature of the eagle to hunt, and it's in the nature of the lamb to be hunted. The lamb could...
You are a gigantic piece of shit. Like, actually a gigantic piece of shit. It's in the nature of great men to be great men. It's in the nature of slaves to be slaves. That's what he's saying right now.
Couldn't even hunt if it wanted to. So the lamb invents this idea of choice, of free will, to further praise itself and blame the eagle. Now, of course, in this analogy, in this metaphor, in this imagery, the lambs, they're the slaves, the birds of prey, they're the masters. And Nietzsche's view is that Slavish and masterly humans are just as different from each other. This is
a lecture by for narcissists to give themselves permission to be violent to who they wish to be violent to. Yes. He's an awful person.
Is in egalitarianism talking, as eagles are from... And Nietzsche's view is that Slavish and masterly humans are just as different from each other.
Did anyone else hear Slav? Did anyone else hear him? Like, yeah, that's what I heard too. Like, I know it's a mispronouncing because he has on this thing slavish versus masterly, but he doesn't know how to read, and he's also very stupid. So he said Slavish, which is like race essentialism. It's leaking out of this fucking guy. I love it. Thank you.
That Slavish and masterly humans are just as... And Nietzsche's view is that Slavish and masterly humans are just as different from each other. This is his in egalitarianism talking.
That is not... All right, let's see what you got for me. I don't...
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That is accurate. And by the way, Tom Cruise is a bad guy. It's the only time he's ever done it. You should see it. It's fucking amazing. He's ridiculous.
As eagles are from lambs.
No, you fucking moron. Eagles and lambs are born that way. Like, one is an eagle and it can fly and it is a hunting bird. The other's not. Master and a slave are not born different. Potestas and potentias are not the same thing, you fucking race realist weirdo. What a fucking piece of shit.
And just like animals, it is our natures, it's not our free choice, that determines our actions.
Like being a piece of shit. When you're born a piece of shit, you're gonna be a piece of shit. It's one of the big shames of shit piecing. Look, pieces of shit fuck, and then they have little pieces of shit that run around and go to fucking Columbia and then run around and act like they do this. They have pieces of shit that like run channels like Philosophy too. Pieces of shit everywhere. It's tough. They can't help being pieces of shit. Okay? Do you understand that? They can't help but be pieces of shit.
The masters are naturally strong, and they can't help but bully people, rape, burn, and pillage. And the slaves, they're naturally weak.
I can't.
Again, don't confuse incompetence, impotence for virtue.
Did you hear the slip up?
They're naturally weak. Again, don't confuse incompetence, impotence for virtue.
Incompetence. Impotence. So here's the thing. Psychoanalytic thought tends to want us to look at the symbolic ways people deal with things. So as he's talking, we want to be looking at the larger symbolic things. I don't. I like to look at the machinic indices. So when he's continually, accidentally slipping out words that are attractive to him in the same way, pushing in the same direction, they don't necessarily mean anything, but they are pointing at a mentality and space and attraction and desire pathways that are active within him. Very, very active within him.
True.
Lone Pantaloons, he plays a bad dude in Magnolia. I would disagree. So Magnolia, you could say he's a bad guy. He's not the bad guy, but his character, and it's actually one of the reasons I love Magnolia. I fucking love Magnolia. His character reveals weakness and personal trauma and the pain that has caused him to be there. To call him the bad guy at that point, I would have big issues with. Whereas when he's sitting with Jamie Foxx and he is a fucking cold stone fucking psychopath, that is fucking hardcore. That's good stuff.
And so they couldn't even do that if they wanted to. The strongest reading.
They couldn't do that if they wanted to. I hate to break it to everyone. Did you know that poor people can rape and kill too? Just look at slaves. It's not an inability to do these things, you moron. This is not like flying for a sheep. Shithead. Oh no, I know what you're saying, Pantaloons. You're good. You're good. I wanted to expand a little bit on it. It's fantastic.
Of Nietzsche here is that he doesn't believe in free will at all. Remember when I said in the beginning of the lecture that there's actually quite a humble and sober answer to his questions in his autobiography, Why I'm So Clever, Why I'm So Wise? This is that answer. Nietzsche thinks that he was fated to do this. And that's humble, again, because Nietzsche doesn't praise himself for being so clever. He's just fortunate.
It's one of my favorite bits for Nietzsche, actually, is the things that he's talking about. Amor fati. If this guy were like, why am I here? Well, look, my parents were wealthy and they afforded me the ability to do these things. I ran into problems. I have failures early on, which I internalized in these ways. If you have a real understanding of the position you're in and what makes what you do well, I can tell you right now why I won Tribeca Film Festival. I'm gonna brag about that forever. I think you get to brag about that forever. And the piece we did, I was asked, and I was like, yeah, it's a great piece. I have no fucking qualm saying that I made something that's truly transformative and amazing, that I was part of a team that did that. And it sounds awful to some, but it's like, yeah, I did. Speaking of the 26th fucking anniversary, my experience personally with PTSD and attempts to go through various types of therapy and experiences of trying to recreate it, relive it, exposure therapy, all these things that sort of worked with me and worked through me, gave me a deep understanding of how fraught those things are with actually recreating the trauma and the true triangulation and constellation that is a single moment. So what we did is we went out of our way to try to create, and I created that single moment in a massively complex series of distractions that no person could ever find grounding in. Myself plus the co-director of mine, Naveed Kansari, he and his family fled Iran. He had a great experience within not just the Middle East, but within the turmoil of it. And these things that we experienced, plus the lives we led, plus our parents and all the things that, blessed us with, the ability of the location. These are the things that made us great at what we did. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. If you're saying it that I am great because of it, I'm no. It made me great in a way that let me build. That's why, like Nietzsche says, why I write great books. And he's like, because I care about these things, because of these things that happened to me in my life. The stuff you do, like, if you understand it as part of that, if you understand it as you are not necessarily doing anything, but more or less a conduit for will, desire, libido, and that you are in line with that, the ability to really have both a humble and arrogant response that, like Nietzsche was showing, I think is not only fine, but people actually find it endearing and interesting to have those conversations because people want to do great things too. And they're like, well, this helped me and I liked these things were good. I didn't choose to do a great thing. I didn't have some magic in me that did it. I am a constellation of luck and contingency, and I took advantage of it. These are the things that I did. That's it. But this guy's turning it into like I fucking hate this.
So in the master mode of evaluation, without this idea of free will, people are fortunate or they're pitied. They're pitiful, which is why the master actually has a lot of compassion for the slave. It's only when you add in free will does this idea of blame come into play. Nietzsche's attack on free will, whole other camp.
Justin JBG, I've heard oblique references to a tragic and fitting experience. Could ask what it was. Well, it's really interesting because now I'm old. And this is a story that's been very different. It's 26 years. I was a student at the Columbine High School. My friends were the shooters, and I lost 2 friends who were killed that day. Another friend had his face shot off. My brother was chased through the school, and I was barely let go running into one of the shooters in the parking lot. It was a pretty awful day. And it led to just an excessive amount of trauma for me. Like, I mean, you can imagine. And it's worse for others. I didn't even get shot. It was fucking surreal. And it led to a very surreal series of experiences that sort of continued as I made my way through it. But the reality of life is you are that which happens to you and how you sort of react to it based on that which happens to you. And again, this sort of ever shifting sort of roiling boil the becoming that you are. And so I've got a crazy weird background. And if you wouldn't recognize me, if you go watch Bowling for Columbine, I'm the opening strike of Michael Moore's film. I know you kids may not have seen it, but I'm also in the film, like a good solid 6.5 minutes, 8.5 minutes I helped film or took part in. Yeah, it's a fun story. Lots of weird shit. I've had a very weird life. But it's, again, these are the things that have led me down weird paths where I've gotten to meet really fascinating people. It gave me early on a lack of giving a shit about dying, which is not great when you have an invisibility syndrome and also mental disorders, which I do. So you end up going through like drugs and drinking and sex and weird desires and positions and interactions and being unhealthy and overdosing a lot of stuff and just fucks you up. You don't learn to deal with things in a healthy way. But at the same time, those very same things are what led me to being able to, out of nowhere, walk up to people and celebrities and writers and go to signings and walk up to the author in the middle of it and go, hey, I want to buy you a beer. And they would go, sure, because no one fucking ever says that. Like, because I didn't care anymore. I didn't give a shit if I lived or died. Like, that mentality puts you in a different place. It's a completely different sort of existence. That weird thing is what Nietzsche's talking about. All of these things are the parts that make us what we are, and the things that drive us and create drives or repress them. And we don't make choices of it. We're the end result is that thing and that story we tell. So as we go through life, as we experience it, as trauma becomes part of who you are, as you relate it to the world in a very different way, it's a completely different sort of thing. It's a lot. Shershot says he's interpreting Nietzsche's exaltation of life and its twists and turns as predestination. Yes, using the model of causality that Nietzsche critiqued. It's pretty despicable. It is. Deleuze has a great piece on destiny versus necessity, and it's a very interesting difference. Fate, amor fati for Nietzsche, is not predestined, but there is a helplessness to it. It's actually, to be very frank, I've talked about this. I've related it back to Dune a lot. A lot of people mistake Dune as being about foresight and seeing the future, which gives destiny a thing. Paul was destined to do X, Y, and Z. That's not in the fucking books. It's literally the opposite of what Frank Herbert said multiple times, and it's explicitly said against in later of the 6 Dune books. Not Brian. Brian doesn't count. Sadly, Frank Herbert never had a son who wrote any books. Would have been great if he had. He probably would be a great writer and not completely fuck the series up and ruin it for everyone. The way that foresight works in Dune is that you and your brain over time, we've trained and worked on stuff and things and mentats, all this shit. But the forces of life play how they do. And they kind of go wild. And you can't see all of them. But you can kind of see how forces are going to be coming together soon. And if you can maneuver yourself into a position where you can deflect or adjust, that's it. But it's not foresight. It's not how Dune works. It's about understanding the forces of everything. Paul, for example, doesn't actually see that he's going to be the cause of a genocide until he's already there. He can see parts of it. He can see things moving. He can see that stuff, but he's pushed things down a road, and he continues to push things down a road without really even knowing it towards that end. But it's not destiny, not in that sense, not predestined. It's destiny in the sense of fate. It is fated because these are the forces coming together, and that's the way it's going to work. It's a very different beast. Jokey ways. Not too well read on Nietzsche, but as I understand it, he made the case in the gay science that people shouldn't be proud about things that just happen to be true. Yes. I had some, like, for example, being a shit piece. A piece of shit. I misspeak, just like he sometimes says Slav instead of slave.
Can of worms. And it's super interesting. How does Nietzsche reconcile his agential theory with no free will? How does the will to power guy not believe in free will? I'm not going to go into that right now, but I filmed an interview with one of the world's leading Nietzsche scholars, which again, I'll link in the description if you're interested.
Oh, God.
Nietzsche's autobiography has chapter titles like Why I Am So Clever, Why I Write Such Good Books, and you think he's out of his mind. No, because the answer he gives is it was just luck. He does not believe that human beings are
It's not just luck.
free or morally responsible in their choices.
Why I believe in free will? It's my phenomenology. I feel like
It's just an interview with Leiter who sucks. And you know what? I'm not even going to, I can go down academic critiques and all that. I'm not. Dude sucks. Find YouTubers that do better than this. There's a lot of YouTubers who do way better than Leiter. He sucks. I'm not going to fucking critique Leiter. He sucks. It's like Nick Land. I'd rather read Nick Land's half of a good book.
the key insight I want to emphasize here is that free will, again, is what makes something praiseworthy or blameworthy. Vegetarians don't blame lions and eagles for eating meat. They blame us because we can do otherwise. And that's what Nietzsche's getting at here. So the slaves not only invert the system of morality, they add this notion of free will.
It seems reductive to say it's luck. It is deeply reductive to say it's luck and happenstance. Contingency is not the same as luck, and you might start to see why I say things like Brian Leiter sucks.
And I really want to emphasize just how significant this is, okay? That Nietzsche thinks that resentment, our psychology, not only can determine our position on values. Is chastity good? Is chastity bad?
There is a lot of academic drama associated with him. He's got a lot of drama associated with him. The guy's got... Shakespeare, how rude of you to post an emoji that looks like Brian Leiter. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I don't know why. Oh, shit. I'm going to hell for that one. I'm sorry, everybody. That's terrible. That's terrible that I made that joke.
It can actually determine our metaphysics. Is there free will or not? So I quote you, Nietzsche.
Yeah, cancel me.
Every great philosophy so far has been the personal confession of its author in a kind of involuntary and unconscious memoir. In short, that the moral or immoral intentions in every philosophy constitute the true living seed from which the whole plant has always grown. In fact, to explain how the strangest metaphysical claims of a philosopher really come about, it is always good and wise to begin by asking, at what morality does he aim?
One moment. Yes, Dexter? They're not open yet, are they? One moment, everybody. It's a minor skittling break. I know, those are Dad's peanuts. He likes his peanuts. All right, hand out. There you go. Violet, would you like one?
Yeah, I do.
All right, come here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, go. Can you close the door, Dex? Actually, leave the door open. Can you guys head upstairs? Because I am talking and doing streaming, and they're good, Vi? You like them? Good. Still going. They're just running me ragged. I know, it's terrible. These fucking people. Wow. I am not doing all of this tonight. We're gonna finish this next section, and I'm probably gonna take a break for the night. I'm gonna take care of some dinner, because otherwise my children will be eating these for dinner. Do you need the door open? I asked for it to be open. Yeah. I just need this. Yeah, it's getting warm in here. So I'm going to be cooking some dinner in about 20, 30 minutes. So we got until then. And then I guess you all have won. I will be finishing this because this is content. The door was closed. You're good. No, close the gate. No, now that door's closed. Okay, who gives a shit? Fine, it's good. It's fine. They close the door. I love them. They're great. Oh my god. It's they'll be bouncing off the walls. They don't need candy to bounce off the walls. It's Dexter, who's 7 now. We've had nannies at various times to help with him, and when we first moved here to this house we're in now, we had to get a new nanny, and it was like 2 days a week because my wife and I were running our company. And she was like, I've got 6 boys. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've got 6 boys. I'm used to high energy kids. And I was like, no, you don't understand. She's like, don't worry about it. The first day, she took him to the park at like 9:30 or 10 a.m. She didn't come home until 6. She was like, I thought we would just stay until he was done. I didn't want him to go. And he's crying and kicking and screaming, want to stay. He didn't stop for lunch. She was like, I've never seen anything like this. He does not stop. He does not stop.
Aim. What Nietzsche is saying here is that it is our interests, it is our psychology, it is things like resentment that affects philosophy, that determines our philosophical worldview. The example we already discussed, it's because the lambs want to blame the eagles. That's why they invent this notion of free will. It's not because they started from first principles and reasoned that free will is true.
From reason. Yeah, that's what Nietzsche meant. You fucking moron. Here, let me. You know, Nietzsche, he really wanted us to get back to logic and reason so we can understand the original cause of what free will is. That's causative is Nietzsche's number one thing. How are you doing? How are you doing? I have a newsletter and $20 you can subscribe to my class.
This, I think, is one of the most important insights of this book, because the implication is ad hominem arguments, where you criticize not the thought, but the thinker, or at the very least, you look at the thinker for how the thought was formed, is not only valid, but it's necessary.
Oh, God. Okay. Okay. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect this. This I did not expect. I didn't expect this to be the direction he's going to go. The guy nodding,
for how the thought was formed is not only valid, but it's necessary.
I flip a pen. I watched YouTube videos on how to flip a pen so I can look cool, because bitches fuck guys who flip pens.
How the thought was formed is not only valid, but it's necessary. They're necessary.
I actually don't even know how to start with that, because that's a fucking crazy statement. That's like next level shit. That's next level fucking shit right there. Bitches fuck guys who flip pens. That is a merch quote. You know what? One sec.
The thought was formed is not only
I'm totally doing this. I don't give a fuck. One sec. I want to make sure I get the right frame.
valid, but it's necessary.
I will anonymize it so it's not him directly, but it's going to be him. I already know the image I'm going to rip off to make it look, I already know the meme, the style of thing I'm doing. This is going to be fun. Good. That'll be my thing for the next couple days. That'll be a fun thing to do later tonight. It's going to be great. It's going to be a t-shirt. Shakespeare, that's good. Noise one. He is saying, so this is...
Look at the thing where you criticize not the thought, but the thinker.
So, an ad hominem attack. See here, okay, there's layers of stupid here. Okay? There are layers of stupid. Let's make it, we'll use these books to talk about the layers of stupid he's got. These are great books. It's not the book's fault that he's stupid, but we're going to just use them as an example because they're layers of stupid. So the first layer we hit as we're going into this idea he's got is ad hominem attacks. Now, an ad hominem is a logical fallacy. Now, an ad hominem isn't a bad thing. It's not, this is Reddit atheist logic mental people thinking. Ad hominem is intended to be something that identifies a fallacy within a logical string of arguments. And within that goes, that's actually not ad hom. It doesn't follow. That's what that means. It's an ad hominem a logical fallacy, this argument doesn't follow. It is not where you criticize the person instead of the idea. That's not what an ad hom is. This is conflating two ideas drastically. So that is the first layer of stupid. Do you want to get any more candies? Go outside. Go. Don't get any more candies, bud. You're a fun one. What are you doing? All right, hang out there. Don't talk, though. Okay, because I'm trying to explain a thing. Do you want to listen? No, you don't want to listen. Fair enough. I don't know where your shoes are. No, Dexter, please be quiet. God. Hey, you guys enjoying it? They love the song, Dexter. First layer is stupid. So he says ad hominem. That's not what it is. An ad hom is a logical fallacy that within a logical argument is a fallacy. It makes the whole thing irrelevant. Criticizing a person, like when I call him a stupid piece of shit, it's not an ad hom. I'm saying he's a stupid piece of shit. It's different. If I said, he's a stupid piece of shit, therefore he's wrong, that would be an ad hominem attack. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying he's a stupid piece of shit. So he doesn't know what ad hom is. First layer is stupid. Okay?
Or at the very least, you look at the thinker for how the thought was formed.
When you start looking beyond that and you go, instead of an ad hom, we're also going to look at how the thought was formed. When you believe you have access, these are not the books that do this. I'm just saying these are layers. It's a visual aid. When you believe you have access to knowledge you do not have access to. For example, how was that thought formed? I don't know. I'll guess. Layer stupid. Stupid layer 2.
Is not only valid, but it's necessary.
Okay. Guessing someone's motivation for why they said a thing is not only valid for Nietzsche, it's not, stupid layer 3, but it's necessary. No, stupid layer 4. Fuck you.
They're necessary, again, because we don't reason from first principles, because we don't start from empiricism, but because our ideas are helplessly shaped by our interests, by our psychology. And this is why Nietzsche had to spend so much time discussing who the master was, what his psychology was, and who the slave was, what his psychology was. And I want to...
It was four parts of 256. It is not really...
suggest that this extends even to the most philosophical of minds. So Nietzsche asks, not in the Genealogy, but another book called Twilight of the Idols, he asks, why does Socrates like ideas so much? Why does Socrates devalue the material world? Why does Socrates elevate an abstract realm of forms? Nietzsche's answer is that Socrates is ugly. I quote to you Nietzsche. Socrates was a plebe. We know, we can even still see how ugly he was. The anthropologists among criminologists tell us that the typical criminal is ugly. Monster in face, monster in soul. When a foreigner who was an expert on faces came through Athens, he told Socrates to his face that he was a monster, that he was harboring all the bad vices and desires. To which Socrates simply replied, "You know me, sir."
Okay. I am fucking aghast. Okay. All right, stupid. Here's how it works. If you ever watch this, stupid. Nietzsche is not here saying that this is the eternal truth, that the reason this happened is because he was a plebe. He's not saying that anthropologists have an actual ability to say that criminals are ugly. He's saying that, hey, people say this stuff. When people say, this is what people say, that because of his ugliness, his relative ugliness, the cultural context in which he existed. Jesus Christ, it's fucking insane to even have this conversation. Because this isn't even everything. This is like one aspect. I'll do my best to zoom in a little bit. No, it's not going to work. Won't let me zoom in. I hope you can see it. In all ages, the wisest have always agreed in their judgment of life. It is no good. At all times and places, the same words have been on their lips. Words full of doubt, melancholy, weariness of life, full of hostility to life. Even Socrates' dying words were, "To live means to be ill a long while. I owe a cock to the god Asclepius." Even Socrates had enough of it. What does that prove? What does it point to? Formerly, people would have said, "Oh, it has been said, and loudly enough too, by our pessimist, loudest of all." In any case, there must be some truth in this. The consensus sapientium is the proof of truth. Shall we say the same today? May we do so? In any case, there must be some sickness here, we make reply. These great sages of all periods should first be examined closely. Is it possible they were, every one of them, a little shaky on their legs, a feet rocky, decadent? Does wisdom perhaps appear on earth after the manner of a crow attracted by the slight smell of carrion? This is not saying what the guy's saying. It is. To judge from his origin, it's the third one down, is what he's quoting from. To judge from his origin, Socrates belonged to the lowest of the low. Socrates was mob. You know, you can still see it for yourself how ugly he was. But ugliness, which is in itself is an objection, was almost a refutation among the Greeks. 1 second. Hey, buddy, can you be quiet while you're in here? Probably not, I know. And just singing, doesn't give a shit. Yeah, I like his songs. Did you lose Violet? Fucking my daughter. Oh, she's opening doors now, so we're finding her everywhere, and we don't know what to do about it. It's a whole thing. To continue reading. Again, you'll see the difference. You know, and you can still see for yourself how ugly he was, but ugliness, which in itself is an objection, was almost a refutation among the Greeks. Was Socrates really a Greek? Ugliness is not infrequently the expression of thwarted development or of development arrested by crossing. In other cases, it appears as a decadent development. The anthropologists among criminal specialists declare that I, the typical criminal, is ugly. Monstrum in frunt, monstrum in animo. But the criminal is a decadent. Was Socrates a typical criminal? At all events, this would not clash with that famous physiognomist judgment, which was so repugnant to Socrates' friends. Well, on his way through Athens, a certain foreigner who was no fool at judging by looks told Socrates to his face he was a monster, that his body harbored all the worst vices and passions, and Socrates replied simply, "You know me, sir." Not only are the acknowledged wildness, and anarchy of Socrates' instincts indicative of decadence, but also of the preponderance of the logical faculties and the malignity of the misshapen, which was his special characteristic. Have you ever heard of Socrates? By the way, I don't actually know if this guy's read him. Socrates was kind of fucking nuts and awesome and kind of crazy and kind of actually what we might call the beginning of modern philosophy. But all of this is pointing to something drastically different. Drastically different. It's fucking crazy.
What Nietzsche wants to say here is this. If I had the ugliest nose, but the biggest brain in all of Athens, I too would.
Wow. I'm not sure that's, well, at all what Nietzsche says in any capacity here. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, and it's just to read a little bit here at the bottom. Because here in the bottom, we'll read these two. When a man finds it necessary, as Socrates did, to create a tyrant out of reason, there's no small danger that something else wishes to play the tyrant. Reason was then discovered as a savior. Neither Socrates nor his patients were at liberty to be rational or not, as they pleased. At that time it was de rigueur. It had become a last shift. The fanaticism with which the whole of Greek thought plunges into reason betrays a critical condition of things. Men were in danger. There were only two alternatives, either perish or else be absurdly rational. The moral bias of Greek philosophy from Plato onward is the outcome of a pathological condition, as is also appreciation of dialectics. Reason equals virtue equals happiness simply means we must imitate Socrates, confront the dark passions permanently, the light of day, the light of reason. We must at all costs be clever, precise, clear, all yielding to the instincts, to the unconscious leads downwards. That's what our shithead friend is saying. I have now explained how Socrates fascinated. He seemed to be a doctor, a savior. Is it necessary to expose the errors which lay in his faith in reason at any price? Is it a piece of self-deception on the part of philosophers and moralists to suppose that they can extricate themselves from degeneration by merely waging war upon it? They cannot thus extricate themselves. That which they choose as a means, as the road to salvation, is in itself again only an expression of degeneration. They only modify its mode of manifesting itself. They do not abolish it. Socrates was a misunderstanding. The whole of morality of amelioration, that of Christianity as well, was a misunderstanding. The most blinding light of day reason at any price. Oh, life made clear, cold, cautious, conscience without instincts, opposed to the instincts, was in itself only a disease, another kind of disease, and by no means a return to virtue, health, and happiness. To be obligated to fight the instincts, this is the formula of degeneration. As long as life is in the ascending line, happiness is the same instinct. It is opposite of what the fucking dude's saying.
Would spend all my time thinking. I too would devalue the material world and elevate this world of abstract ideas. I too would rank beautiful bodies as less beautiful than contemplating the idea of beauty. I too would suggest the...
And as I near the end, I just want to always say, please support if you like what we do. Biggest way to support is to join the QC. We do readings all the fucking time. We've had, today, there are 6 hours of different readings inside the Quarantine Collective. Every day this week, I think there's at least 2 to 4 hours. It's kind of amazing to watch, and we have more coming, and it makes me really, really happy. And you joining would make me even happier, so make me happy. Other ways to make me happy: Super Chat, membership, always fun. That stuff always helps, keeps it rolling. Patreon, above all, though. Patreon.com/DGQC, or head to the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. Thank you so much.
Philosopher king. That's how deeply this runs for Nietzsche.
We have 2 reading groups on Twilight of the Idols actively. That's exactly. We have 2. I think we have 3 Nietzsche groups. It's 2 Nietzsche groups right now. Twilight of the Idols. One is American time. The other is Aussie time, like more Euro than Aussie. And it's kind of setting up that way. We have a bunch of readings. It's kind of amazing. It makes me really, really happy to see.
That even the shape of Socrates' thought is determined by who he is, his ugliness. And that's why, again, the ad hominem isn't just valid, it's necessary for us to properly...
And we have a group on border theory with our friend Shakespeare. Yes, we have, I'll just read off, because we have just a silly number of readings at this point. It's great. 10 active events and more coming. We have our Rouillère reading tomorrow, 5 a.m. West Coast time. 9 a.m. we have Kierkegaard's Concept of Dread. Tuesday we have Anti-Oedipus. That's me. Wednesday is Thunder, Perfect Mind. That's Jack, who's been doing a lot of really great poetry and literature. Wednesday at 3 p.m. is Border Optics. And then the 24th on Thursday, which is 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., we have our 2 Twilight Idols groups, which I appreciate all of you doing every time. And then earlier in the day, Saturdays, we have Coldness and Cruelty at 8 a.m., followed by Spinoza at 10. And Eldoran, who decided he hates himself, just wants to do an extra 2 hours on Kant after that. Because why not burn yourself out? Yeah, Jack is fantastic. It's really nice to have. He got me into Keek. I was not into Keek before. He got me into Keek. Jack's wonderful.
Understand the thought. All right, let's summarize what we've covered so far in part 2. Slave morality inverts the value system of the masters.
Nope. It does not invert the value system of the masters. The eagle does not value dive bombing. That is it. Again, you fucking moron. You're using the examples and you're fucking it up every fucking time. The eagle doesn't value dive bombing sheep. The sheep doesn't go, this is what the eagle likes, I'm doing the opposite. This is what the eagle values, I'm doing the opposite. No. The nature of the sheep is that they have no power. And it's, again, potestas and potentias are both power in this case. This comes from Spinoza. He quotes Spinoza, by the way. It's a Christian thinker that you haven't mentioned. Jewish mostly, in a Christian. It's a whole complicated thing with poor Baruch. But he, very godly dude, decided to work with that. You don't bring it up at all. You don't give a fuck about that. It's embarrassing. This is not how that works. The sheep experiences sadness because the fucking eagle does bad shit to it, kills its babies. It should hold a grudge against the eagle. Killed its babies, you moron. However, it can't do anything about it. So it has the ability to, it's like the ability to overcome. The will to power is going to get fucked up here because instead of figuring out a way to overcome that and do that, it's just dealing with it. And they're just accepting life as it is, accepting that they do not have the power, accepting that space. And so they begrudge the eagle, but they begrudge it in a particular way because the anger at the eagle, which again, justified, killed its kid, shifts into a thing over and over. I don't do that. Don't you see that I don't do that? You will find yourself doing this in everyday life, by the way. Okay? You will see this happen. This is a thing people actively do in politics. In politics. You will see lefties, Democrats, Twitterites, righties, doesn't matter. We'd never do that on our side. That thing. That, who cares? Like, it was a good statement. This is the birth of resentment. It's the birth of your own impotence. Your impotence becoming something, becoming a will. I choose not to do anything. I'm not helpless. Embrace your helplessness. You are helpless to fix this as a sheep. Embrace that. That is a thing. It's a fucking thing. You're a sheep. But if you're a human, you're not a human. You're not a sheep. That's not how this works. Slave is not like born a slave to die a slave. Slave is accepting being a slave. Know your position, and this changes how you review and deal with power. But when you don't accept your position, when you don't accept the fact that you're here because of various other forces that are forcing you to be in this position, when you don't have that knowledge of the meta level of your particular condition, instead you'll go, well, I choose to be here. Because you don't want to accept the fact that you won't accept the fact. And that choice, because I choose to be here, they choose to make me here. Now you're putting morality on the eagle. This is the difference. Again, this guy has no concept of any of this. It's incredible because it's a very simple point. But when you're a sociopath, what are you going to do?
Produces this idea of free will, which further blames the masters, praises themselves. And that's the answer, at least one of the answers, for why Nietzsche thinks Christianity won. It's by inverting the Greco-Roman value system, the pagan value system, that they were able to appeal to the resentment of the vast underclasses that felt disenfranchised.
Jesus Christ.
From pagan religion. I don't find this totally convincing, and I want to start laying the seeds of why.
If you don't find Nietzsche totally convincing, maybe reconsider that you don't understand it. And Abby did this shit in the Philosophy Tube video, like, I don't agree with this, or I don't really get why he would say something like that. It's like, if you don't understand why someone's saying something, read it again. Especially if they are a beloved thinker and writer that thousands of papers and millions of people have read. Do not be arrogant enough to think that your failure to understand is on the writer.
Why that is. By
the way, that's resentment. I don't really agree with it. Really? I don't really get it. Yeah, take a second.
Asking you guys to start considering this question. For egalitarian movements, socialism, communism, Christianity, feminism, Is resentment the essence of these movements?
Feminism. Blue-eyed, pretty blonde woman. Sorry, it's just like the fucking editing is just fucking loaded to shit.
Feminism. Is in movements, socialism, communism, Christianity, feminism. Is
Feminism. Blue-eyed, blonde woman.
Is resentment the essence?
There's no way she's not paid to be there. There's no way she's not paid to be there.
Of these movements? Or is it merely a likely perversion? Now, before I tell you my own answer to this question, there's another account, there's another mechanism by which slave morality appealed not just to the slaves, but also the masters.
Jesus Christ. And with that, I am saving, watching later, done, and we will come back to it. Possibly tomorrow, possibly in the next couple days. I am going to go have the rest of my life because this was it was fun, do not get me wrong, but that's 7 hours and 15 minutes of philosophy. To close out, because I do want to do that, I want to talk about a couple of just quick little reads that are really fantastic and worth checking out. Rounig's Making Multiplicity. I'm going to be doing a review on a series of these books because I really like what they've done with them. Late Capitalist Fascism from Rasmussen is also really excellent. These are very interesting, incisive, very current books that fit in. There's a one by Boris Groys that I've got in here. Futurism was in here. It's this series, fantastic stuff. Finding more and more of it, hyper expressive. But I want to talk about a weird book that I found and I picked up. It's Labor and Legality from Gomberg Munoz. Shakespeare. Find a copy of this. Not a little bit, kind of. Like, this is your book. Like, if you haven't read it, it's incredible. Allow me to read the back. Because I read the back, I'm like, oh, well, I've got to read this. I finished, I'm like, oh my God. Labor and Legality, an ethnography of Mexican immigrant networks. That's what it's titled. Looks at the lives of undocumented immigrants who work as busboys at a Chicago area restaurant. Ruth Gomberg Munoz introduces readers to the Lions, a group of friends from Mexico committed to improving their fortunes and the lives of their families. Set in and around Il Vino, not a Mexican restaurant, a restaurant that could stand in for any place that employs undocumented workers. Labor and Legality reveals the faces behind the war being waged over illegal aliens in America. The Lions are neither desperately poor nor particularly lonely. They have as many joyous moments as sorrowful. Their lives are not simplistic, neither their heroes, martyrs, or criminals. Gomberg Munoz focuses on how these undocumented workers develop a wide range of social strategies to cultivate financial security, nurture emotional well-being, and promote their dignity and self-esteem. She also reviews political and historical circumstances on undocumented migration, with an emphasis on post-1970s socioeconomic and political conditions in the United States and Mexico. It's an anthropology series, part of this thing, examining the experiences of individual communities in our contemporary world, blah, 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 blah. It is fan-fucking-tastic. And it is, I think, within the last decade. I should probably check that every time I say something like that. It felt like it was, like, when I was reading, it was like stuff from 2007, 2008, 2009, and printed in 2011. So this is not like an old ethnology. This is very current. It's post-NAFTA, post a lot of shit, post-Bush. This is Obama years shit. But it goes over the most humanizing, interesting way to sort of reconsider. Often when we talk about illegal immigrants, we put them in this sort of image. It just had a 10th anniversary release. Well, that's fucking amazing. I found it in a used bookstore. We tend to think of people who have a very particular activity because the media has put us in that position as people crossing the river, people coming here, they work in a restaurant, they have their family, they blah, blah, blah. But the lived experiences of people is very much not this simplistic overall thing, but it's also not they're part of our world. They very much have their own cultural things as a thing, and how they build this sort of society within our society is my favorite. It's my favorite thing I read about this. This is the thing that I took away, and I'm going to end up reading it again. But the social order and safety net and systems that they do not have access to here, the stuff that, granted, it's America. I don't exactly have safety fucking nets, but generally I do. I have police, and just let me get through it. I know we have lefty critiques, but I have the police, I have ambulances, I have, people that I can talk to. I can go to the library. Like, there's resources, but when you are in these communities, you don't have access to them in the same way, but they kind of do. And how they develop social orders and systems within it, it's really incredible. And it's like researched and thought through. And it reminded me, I worked in a lot of restaurants in my time. And the first time I really understood this kind of thing, where it was, because I grew up in Colorado, in a very white suburb, didn't have I don't think there's like two Mexican people who sort of worked at the school. I think it was white. We had a black kid, maybe two. Like it's what it was. We had the Jewish girl. That's where I grew up. When I started working in restaurants, when I was like 15, a lot more illegal immigrants and a lot more people who are undocumented. And I got to know this one guy named Jesus, of all fucking names, obviously. But he was at Ruby Tuesdays with me for 9 months, and then also another 3 months, because his sort of existence was to come up and he'd work himself to death for like 6 months, 9 months, go home. His family was home. It was this like rotated sort of situation. And we started drinking together. He taught me some Spanish, and I helped him with English, and it became this really interesting sort of window into a world I didn't know. I was like 19. And it was like really, again, I grew up in a white neighborhood. Welcome to it. But it was really fascinating to see this like massive depth to far more than he just comes and he just works and then he goes. It was like this. It just kept taking me back to the stories I'd get from Jesus and like his family, and when his brother came up the second time until I quit the job, and how they worked and what they did, and how the company was very happy to have them do this, and how they got paid and how they kind of allowed it to be and how it worked. It was really enlightening, and my early sort of exposure to that. This is one of the better books I've ever read on it. And I've read a lot. I have to mention it. Because you're there, Shakespeare. For sure. Have to mention it since you happen to be here. And there is the good news. We were depressed about it. I'm excited about it. Garcia's out of CCOT, and the Supreme Court, in a 7-2 decision, said that Donald Trump and the White House cannot deport anyone else at all until they rule further. So they put a stop to everything. It's a huge deal. Roberts, all of the Trump people voted, all of Trump's appointees voted against Trump. I saw a comment that said, he's not out and coming home. Don't get too excited yet. We're getting to it. They can't send any more people without due process, and due process won't allow people to be sent there. It's going to be really weird. The guy has been out of CCOT, Garcia specifically, but my money is far more than just Garcia, have been out of CCOT proper and have been in another prison for 10 days now. 9 days as of yesterday or the day before. So it might be like 12 days now. They were in CCOT for a small amount of time. Now he's in a different prison that sucks too. El Salvador is a piece of shit nightmare country. Sorry. I'm sure it's beautiful at one point or another, but I've seen your prisons and it's hell. It's literal hell, and it sucks. And we probably had a huge hand in that, if not all the hands. But it's a terrifying thing to see. And the guy, Garcia, there is so much pressure to bring him home. And there's so much difficulty putting on Bukaki and the rest of his leadership. And it's fucking with things. It's great to see. It's great to see. It's pausing everything. It's a pause. And the next step, and it's the thing to watch for, is when Trump decides to do it anyway. If Trump decides to deport people anyway, we're going to have whatever happens next. If he decides not to deport anyone, and the longer he decides not to deport anyone, it's actually going to create a power vacuum and problems in the Republican Party. And it's easily the best outcome we have of this. If he isn't active and able to do stuff, if he isn't the force of things, if Trump isn't the center, the decider, the choice maker, right? Like all these fucks think, because he knuckles under to his own appointees in the Supreme Court after saying that he can do whatever he wants, that he doesn't have to listen to the Supreme Court. That will be the end of his power, because it'll be the emperor without clothes. And it's fucking great. It's fucking great. It's going to be really interesting to watch. It's all nightmares. I would rather be in a world that none of this was happening, but I am in a world where this is happening. This is not the worst outcome. So with that, thank all of you. Enjoy your evening. Take care of yourself. Be watching, because I'm going to continue this series. We're going to do it next time. And I'm going to eventually get my essay on paternalism, peacemaker, and the prime directive, because I like alliteration. That's what the essay is on. All three of those things. And amazing. I can find them together. And of course, we'll do more of the bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. 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 Jonathan, bye.